A Scientific Revolution. In his book The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, Thomas Kuhn defines a scientific revolution as a non-cumulative developmental episode whereby an older paradigm is replaced in whole or in part by an incompatible new one. Such scientific revolutions begin with a growing sense that an existing paradigm has ceased to function adequately in the exploration of an aspect of nature. The emergence of new theories is usually preceded by a period of pronounced professional insecurity, since it involves large-scale paradigm destruction. The essential problem is, scientists cannot do research in the absence of a controlling paradigm. They cannot pull the floor out from under themselves, and when it goes the structure will fall hard. Kuhn explains, a scientific theory is declared invalid only if an alternative candidate is available to take its place. The normal response to crisis, he explains, will be to loosen the rules of normal problem solving in ways that will permit the new paradigm to emerge. This essentially describes the action taken by the Kansas School Board in its science education standards. The new paradigm will emerge when the youth of tomorrow are not so emotionally and financially committed to the old one. Reading alternative science on the internet is a place to start. Intelligent design is a mathematically based theory, not a religious theory. Paranoid tirades about Christians taking over the world have nothing to do with the facts of the matter. Those who react this way are reacting emotionally to the messenger rather than opening the message with the minimum decorum expected of adult human beings. By dogmatically rejecting intelligent design without fully comprehending it, we allow the reigning naturalist, materialist. 144. Scientific paradigm to become a fascist element in society. We do a great disservice to democratic scientific debate and to the way our children learn. And as for the separation of church and state, shouldn't we also be concerned about the separation of science and state? The question we should ask is, do we want our children and grandchildren to be taught or do we want them to be indoctrinated? Indeed, America's educational system is in dire trouble when a Chinese paleontologist notices that, in China it's okay to criticize Darwin but not the government, in the US it's okay to criticize the government but not Darwin. President Dwight Eisenhower and fellow military Masonic sojourners. Wilhelm Reich, Eisenhower, and the Aliens. By Ken Thomas. In one version of events, President Dwight Eisenhower was flown to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base on February 20, 1954 to see the debris and dead bodies from the Roswell crash. Some versions weave a far more elaborate tale, that Ike met with Nordic-looking creatures and began intergalactic peace talks with them, the Greys and several other alien races. He struggled to deal with those alien presences in the remaining years of his presidency by secret negotiations and by building up the military way out of proportion to peacetime needs. He retired in frustration with it all in 1961, giving a gravely foreboding warning that the military-industrial complex he helped create would get out of control. Although it remains a well-known legend in the UFO lore, like all such legends, little actual proof exists. Unlike many other legends, however, what corroborative historical trail does exist provides some provocatively concrete details. Strangely enough, archival documentation and secondary historical sources come together in remarkable ways regarding Eisenhower's UFO involvements. If aliens do not exist, an objective observer is left to wonder why the historic trail makes it seem so much like they do and that they visited 1950s America. Stranger still, those crossroads occur primarily in the biography and career of one of Sigmund Freud's most renowned protégés, the psychologist Wilhelm Reich. Reich spent the last of his years in the US chasing flying saucers. He did this with weapons he created based on an energy source he called argon, and ostensibly with Dwight Eisenhower's blessing. As the consummate documentary historian of his own life, Reich left behind an unusual paper trail that intertwined with the Eisenhower alien legend. Reich's story begins in Vienna in the 1920s. Recognized as a maverick in Freud's inner circle whose ideas included a Marxist strain, Freud eventually dismissed him. As a member of the Communist Party, Reich's ideas were deemed too psychoanalytic, and he was dismissed from that as well. With the ascendancy of the Nazis in Germany, Reich fled first to Norway and 146. Then to America, moving away from both psychoanalysis and Marxism into equally controversial ideas on biophysics. Reich discovered what he termed argon, a biological energy found in living organisms and in the atmosphere. In Eisenhower's America, Reich not only used this energy to combat UFOs, history suggests, too, that he met with the president at around the time Eisenhower supposedly met with the aliens. Dwight Eisenhower's contact with aliens happened in February 1954, according to the legend. The president's cover story that he was on vacation in Palm Springs was belied by the fact that he had just returned from a vacation in Georgia. Even newspapers of the day reported the alarming news of a total disappearance by Ike on the night of February 20 during the Palm Springs stay. The official explanation, offered after the fact, was that the president lost a tooth cap in some chicken he was eating and had to make a late-night visit to a local dentist. Evidence of this does not appear in the existing, extensive medical record on Dwight Eisenhower from his time as president, however. The widow of the dentist had only vague memories of the event, which by any measure should have made a detailed and lasting impression, and a photograph exists of Ike on Sunday morning, February 21, shaking hands with a Pastor Blackstone, smiling, none the worse for wear after the dental work. Was Ike actually flown to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base that night to view the recovered saucer from the crash at Roswell and the alien bodies, as the persistent rumors go? Enter Wilhelm Reich. In the course of his UFO adventure, Reich traveled through Roswell, New Mexico the following year. He was on his way to Tucson, Arizona with his argon equipment, to both study its capacity to alleviate desert conditions, and to do battle with UFOs. He recorded these experiences in his last book, Contact with Space, now an extremely hard-to-find underground classic. Although his immediate destination was Ruidoso Downs, New Mexico for an overnight stay on his way to Tucson, there seems little doubt that Reich had aliens on his mind as he passed through Roswell. From Contact with Space. Although it was very hot as we neared Roswell, New Mexico, no ore flow was visible on the road, which should have been shimmering with heat waves. Instead, Door was well marked to the west against purplish, black, barren mountains, in the sky as a blinding grayness, and over the horizon as a grayish layer. The caking of formerly good soil was progressively characteristic, and eventually caked soil prevailed over the vegetation, which now consisted only of scattered low brushes, while grass disappeared. Reich's concern about the environmental impact of UFOs stemmed from experiences he had at his lab in Rangeley, Maine, called Argonon. It 147 was there, in 1951, that he first discovered DOR, the noxious reaction of the natural energy he called argon with nuclear material. He put a milligram of radium into one of his argon boxes, an invention he created to accumulate and harness the argon energy. It resulted in highly polluted air around the facility, with a great deleterious effect on fauna and animals. The DOR clouds formed and an odd black substance fell on the area. Strange, red pulsating lights, UFO, appeared in the sky over Rangeley. In response to all of this, Reich came up with a second invention, the cloudbuster gun, which intensified and redirected the healthy argon, causing the pulsating lights to twinkle out and diminishing the DOR effect on the environment. The Roswell episode in Contact with Space concludes, after the desert valley it was a relief to spend a night in Ruidoso, New Mexico, in the Sierra Blanca Mountains. Here a strong, reactive secondary vegetation had sprung up, again more marked on the western slope. Skeptics of the Roswell story often claim that interest in the event dropped off immediately after its initial media flash, only to be revived in the late 1980s by unreliable UFO researchers seeking to profiteer from a myth of their own creation. Reich's visit to Roswell, with its clear references to aliens, contradicts that assumption. So does remarkably strong archival documentation from several disparate sources that show the interlocking connection between Reich and Dwight Eisenhower. First in this line of documentation is the Cutler-Twining memo. The National Archives in Washington, D.C. still contains this onion-skinned carbon of a memo calling for the postponement of a special studies section of the group MJ-12. Ufologists recognize MJ-12 as the group ostensibly started by Harry Truman in response to the Roswell crash, established to secretly deal with the alien presence. Skeptics claim that the documents reflecting this possibility, the infamous MJ-12 documents, have all been faked. Nevertheless, the National Archives retains this one letter, unwilling or unable to establish that it is not authentic. Its date, July 14, 1954, 5 months from Eisenhower's supposed meeting with the aliens. Since no proof is absolute, even the government's retention of the document for a half-century, skeptics suggest that the Cutler-Twining memo was smuggled into the archives. The author of the CT memo, Robert Cutler, served in the CIA under Eisenhower in its Division of Psychological Operations and as the first National Security Advisor, a post most recently held by Condoleezza Rice. Cutler had virtually written Ike's famous Atoms for Peace speech, which took as its title a phrase used by Reich long before to describe his Argonne work. The recipient of the CT memo, Nathan Twining, is well known among students of ufology as the general to whom Air Force investigators regularly reported UFO sightings and retrievals. One such retrieval, involving flying saucers in the Maury Island area in the Pacific Northwest, also involved the kind of black substance that Reich had described at his lab in Maine. But the second curious document in this research line was recovered only recently by the researcher Jim Martin, as part of his comprehensive look. 148. At Wilhelm Reich's life in the 1950s, called Wilhelm Reich and the Cold War. Entitled the Maes-Douglas Memo, Martin discovered it in the archives of Lou Douglas, a member of Eisenhower's kitchen cabinet who was assigned to a presidential committee on weather control. In Contact with Space, Reich claimed that he had corresponded with Douglas, and Martin discovered this memo as proof. It's from Douglas describing the latest of several failed attempts by Reich's assistant, William Maes, to make contact with this high-ranking official in the Eisenhower administration. Although the memo itself is not dated, a handwritten note at its bottom indicates a great change of heart by Douglas, who ultimately did telegraph Maes on July 27, 1954. This timeline is the best indication in the historic record that MJ-12 existed and, by inference, that Eisenhower met with aliens. Douglas' about-face with regard to Reich, coming at any point in July 1954, indicates that he had been briefed at the MJ-12 meeting described in the Cutler-Twining memo. The object of the Special Studies Project mentioned in the CT, then, would be Reich's counterattack on UFOs, and at it Douglas was directed to take a greater interest. In the end, Douglas wound up bankrolling in part some of Reich's environmental work in Tucson. As some measure of how seriously the military took Reich's technology, the U.S. Air Force actually did develop a weather modification in the early 60s and named it the Cloudbuster. Finally, there's Reich's own meeting with Eisenhower. One witness claimed that during a hunting and fishing trip to Rangeley, Maine, where Reich's Argonne lab was located, Eisenhower met face-to-face with the inventor of the anti-UFO technology. The Eisenhower Library even records a visit to Rangeley during that UFO-laden period of the mid-1950s, from June to July, 1955. In the end, however, the memory of the witness to the meeting became as vague as that of the dentist's widow from Ike's alien visit of the year before. The historic trail vaporizes after that, to re-emerge obliquely only once. According to the biography of his second wife, the screen comedian Jackie Gleason caught a glimpse of alien bodies in 1973 at the behest of then-President Richard Nixon. Nixon, of course, had been Eisenhower's vice president. He took his friend Gleason to a secret facility in Palm Springs, where Ike had disappeared for one night for his visitation with aliens all those years ago. Does any of this amount to proof that such creatures exist and that Eisenhower met with them? Such questions always contain relative judgments, and in the end no absolute proof can be offered for anything. However, more historic evidence exists for this bizarre proposition. For instance, than for Lyndon Johnson's claim of an attack on U.S. ships in the Gulf of Tonkin or George Bush's claims for the existence of WMDs in Iraq. Those two bits of mythologizing started major wars. Whatever high-level contacts Reich had within the Eisenhower government, however, they did not save him for getting in trouble with the authorities. Reich was eventually prosecuted for his argon devices. They had been unfairly characterized as quack cancer cure machines and a technical 149 violation of an FDA injunction led to Reich's imprisonment. Federal authorities destroyed much of his scientific equipment and even had his books burned. Many believe that the prosecution resulted from big-money medical and pharmaceutical interests threatened by Reich's work. The FDA, of course, never truly followed Reich's scientific protocols on either argon technology or cloudbuster guns, and convicted Reich on a technical violation of its injunction to stop distributing argon boxes. Authorities threw Reich in a prison cell in Lewisburg, PA, from which he did not emerge alive. In memos to the prison chaplain before his death, however, Reich continued to write passionately about the social situation in the 1950s Eisenhower cultural era. His note from September 1957 even includes reference to the famous racial disturbance at Little Rock Central High School. He emphasized the psychological and emotional undercurrents he felt were being ignored in the broader social arena of that paranoid time, something that also prevented many from seeing the spaceships he saw in abundance. I am merely fulfilling my public duties as a U.S. citizen and worker in planetary affairs if I continue to point out where the true danger to our social and personal existence is placed: emotional poisoning, disruption through sowing distrust throughout our society, doping and drugging of our population, our youth, draining us financially through areas race, a camouflage of the true menace, the emotional poisoning a la Little Rock racial upheavals, keeping our high-placed officials at bay through fear of sexual scandals, railroading efficient men and women into prisons or lunatic asylums through up their environments, subverting justice by whispered little lies and frightening or using judges. Doing all this destruction unnoticed as it were by all those responsible. Now lyrics were subverted by such use of stupidities and evasions on our part, especially by the staid reluctance to talk bluntly and take the bull by the horns. The bull is really no more than a few slimy tapeworms eating away at our emotional guts. It is high time to start giving social power to the established functions of love, work and learning as bastions against the tapeworms. The prison memo form also includes this banal and perhaps prescient statement: your failure to specifically state your problem may result in no action being taken. Reich's imprisonment was in part the end result of misreporting on him that appeared in the New Republic under the editorial leadership of a now-confessed communist spy named Michael Straight in a book entitled After Long Silence. New Republic made its own pronouncement about Little Rock in its July 7, 1958 edition, complaining about the Supreme Court's failure to stop legal challenges that were slowing down the integration process. The Supreme Court, opined New Republic, must stand the ground they themselves have assumed, or the grand 150 experiment they inaugurated will end in bitter farce, with consequences for the State of the Union that stagger the mind. Clearly the magazine had a better view of the possible consequences of Supreme Court actions than the court itself. The consequences of Reich's work with UFOs, and the implications of the study of psychological character structure on the understanding of race issues has continued over the years. Writing in a chapter called Racism and Slavery in the American Slave, a composite autobiography, historian George Raywick notes the impact of Reich's classic book, still taught in college curricula on psychology, entitled Character Analysis, first published in German in 1933, and its less well-known but significant companion, The Mass Psychology of Fascism. While I cannot subscribe to all of Reich's system, this chapter could not have been written without his monumental attempt to relate Marx and Freud, which loosened the ideological armoring of Western rationalism for me and many others. Although Reich never stated it explicitly, clearly he saw that same armoring as the block that keeps so many from accepting the realities of the UFO issue. Reich died in the Lewisburg prison in 1957. Some of the language in Dwight Eisenhower's retirement speech, the one that coined the phrase military-industrial complex, conjures up an image of Wilhelm Reich, Eich's possible secret ally in the war against extraterrestrials. Today, Eisenhower notes, the solitary inventor, tinkering in his shop, has been overshadowed by task forces of scientists in laboratories and testing fields. A government contract becomes virtually a substitute for intellectual curiosity. The prospect of domination of the nation's scholars by federal employment, project allocations, and the power of money is ever present, although the record suggests that Reich had the interest and support from the Eisenhower administration in his desert battles against UFOs, he never required it. Although he believed in nuts and bolts spaceships piloted by extraterrestrials, he regarded contact with them as characterological events, not simply sightings of craft. But he needed no stamp of approval from government authority to make this claim. There is no proof, wrote Reich in Contact with Space, there are no authorities whatever. No president, academy, court of law, Congress, or Senate on this earth has the knowledge or power to decide what will be the knowledge of tomorrow. There is no use in trying to prove something that is unknown to somebody who is ignorant of the unknown, or fearful of its threatening power. Only the good old rules of learning will eventually bring about understanding of what has invaded our earthly existence. That seems to have been Reich's last word on the subject. 151. Secret Weather Wars, Mind Control, HARP, and Chinese Takeout. By Jerry E. Smith. If man can modify the weather, he will obviously modify it for military purposes. It is no coincidence that the U.S. Army, Navy, Air Force, and Signal Corps have been deeply involved in weather modification research and development. Weather is a weapon, and the general who has control over the weather is in control of an opponent less well armed. The idea of clobbering an enemy with a blizzard, or starving him with an artificial drought still sounds like science fiction. But so did talk of atom bombs before 1945. So wrote author Daniel S. Halassa Jr. in his book The Weather Changers, published in 1968. Modern scientific attempts to control the weather began with Dr. Bernard Vonnegut's discovery in 1946 that microscopic crystals of silver iodide nucleate water vapor to form ice crystals. His breakthrough invention of a practical way of generating tiny AGI particles to serve as nuclei for ice crystals led to the modern practice of cloud seeding. More than 50 years later, his method continues to be the most common. Control of the weather, at least to some degree, is today an established and expanding field of scientific and commercial endeavor across North America and around the world. Uncle Sam's disappearing federal budget trick. Mankind has always had a keen interest in the weather. Throughout human history we have seen the effects of weather on crops, and the loss of life and property through the violence of storms. In ancient times people made sacrifices to the gods in a crude attempt at influencing the weather. In many parts of the world today people still conduct elaborate rituals for rain and fertility. The modern interest in making rain for profit and or the public good began, surprisingly enough, following the American Civil War. A large volume of literature on the subject was generated between 1890 and 1894. 152. Alone. Martha B. Caldwell in her article Some Kansas Rainmakers, published in the Kansas Historical Quarterly in August of 1938, summed up much of this material. She wrote, "These writers had various theories as to the methods of producing rain. A French author suggested using a kite to obtain electrical connections with the clouds. James P. Espy, a meteorologist from Pennsylvania, proposed the method of making rain by means of fires. This idea is prevalent on the western plains where the saying, 'a very large prairie fire will cause rain,' has almost become a proverb. The Indians on the plains of South America were accustomed to setting fire to the prairies when they wanted rain. A third method patented by Louis Gathman in 1891 was based on the supposition that sudden chilling of the upper atmosphere by releasing compressed gases would cause rapid evaporation and thus produce rain. One of the oldest theories of producing artificial rain is known as the concussion theory, or that of generating moisture by great explosions. The idea originated from the supposition that heavy rains follow great battles. Gen. Daniel Ruggles of Fredericksburg, Virginia, obtained a patent on the concussion theory in 1880, and urged Congress to appropriate funds for testing it. By 1890 the subject of artificial rainmaking had attained considerable dignity, 2 patents had been issued, and through the efforts of Senator C.B. Farwell, Congress had made appropriations, $2,000 first, and then $7,000 to carry on experiments. In 1892 an additional appropriation of $10,000 was made to continue the work. The carrying out of these experiments naturally fell to the Department of Agriculture, and the Secretary selected R.G. Dryenforth to conduct them. In 1891 Mr. Dryenforth with his assistants proceeded to the Staked Plains of Texas to begin work. Included in the equipment which he took with him were 68 explosive balloons, 3 large balloons for making ascensions, and material for making 100 cloth-covered kites, besides the necessary explosives, etc. He used the explosives both on the ground and in the air. An observer stated that it was a beautiful imitation of a battle. The balloons filled with gas were exploded high in the atmosphere. After a series of experiments carried on in different parts of Texas over a period of 2 years, his conclusions were to the effect that under favorable conditions precipitation may be caused by concussion, and that under unfavorable conditions storm conditions may be generated and rain be induced, there being, however, a wasteful expenditure of both time and material in overcoming unfavorable conditions. $20,000 in 1890 would have the purchasing power of about $250,000 today. Over the next 80 years Congress maintained 153 and on-again, off-again interest in funding this research. One notable expenditure occurred in 1967 when the U.S. Senate passed the Magnuson Bill authorizing the Secretary of Commerce to accelerate programs of applied research, development, and experimentation in weather and climate modification. That bill allocated $12 million, $30 million, and $40 million over the next 3 years, respectively. They projected expenditures of some $149 million annually by 1970. It can be argued that by the beginning of the 1970s portions of the U.S. government and/or military viewed weather and climate modification research as having transitioned from the basic research stage to the operational stage. Experiments were occurring or had occurred in 22 countries, including Argentina, Australia, Canada, Iran, Israel, Kenya, Italy, France, South Africa, Congo, and the USSR. Airborne seeding programs were undertaken to combat drought in the Philippines, Okinawa, Africa, and Texas. Fog clearing had become a standard operation at airports, as had hailstorm abatement, which had been proven successful in several parts of the world. Forest fire control had been carried out in Alaska and watershed seeding was widely practiced, while lake storm snow redistribution was under extensive investigation. By 1973 there were over 700 degreed scientists and engineers in the U.S. whose major occupation was environmental modification. And then it all changed. In 1978 the United States became a signatory to the United Nations Convention on the Prohibition of Military or any other hostile use of environmental modification techniques. The NMOD Convention prohibits the use of techniques that would have widespread, long-lasting, or severe effects through deliberate manipulation of natural processes and cause such phenomena as earthquakes, tidal waves and changes in climate and weather patterns. Independent journalist Keith Harmon Snow wrote a massive report entitled, Out of the Blue, Black Programs, Space Drones and the Unveiling of U.S. Military Offensives in Weather as a Weapon. In it he tells us, in 1976, U.S. government officials outlined 50 experimental projects and 20 actual pilot programs costing upwards of $100 million over the next 8 years. It was an explosive subject, up the 1970s, but, after 1977, NMOD interests seemed to disappear almost overnight. In other words, after decades of intense research and development, after billions of dollars of investment, after major institutions and governmental bodies were created and charged with oversight of NMOD and its many peripheral issues, and after the entire reorganization of the US government to channel and guide and map out the future of this new and promising military and civilian technology said to be more important than the atom bomb, everything stopped. Or did it? 154. It was as if a huge curtain fell over the subject, as all research, all institutional interests, huge salaries, and thousands of jobs vanished. And the mass media stopped reporting anything and everything as if struck by plague. That sudden and total silence is perhaps the most telling and suspicious indication of the secrecy and denial that the en mode arena was shackled with. Today it is almost as if it never happened. Could it be that the US government said, "Oh gee, we can't do that anymore," and just gave up on military en mode, or did the whole program go black? Project Popeye. The American military-industrial academic complex early on recognized the importance of weather as a weapon. After the great battles of the Civil War, it was noted that rain seems to follow. A general patented an idea for making rain from this observation, but it would take nearly 80 years for a technology to be developed that was GI-friendly. The battle for Britain was partially won because Allied forces successfully used a fog dispersal system known as FIDO to enable aircraft takeoff and landing under otherwise debilitating fog conditions. Cold fogs were similarly dissipated during the Korean War. Cloud seeding became a weapon in Vietnam under Project Popeye. Project Popeye is a now exposed and proven conspiracy on the part of the military to circumvent the laws of humanity in time of war using environmental modification as a weapon, and to keep this secret, the Secretary of Defense was forced to lie to Congress. Project Popeye was originally conducted as a pilot program in 1966. It was an attempt to extend the monsoon season in Southeast Asia with the goal of slowing traffic on the Ho Chi Minh Trail by seeding clouds above it in hopes of producing impassable mud. Over the course of the program, silver iodide was dispersed from C-130S, F-4 Phantoms, and the Douglas A-1E Skyraider, into clouds over portions of the trail winding from North Vietnam through Laos and Cambodia into South Vietnam. Positive results from the initial test led to continued operations from 1967 through 1972. Some scientists believe that it did hamper North Vietnamese operations, even though the effectiveness of this program is still in dispute. In 1978, after the efforts at cloud seeding in Vietnam produced mixed results, the U.S. Air Force declared its position to be that weather modification has little utility as a weapon of war. Recent military publications indeed have stated quite the opposite. For example, the U.S. Air Force's own Air University's Spacecast 2020 contained a section on counter-force weather control for force enhancement, which pointed out that 155 atmospheric scientists have pursued terrestrial weather modification in earnest since the 1940s, but have made little progress because of scientific, legal, and social concerns, as well as certain controls at various government levels. Using environmental modification techniques to destroy, damage, or injure another state are prohibited. However, space presents us with a new arena, technology provides new opportunities, and our conception of future capabilities compels a re-examination of this sensitive and potentially risky topic. Spacecast 2020 has been superseded by the now infamous Air Force 2025 series of white papers, which made this same point, saying, "The influence of the weather on military operations has long been recognized. During World War II, Eisenhower said, 'In Europe bad weather is the worst enemy of the air.' Some soldier once said, 'The weather is always neutral.' Nothing could be more untrue. Bad weather is obviously the enemy of the side that seeks to launch projects requiring good weather, or of the side possessing great assets, such as strong air forces, which depend upon good weather for effective operations. If really bad weather should endure permanently, the Nazi would need nothing else to defend the Normandy coast. Clearly, weather control could have a marked effect on the outcome of military operations. The problem the military has is not whether weather control should be effected, but how it could be done, meaning technically, legally and politically. Many researchers, myself included, believe that the DoD never truly gave up trying to find out. Project Popeye reached broad public consciousness when syndicated columnist Jack Anderson revealed it under the code name Intermediary Compatriot in his Washington Post column of March 18, 1971. U.S. Defense Secretary Melvin Laird was forced to testify before Congress about it in 1972. He told the U.S. Senate that Anderson's wild tales were untrue and that the United States never tried to seed clouds in Southeast Asia. But on January 28, 1974, a private letter from Laird was leaked to the press. By 1974 he had left defense and was counsel to President Nixon, who was fighting for his political life following the break-in at the Democratic Party's National Committee offices in the Watergate Hotel on June 17, 1972. In the letter he privately admitted that his 1972 testimony had been false and that the U.S. did in fact use weather modification in North Vietnam in 1967–68. On March 20, 1974, the United States Senate held a top-secret hearing in which representatives of the military finally admitted to the existence of Operation Popeye. They conceded that the cloud seeding program had been conducted over neutral Cambodia and Laos, as well as both North and South Vietnam. The testifying Pentagon officials stated that Popeye had been ongoing from 1966 through 1972 and that at least 2,600 flights had released over 47,000 units of cloud seeding materials during the program, at a total cost for the operation of around $21.6 million. These hearings also revealed that the U.S. military had attempted other environmental modifications as well. The U.S. had used massive spraying of chemical herbicides in the hopes of depriving its foes of both food supplies and shelter. According to analyst Al Judah, the idea was simple. If, as has been suggested, the gorilla is to his base area as fish are to the sea, the destruction of the sea would kill the fish and the elimination of the base area with its supports would destroy the gorilla. The implications of this operation staggered Senator Claiborne Pell, a Democrat from Rhode Island. In 1976 he said, "The U.S. and other world powers should sign a treaty to outlaw the tampering with weather as an instrument of war. It may seem far-fetched to think of using weather as a weapon, but I am convinced that the U.S. did in fact use rain-making techniques as a weapon of war in Southeast Asia. We need a treaty now to prevent such actions before military leaders of the world start directing storms, manipulating climates and inducing earthquakes against their enemies." It may seem a great leap of imagination to move from an apparent effort by the United States to muddy the Ho Chi Minh Trail in Laos by weather modification to such science fiction ideas as unleashing earthquakes, melting the polar ice cap, changing the course of war motion currents, or modifying the weather of an adversary's farm belt. But in military technology, today's science fiction is tomorrow's strategic reality. Senator Pell had conducted the Senate hearing in 1972 in which he was lied to by Defense Secretary Laird, and the secret one in 1974 that learned the horrible truth. After these he became a leading advocate for what became the NMOD Convention. A subcommittee chaired by Minnesota Congressman Donald Fraser did the same in the House of Representatives in 1974 and 1975. Senator Pell did a lot of stumping and article writing to force the world to act. In one article he wrote, "Apart from the sheer horror of the prospect of unbridled environmental warfare, there is, I believe, another compelling reason. 157. To ban such action. We know, or should know, by now, that no nation can maintain for long a monopoly on new warfare technology. If we can develop weather warfare techniques, so can and will other major powers. Experience has taught us that the weapons that make us feel secure today, will make us feel very insecure indeed when our adversaries possess the same capabilities." In The Cooling, Lowell Ponte describes the events that led to the NMOD Convention. During a summit meeting between President Nixon and Soviet Premier Leonid Brezhnev on July 3, 1974, the nations agreed to conduct discussions toward a ban on environmental warfare. Before the first of these discussions, set for Moscow in November, got underway, the Soviet Union introduced a resolution before the United Nations General Assembly to ban environmental warfare. When revised, the resolution was passed by the body 102 votes to none. The United States and half a dozen other nations abstained from the vote. Senator Pell suspected that the president felt miffed by the surprise Soviet action, a move that made it appear that the Soviet Union and not the United States had taken the lead in trying to ban environmental modification. In fact, the Soviet resolution was similar to one passed by the North Atlantic Assembly in November 1972 and to another authored by Senator Pell and passed by an 82-10 vote by the United States Senate in July 1973. Discussion between U.S. and Soviet negotiators resumed in Washington, D.C., on February 24, 1975. On August 21, 1975, the two nations presented their jointly produced draft treaty banning environmental modification as a weapon of war to the 31-nation Geneva Disarmament Conference. The NMOD Convention was later passed by the United Nations General Assembly and opened for signature in 1977. It came into effect October 5, 1978, when it was certified by the required total of 20 nations. It prohibits the use of techniques that would have widespread, long-lasting or severe effects through deliberate manipulation of natural processes and causing such phenomena as earthquakes, tidal waves, and changes in climate and in weather patterns. The treaty was warmly received by most of the international community, the exception being a coalition of American environmental groups who thought that its threshold level of a violation needing to be widespread, long-lasting, or severe was too high. Another complaint was that it does not ban the development of this technology, leaving it open for beneficial techniques to be discovered and employed in the service of mankind. The environmentalists believed that the failure to ban research in this field would allow the military to develop technologies that adhered to the letter of the law while violating its spirit. 158. As blatantly detailed in the Air Force 2025 White Paper Weather as a Force Multiplier, Owning the Weather in 2025. Unfortunately for us, the NMOD Convention is a total failure with only 70 nations thus far signatory to it, and it is unenforceable in any realistic sense. Secret Weather Wars. Zbigniew Kazimierz Brzezinski, a Polish-American political scientist, geostrategist, and statesman who served as United States National Security Advisor to President Jimmy Carter from 1977 to 1981, wrote in his 1970 book Between Two Ages. It is ironic to recall that in 1878 Friedrich Engels, commenting on the Franco-Prussian War, proclaimed that weapons used have reached such a stage of perfection that further progress which would have any revolutionizing influence is no longer possible. Not only have new weapons been developed, but some of the basic concepts of geography and strategy have been fundamentally altered. Space and weather control have replaced Suez or Gibraltar as key elements of strategy. After events like the Christmas 2004 Asian tsunami and 2005's record-shattering Atlantic hurricane season, many people have wondered just how natural those natural disasters were. Has weather control really become a key element of national strategy? In the post-NMOD US of the 21st century, weather control is an activity mainly confined to local governments and privately owned commercial enterprises like Weather Modification Incorporated of Fargo, North Dakota. WMI provides services to universities, governmental agencies, and private sector entities across the country and around the world. These services include hail suppression in Argentina, snowpack augmentation in Idaho, and cloud seeding in Nevada. Interestingly, one of the senior scientists at WMI went on Art Bell's Coast to Coast AM radio show in 2005 to out himself as having been one of the scientists involved in Operation Popeye. Intentional hostile control of the weather and other environmental processes is collectively called geophysical warfare. Dr. Gordon J. F. MacDonald wrote, "The key to geophysical warfare is the identification of environmental instabilities to which the addition of a small amount of energy would release vastly greater amounts of energy." This was in Geophysical Warfare, How to Wreck the Environment, a chapter he contributed to Nigel Calder's 1968 book Unless Peace Comes, a scientific forecast of new weapons. In the 1960s, Dr. Gordon J. F. MacDonald was a distinguished geophysicist and climatologist. He was Associate Director of the Institute of Geophysics and Planetary Physics at the University of California, Los Angeles. 159. Dr. MacDonald was also a member of the President's Science Advisory Committee and the President's Council on Environmental Quality, as well as being a senior member of NASA's first Physics Committee. He was also a member of the Council on Foreign Relations and one of the JASONs, a military think tank at the top of the military-industrial academic pyramid. Dr. MacDonald wrote many articles on future weapons. In Space, an article for the book Toward the Year 2018, released in 1968, Dr. MacDonald elaborated on the possibilities of geophysical warfare, writing, "Technology will make available to the leaders of the major nations a variety of techniques for conducting secret warfare. Techniques of weather modification could be employed to produce prolonged periods of drought or storm, thereby weakening a nation's capacity and forcing it to accept the demands of the competitor." Elsewhere he wrote, "Such a secret war need never be declared or even known by the affected population. It would go on for years with only the security forces involved being aware of it. The years of drought and storm would be attributed to unkindly nature, and only after a nation was thoroughly drained would an armed takeover be attempted." He warned that these geophysical weapons systems, should they in fact be developed, would produce long-term upsets in the climate. Businessweek magazine reported on October 24, 2005, China has 35,000 people engaged in weather management, and it spends $40 million a year on alleviating droughts or stemming hail that would damage crops. North Korea, downwind of China, has been ravaged by droughts for a decade. It is entirely possible that China has been intentionally stealing North Korea's rain so as to force North Korea to follow China's political dictates and buy Chinese food. Reports from North Korea make not just the nation's dictator, Kim Jong-il, but the whole country sound crazy. Could their seeming mass insanity be induced? HARP. One much discussed project that embodies both civilian and military geophysical applications is the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. Although HARP proponents claim it is nothing more than a simple civilian research station designed to investigate the properties of the upper atmosphere, few investigators buy that explanation. HARP does have the appearance of a civilian project with open access and the work being done by civilian scientists. However, the project is managed by a joint U.S. Air Force and Navy committee and is funded out of the Department of Defense budget. Most recently, the heart of the program, the Ionospheric Research Instrument, was completed by one of the world's largest defense contractors working under the direction of the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, a top research and 160 development organization for the DoD. DARPA manages and directs selected basic and applied R&D projects for the DoD, pursuing research and technology where risk and payoff are both very high and where success may provide dramatic advances for traditional military roles and missions. Under construction since 1990, the HARP IRI is a field of antennas on the ground in southeastern Alaska. The facility was probably completed late in 2005, with the announcement of same added to the DARPA website in March of 2006. It is now the world's largest radio frequency broadcaster, with an effective radiated power of 3.6 million watts, over 72,000 times more powerful than the largest single AM radio station in the United States. The IRI uses a unique patented ability to focus the RF energy generated by the field, injecting it into a spot at the very top of the atmosphere in a region called the ionosphere. This heats the thin atmosphere of the ionospheric region by several thousand degrees. HARP, then, is a type of device called an ionospheric heater. This heating allows scientists to do a number of things with the ionosphere. Controlling and directing the processes and forces of the ionosphere is called ionospheric enhancement. An early HARP document stated, "The heart of the program will be the development of a unique ionospheric heating capability to conduct the pioneering experiments required to adequately assess the potential for exploiting ionospheric enhancement technology for DoD purposes." What might those DoD purposes be? Something about winning wars? How might those purposes be achieved? What technologies will be needed to win the wars of the future? Researchers trying to answer those questions have come up with a vast number of possibilities, most bordering on science fiction. But then again, good science fiction is about recognizing the problems of the future, and suggesting solutions to them before they happen. On March 23, 1983, President Ronald Reagan called upon the scientific community in our country, those who gave us nuclear weapons, to turn their great talents now to the cause of mankind and world peace, to give us the means of rendering these nuclear weapons impotent and obsolete. This quest for the creation of a technology, of a weapon or weapons system that would make atomic war impossible was officially named the Strategic Defense Initiative. The press lost no time in dubbing it Star Wars after the George Lucas movie. That initiative sent the United States military-industrial academic complex on the greatest and costliest weapons hunt in human history. Thousands of ideas were floated, hundreds of those were funded. While SDI research has since been officially abandoned, some ideas are still being actively pursued to this day. Not all of these ongoing developmental programs are taking place in laboratories of the military and its contractors. Some of these ideas involve technologies or applications that, as weapons, violate international treaties. 161. Others, the use of which would be repugnant to the ethical and moral values of the majority of Americans. In an effort to avoid public outcry, some of these programs have been disguised as civilian science. One of those may be HAARP. As Dr. Bernard Eastlund, the putative inventor of HAARP, put it, the boundary between science fiction and science comes with can you actually make the thing that you're proposing. Bernard J. Eastlund is a physicist who received his B.S. in physics from MIT and his Ph.D. in physics from Columbia University. He led a team of scientists and engineers working for Advanced Power Technologies Incorporated, a wholly owned subsidiary of ARCO. Eastlund's team developed the concept of a massive antenna array that could produce the kind of shield called for by President Reagan. The APTI patents that HAARP is probably based on openly discuss manipulating the weather by moving the jet stream and using other techniques to create floods and droughts at will. These patents also describe a way to raise the ionosphere, sending it out into space as an electrically charged plasma capable of destroying anything electronic passing through it. HAARP certainly looks like a ground-based Star Wars weapons system, a relic of the Cold War. But unlike most such relics, this one is up and running and now fully funded. In August of 2002, the Russian State Duma expressed concern about HAARP, calling it a program to develop a qualitatively new type of weapon. A joint commission of the State Duma's International Affairs and Defense Committees issued a report that said, under the high-frequency active auroral research program, the USA is creating new integral geophysical weapons that may influence the near-Earth medium with high-frequency radio waves. The significance of this qualitative leap could be compared to the transition from cold steel to firearms, or from conventional weapons to nuclear weapons. This new type of weapon differs from previous types in that the near-Earth medium becomes at once an object of direct influence and its component. The report further claimed that the USA's plan to carry out large-scale scientific experiments under the HAARP program, and not controlled by the global community, would create weapons capable of jamming radio communications, disrupting equipment installed on spaceships and rockets, provoke serious accidents in electricity networks and in oil and gas pipelines, and have a negative impact on the mental health of people populating entire regions. An appeal, signed by 90 deputies, demanding that an international ban be put on such large-scale geophysical experiments was sent to President Vladimir Putin, to the United Nations and other international organizations, to the parliaments and leaders of the UN member countries, to the scientific public and to mass media outlets. 162. Getting back to Dr. MacDonald. Among the coming advances he wrote about were manipulation or control over the weather and climate, including destructive use of ocean waves and melting or destabilizing of the polar ice caps, intentional ozone depletion, triggering earthquakes, and control of the human brain by utilizing the Earth's energy fields. Today the polar ice caps are indeed melting and holes in the ozone layer are growing. Could these be the handiwork of advanced weapons? What about earthquakes and mind control? Are we, the private citizens of the world, in the crosshairs of bizarre, unthinkable weapons? What about the Russian Duma's claim that HAARP could have a negative impact on the mental health of people populating entire regions of the globe? In Vandalism in the Sky, their seminal article on HAARP in Nexus magazine, Dr. Nick Bejic and Jean Manning describe how HAARP could be used to induce mental dysfunction, quoting from Brzezinski on a proposal from Dr. MacDonald saying, "Political strategists are tempted to exploit research on the brain and human behavior." Geophysicist Gordon J. F. MacDonald, specialist in problems of warfare, says accurately timed, artificially excited electronic stroke could lead to a pattern of oscillations that produce relatively high power levels over certain regions of the Earth. In this way, one could develop a system that would seriously impair the brain performance of very large populations in selected regions over an extended period. Studies of the effects of natural electromagnetic fields on animal and human biology date to as far back as 1935, and possibly even earlier. One such study successfully correlated the occurrences of solar-generated magnetic storms with increases in the incidence of such things as deaths from myocardial infarction, mental hospital admission, and automobile accidents. Russian studies of animals and humans experimentally exposed to electromagnetic fields found that such exposures induce hypermotility and impairment of conditioned reflexes. These would therefore be of keen interest to the behavioral scientist as well as to the climatologist. Dr. MacDonald commented on the possible use of the destructive effects of electromagnetic fields in the environment on human health and performance. He said that weapons systems could be developed that would increase the intensity of the electromagnetic field oscillating in the spherical-shaped cavity between the Earth and the ionosphere, and that these weapons could be used to seriously impair brain performance in very large populations in selected regions over an extended period, just as the Duma feared HAARP might do. Could HAARP, or another similar antenna elsewhere, be the source of North Korea's madness? Could Kim Jong-il be a true Manchurian candidate? And if so, whose? 163. In 1969, Dr. MacDonald wrote, "Our understanding of basic environmental science and technology is primitive, but still more primitive are our notions of the proper political forms and procedures to deal with the consequences of modification." It would appear that the gap between our understanding of environmental science and technology and our ability to grapple with this knowledge as a body politic has changed little in the intervening decades. You, my friend, must take action to create the necessary forms and procedures to deal with the consequences of modification. It is, after all, your planet. 164. The Bussard fusion reactor and its detractors: the bureaucratic plot against cheap energy. By William W. Flint. November 10, 2005. Doc Bussard was 77 years old. He was already in pain, but this latest setback had intensified it. For such an elegant, promising machine to come to such an ignominious end was nauseatingly painful to him. The WB-6 had represented his highest hopes for the future of humankind, and it was quite literally sitting there cooked in its own vacuum chamber. Its owner, Doc's company, was near bankruptcy. The annual lease on the Santa Fe lab had expired on November 1, and there was no money to renew it. Doc explained, the Iraq War budgets had been consuming everything in sight in Washington, and when it came time for the budget process for fiscal 2006, the total Navy R&D budget was cut by 26% across the board. We were a victim of that. Doc called the WB-6 a polywell, short for polyhedral potential well. Later, people started calling it a BFR, for Bussard fusion reactor. Others called it an IEC device, or a nuclear fusion reactor. The polywell used a positively charged, magnetically shielded grid to pull electrons into a dense ball of negative charge at the center of the grid. In turn, that electron ball of negative charge pulled positive ions of heavy hydrogen together, accelerating the ions to such a high speed that when they collided, they fused to make helium atoms and neutrons. This was nuclear fusion, and the polywell had done it very well, producing 2.5 billion fusion reactions per second, more than 100,000 times the previous record for ion acceleration devices. The total mass of the reacting heavy hydrogen was greater than the total mass of the helium and neutron products. Mass was most definitely not conserved in the polywell. The lost mass was released as energy in accordance with E equals mc2, Einstein's relativity equation. The symbol C2 represented a very large number, the speed of light squared 90 quadrillion meters squared per second squared 2. When a very small loss in mass was multiplied by this enormous number, the resulting product was correspondingly enormous. 165. 4 milligrams of deuterium would have lost about 0.0024 milligrams in fusing to make helium-3 and a neutron. But that 24/10,000 ths of a milligram could have produced enough energy to run a 5,000-watt electric generator for 12 hours, or enough energy to have driven his Honda Civic the 300 miles from Santa Fe to El Paso. These were dramatic ways of looking at the polywell's ability to change extremely small amounts of matter into vast amounts of energy. Doc knew that with proper funding the polywell could have been scaled up to become a 100 megawatt commercially viable nuclear fusion power plant. He also knew that the polywell could be made to use boron instead of heavy hydrogen. Boron is a harmless element found in boraxo trademark. This nuclear reaction would have produced no neutrons, and no ionizing radiation such as beta or gamma. The only product of the boron reaction would have been helium, which is completely harmless. He knew that the boron reaction would have produced no sulfate or nitrate air pollutants and no greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide or methane. From the standpoint of environmental pollution, the boron-fueled polywell power plant would have been vastly superior to traditional coal-fired or nuclear fission power plants. But after almost 20 years, struggling to research and develop the polywell on little more than a shoestring with occasional small handouts from the U.S. Navy, Doc's attempt to produce a vastly superior energy source with near-zero environmental impact had clearly come to an end. Nearly a year after shutting down the lab, Dr. Robert F. Bussard presented his work for the first time in more than a decade to the International Astronautical Congress. He later discussed his results with Google, the online search engine company, in a talk entitled "Should Google Go Nuclear?", which is widely available on the internet. In a letter to an internet forum on his 2005 results, Doc wrote that he believed the survival of our high-tech civilization depends on getting off of fossil fuels ASAP, and if we do not, we will descend into a growing series of oil wars and energy confrontations that can lead only to a huge cataclysm, which can be circumvented if only we build the clean fusion machines in time. The political reality is that oil companies have no interest in supporting fusion research. There is only one thing the oil companies want, and that is to sell oil, and more oil, and keep raising the price, until finally foolish solar and windmills become competitive. 166. Robert F. Bussard graduated in 1950 from UCLA with a degree in engineering. In 1953, he wrote a paper on nuclear rocket propulsion while he was at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. It got the attention of the Air Force, and the result was the start of a national nuclear rocket program in the spring of 1955. Doc described the work of his team. We ended up with a 250,000-ton thrust engine that could be cycled 40 times on and off. It ran hydrogen through graphite cores at very high temperatures, and produced a specific impulse 2.5 to 3 times higher than anything obtainable from chemical propulsion. The program ended up being controlled by NASA, who intended to use it for a 1978 manned Mars mission, but it fell flat due to wars between the chemical and nuclear rocket communities and the budget office. Then along came the Vietnam War, and that killed everything. Then, in frustration, he exclaimed, 50 years ago, we had nuclear rockets that could take people to Mars. Doc was recognized in 1960 for his design of the Bussard-Ramscoop interstellar space drive, made famous by Carl Sagan in his Cosmo series and used by such science fiction authors as Larry Niven and Poul Anderson. He received his doctorate in plasma physics from Princeton University in 1963. In the early 1970s, when he was an assistant director of the Atomic Energy Commission, He helped start the U.S. tokamak fusion program. Robert also designed a small variation of the tokamak, called the rigatron, in the late 1970s. These efforts led him to think seriously about how to work around the problems that plagued tokamak reactors. He thought it was a shame that the heavy hydrogen ions were so much more massive than electrons, because a tokamak would be able to magnetically confine electrons at high density far more easily than it was able to confine the tritium and deuterium ions. He knew that a spherical positive grid could be used to pull electrons into a ball of negative charge inside the grid, but he also knew that too many electrons got lost when they ran into that grid. Then he had an inspiration. He began to wonder if the grid could be magnetically insulated from the electrons, to keep them from striking the grid and getting lost. He thought that if he placed a circular magnetic coil on each face of a cube, with each coil pointing the same magnetic pole inward, it might form a working magnetic bottle for the electrons. This was the birth of a new idea, what he called the wiffle ball trademark concept, a quasi-spherical magnetic field with holes, inside of the positive grid, into which one could inject electrons. By 1987 he had become so confident in the concept, that he formed a new company, Energy Mass Conversion Corporation EMC2, to research it. He tested the first polywell, the WB1, 7 years later. We took our polywell concept to the Strategic Defense Office. 167. Where Jim Eisenstein was the technical director. He immediately understood what we were proposing, thought it was a great idea, and agreed to fund it through the Defense Nuclear Agency, which became DARPA. It was initially funded for $30 million, but a new technical director killed the funding after 4 months. The new director said, "We don't do fusion in DARPA." In 1994 Dr. Bussard gave a talk about his program to the Westinghouse Nuclear Society on Advanced Technology for the 21st Century. That talk was evidently successful, because the American Nuclear Society asked him to repeat it at their annual meeting in May. Doc said, "When I turned to our contract monitor and asked should we accept this invitation, he said, 'No. Now that you got this thing working, no more talks, don't go to any more physics conferences, don't write any papers, just lay quiet. Do your work and don't publish.'" So from that day in 1994 until November of 2005, Robert Bussard was embargoed from publishing anything about his polywell research. One consequence of the embargo was that during this time period he was not allowed to rebut his critics. The most articulate critic of the polywell was recent MIT graduate Todd Ryder, whose doctoral dissertation purportedly demonstrated that devices such as the polywell could not possibly produce net fusion. Almost certainly, this was one of the reasons that Bussard received such limited funding. Tom Ligon was an employee of EMC2 who worked for Drive Bussard during this same time period. He has a lot to say on the subject. You want to know why Dr. Bussard was embargoed by the Navy against publishing? The answer is a major pissing contest between the group funding him and somebody in the Office of Naval Research. You want to know who was funding Todd Ryder as he pursued his thesis? Look at the acknowledgments in it, which state, and I quote, "The author is partially owned and operated by a graduate fellowship from the Office of Naval Research." Ask yourself how a recent EE grad, new to plasma physics, comes up with the idea to tackle an entire field of fusion physics. Does he do this entirely on his own, or does a sponsor suggest it, and provide some guidance? I'm not criticizing this practice. I would guess this is the way most dissertations go. You find a sponsor and work on something that interests them, that they will know, can assist on, and can judge. Now realize that 1994 is the year Drive Bussard gave some extremely damning testimony to Congress regarding the fusion research programs in the Department of Energy, earning himself some highly motivated opponents, at least one of whom was causing trouble from ONR. If you ask Dr. Bussard directly about what he thinks of Dr. Ryder, he will very probably tell you exactly what he thinks. I'm not going to repeat it here. 168. The polite version is that Ryder selects his conditions to support his conclusions. And he doesn't listen when you try to explain how IEF machines actually work. The embargo was, at least in part, to prevent Dr. Bussard from responding to Ryder, due to the infighting going on within the Navy. I don't know the exact circumstances or motivations, probably would make good political intrigue. In fact, while he apparently does not like to refer to him by name, Dr. Bussard has basically addressed all of Ryder's objections. He has not ignored them. He tries to point out the way he believes the machines operate. I was witness, in fact, in 1995 to 96, to Dr. Bussard thinking Ryder had actually found a fatal flaw in the idea. He disappeared into his office for a couple of days of furious analysis and calculation, and emerged about the most jubilant I'd ever seen him. He'd discovered that not only was Ryder wrong, but the machine itself had held the built-in cure all along, and would work better than the original model had predicted. Frankly, I wish Dr. Bussard and Dr. Kroll would take off the gloves and rebut the critics for all they're worth. Later, the U.S. Navy funded the EMC-2 Polywell Research and Development Program with $12.7 million from 1999 to 2004. But $12.7 million was just not enough. 4 to 5 years and $200 million would be required to build a full-scale boron fusion plant that could produce net energy. Doc continued. Since 1989, in report after report, we've told the Navy and the Department of Defense that the cost of this program is $200 million. They've known this from the beginning. But they say, we can't do that because if we do that, it becomes visible to the staffers on Capitol Hill. Then everyone becomes aware that this is what the Navy is doing. The Department of Energy will see it, will say, no, you can't do that, we have the charter to make fusion. And at the end of the program, because they will co-opt it and shut the Navy down, so we get funded at a level below the radar level and the politics. The funding has always been way too small. We had a staff of 5 to 10 people working for 12 years. The result was that we learned the physics slowly and we learned it all. But engineering problems were way beyond such limited budgets. We couldn't run the machine steady state and we had to use small coils and capacitor banks. That made things very difficult. You don't have time, you have problems with the cooling, you can't control the gas flow. 169. To really make this work, we need expertise and assistance from companies like Westinghouse, GE, and Raytheon. For example, if you need 200 kV standoffs, you need someone like Westinghouse to design and build them. The major impediments have always been money. The problem is that most of the fusion research money has gone to various tokamaks and the NIF project in Livermore, California. As of 2008, the United States Department of Energy and other U.S. federal agencies have spent a total of approximately $18 billion on such programs. Creators of these devices intend to produce fusion by compressing and heating a plasma of deuterium and tritium. The tokamak uses a magnetic field to do this. Dr. Bussard comments, magnetic fields do not contain neutral plasma worth a darn, which is the tokamak problem. Then, talking about the polywell, he says, in contrast, in an electron acceleration device, all of the ions falling into the well acquire the same amount of energy, causing them all to have sufficient energy to make fusion. If you have a 500 kV well, you can do fusion, something essentially impossible for a tokamak design. In his earlier Valencia paper, he said, it is always possible to reach a condition of break-even power in with any fusion fuel combination. This is not the case in as these are severely limited by ion collisional losses to their wall. Dr. Nicholas Kroll, a top fusion researcher, is much more blunt. We have spent $15 billion studying tokamaks, and all we know about them is that they're no damn good. The polywell, much simpler and cheaper than NIF or the tokamak, can do boron fusion, which involves no neutrons and no radiation. In contrast, NIF and the tokamak can only do heavy hydrogen fusion, which produces neutrons and requires tritium, a fuel that is both radioactive and expensive. Of the billions of dollars that have been spent on fusion research over the past 50 years, only a few million has been spent on the polywell. One has to wonder how such a state of affairs can be possible. Ironically, part of the answer goes to Bussard himself. He helped start the U.S. tokamak fusion program in the early 1970s. Much later, in a June 6, 1995 letter to the U.S. Congress, Bussard tried to put an end to the tokamak boondoggle he had helped to create. He explained, "DOE is almost certainly not ever going to give the nation any safe, technically viable, or economically useful fusion power plants or systems. DOE commitment to, ensures only the need for very large budgets, and that is what the program has been about for the past 15 years, a defense of budget program, not a fusion achievement program. As one of the 3 people who created this program in the early 1970s, I know this to be true. We raised the budget in order to take 20% off the top of the larger funding, to try all of the things that the mainline labs would not try. Each of us left soon thereafter, and the second generation management thought the big program was real. It was not. One has to wonder why tokamak research continues." Doc thinks. "After we left, nobody understood we were doing it to raise enough money to scrape some money off the top to try and do some real things, and it became a budget program." Harry Lidsky, an MIT professor, wrote an article in the MIT Technology Review, "The Trouble with Fusion." The subject of his article was that when the program became large and budgeted, it ceased to a fusion research program. Instead, everyone focused on continuing the large budgets, year after year, so they could maintain their large-scale laboratories. It's a human failing. People want things to stay the way they are. In August 2007, Dr. Bussard got another $1.8 million in government funds, with the help of Alan Roberts, EMC2's longtime Navy contract monitor. Bussard's wife, Dolly Gray, who co-founded EMC2 with him in 1987 and served as its president and CEO, has helped to assemble another small team of scientists headed by Dr. Richard Nebel on leave from Los Alamos National Laboratory. Besides Nebel, 54, this new group includes Jae-Young Park, a 37-year-old physicist who is also on leave from LANL, Mike Ray, the physicist who ran the key 2005 tests, and Ray's brother, Kevin, who is the computer guru for the operation. Doc died in October of 2007. He had been dreadfully ill since shortly after the old lab had closed in 2005. That was a really sad time, but the new team is working hard to see his dream through. Their goal is to reproduce the WB6, improve on it, and have it hold together for peer review probably in early fall of 2008. They achieved first plasma on the new WB7 in early January 2008, and more recently, in June 2008, they have seen very encouraging results. Speaking about Robert Bussard, Richard Nebel said, "I've met and worked with a lot of really smart people. Not many were real innovators, and that's what he was. He would try to do things other people said you couldn't. He was a first-class guy, a super person, extremely innovative, a wonderful engineer," confirmed Robert Hirsch, Bussard's boss from the time they both served in the Atomic Energy Commission's Controlled Thermonuclear Reaction Division. About the polywell, Hirsch said Bussard 171 was swimming upstream as far as the fusion community was concerned. Unless somebody can repeat and show other people that it's operating, it's really not scientifically acceptable. But if the idea works the way he thinks it could, and there's a good chance he's right, it will not take a very big machine to show net energy. If this works, it's going to be a big deal. It could take the entire energy market, Nebel said. And drag the oil companies into the 21st century, Gray added. The controllers. 174. The Next Vietnam. By Colonel L. Fletcher Prouty. Critics of the Iraq War look back in vain for another foreign policy tack that better served U.S. interests. Boycotts against Iraq of food and medicine immediately preceding the war led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Iraqi children. The First Persian Gulf War preceded that, precipitated by the green light U.S. diplomat April Glaspie originally gave to Saddam Hussein to invade Kuwait. Prior to that, the U.S. sold weapons to both sides of the Iran-Iraq War. Of course, the Kurdish Holocaust in Iraq was brought on by expected U.S. military support that never happened. Indeed, the war critics can go all the way back to 1968, when the Baathists, and Saddam Hussein in particular, came to power with American help. That went little noticed at the time because the U.S. found itself much more wrapped up in the quagmire to which the current conflict is most often compared, Vietnam. The late Colonel Fletcher Prouty understood preemptive action perhaps better than most conspiracy researchers. Stationed in Christchurch, New Zealand at the time of the JFK assassination, he was alarmed to discover that a full profile with photo of Lee Harvey Oswald appeared in the local paper before the accused assassin was even charged with the crime. This led him to conclude that Kennedy had died as the result of a well-coordinated conspiracy and that, indeed, much U.S. foreign policy resulted from similar types of conspiratorial manipulation. Prouty's most known book, The Secret Team, linked the assassination to the earlier shoot-down of Gary Powers' U-2 plane, which Prouty characterized as a deliberate move to derail peace talks between Dwight Eisenhower and Nikita Khrushchev. Prouty claimed that JFK was killed because of his ambition to remove U.S. troops from Vietnam. He spent his later life as a citizen critic of his country, tirelessly working to expose secrets that he felt corrupted its ideals. He worked as a consultant to Oliver Stone's movie JFK, and his character appeared in it as Mr. X, the Pentagon back-channel played by Donald Sutherland to Kevin Costner's portrayal of prosecutor Jim Garrison. The fall of the Shah of Iran stymied the covert-op described by Prouty in the following essay, which first appeared 3 years before the Iranian 175 hostage crisis. Since then, a deal was struck with the Shah's emergent opposition cleric and ultimate successor as Iran's ruler, the Ayatollah Khomeini, to hold on to 52 American embassy hostages until Ronald Reagan won the U.S. presidential election over Jimmy Carter. That set up a pattern of trading with the enemy that eventually led to the Iran-Contra scandal, where illegal U.S. weapons sales to Iran funded an equally illegal war in Nicaragua. Prouty helped chronicle the long, sad ordeal of Iran's transformation from the situation described in the following into America's biggest enemy, poised now also as its next battlefront, and still perhaps its next Vietnam. Ken Thomas. In what must have been the greatest gathering of royalty and near royalty in the history of the world, hundreds of guests from Princess Grace of Monaco to Madame Onassis traveled to the ancient city of Persepolis in Iran to celebrate the crowning of the Shah as the true descendant and heir to the throne of Cyprus in October 1971, when the Empire of Cyprus celebrated its 2500th year. Reza Shah Pahlavi, the son of a one-time army general, not only wears this crown ceremoniously but, already surfeited with newly earned oil billions, he sees the new Iran as the fourth greatest nation on earth. At the same time, the former director of the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency sees Iran as the new Thailand, just as his predecessor, Gen. William Wild Bill Donovan made Thailand the base of clandestine American operations in Asia. Both men served nominally as ambassadors after having led the clandestine services of the U.S. In the fragile balance that has become part of life in the Middle East, Reza Shah Pahlavi, who openly despises his Arab neighbors, is now the man of destiny. Shortly after his royal guests left Persepolis, the proud Shah flexed his newfound oil muscles, and with London's prior agreement, took over 3 islands in the lower Persian Gulf: Abu Musa, Greater Tuns and Lesser Tuns. The islands are strategically situated for the shipment of oil. Arabs from Libya to Iraq rose in protest over this rash act. Libya nationalized British oil interests and withdrew all its funds from British banks. This was but a beginning. More recently, while Henry Kissinger was jetting from one capital to another in the Middle East, the Shah landed 1,500 of his U.S. styled and U.S. trained special forces in the Sheikhdom of Dhofar. The Shah claims that his troops were delivered in the U.S. made C-130 transport aircraft and that they landed at the invitation of the Sultan of Oman. Although the Assistant Secretary of State for Middle Eastern Affairs, Joseph Sisko, has said recently that the government of neighboring Yemen is under a leadership that is basically indigenous, the Shah believes that the rebels are supported by the USSR and Communist China. Few places in the world could be more remote and desolate than Salalah, the capital city of Dhofar. I have stopped there, and have been amazed to find it a large, man-made oasis of luxurious vegetation, including plums, 176 grapes, and bananas, all nurtured by an ancient irrigation system powered by blinded camels that drive a massive water wheel device that brings water from a deep well. Salalah is where the British purchased aircraft landing rights with Maria Theresa silver dollars minted every year by the British with the same date, 1780, because that was the date of the originals the then Sheikh possessed. Today this strange bit of green has become another outpost of the aggressive new Iran. To the east and across the Gulf of Oman, the Shah is rushing to completion of a huge new airport at the old landing ground of Jask, once the pioneering stop for BOAC and Air France. The old gravel field where we used to land the faithful DC-3 and C-47 transports of World War II is now being readied for the hottest jet fighters in the world, and for the very heavy C-135 Boeing, in-flight refueling tankers that will be added to the Shah's Air Force in the summer of 1974. On another front, the Shah has placed his elite forces on the border of Iraq, barely 100 miles east of Baghdad. Serious fighting has broken out in the area and neither side seem ready to give an inch. The passing years have seen other disputes between Arabs and Persians on the borders of the Gulf at oil-rich Kuwait and on the strategic island of Bahrain just across the shallow waters from the greatest oil deposits in the entire Middle East, the Aramco concessions in the eastern territories of Saudi Arabia. Only recently the age-old conflict between the Kurds and Iraq has broken out again into active fighting, and although the Shah would not want to be brought into any fight on his own long borders with the Kurds, whose lands lie between Iraq and Iran, some insiders believe that the Shah, with strong American assistance, may have made overtures to the wily old eagle of the mountains, the Kurdish General Mustafa al-Barzani. It is known that the United States has made available to the Kurds a number of old but still combat-effective F-105 fighter-bomber aircraft. Barzani's pilots are being trained in Iran and the F-105s will most likely operate and be maintained from Iranian airfields. In the heightening pressures of the coming Middle East war, this type of open-covered peacetime operation says more about the nature of the Iranian-American relationship than anything else. All of this would appear to be more of the same old Arab problem if it were not for several ominous incidents that signal the beginning of what seems destined to become another Vietnam. In the February 16, 1974 issue of The Nation, Senator Aberezk said, "At the moment when peace seems possible in the Middle East, the United States appears to be helping to sow the seeds for future conflict." Commenting on developments in southern Arabia west of Oman, the Christian Science Monitor has called that action a brewing mini-Vietnam. Already things have gone past the brewing stage, and past the point when, in a similar situation, John Kennedy became president and inherited 15 years of clandestine developments in Indochina. In what must be one of the most unusual and ominous bits of big industry advertisements seen in many years, the Boeing company inserted the following in the January 1977 issue of Air Force magazine, the official 177 voice of the Air Force Association and the unofficial but weighty voice of the U.S. Air Force. Maintain Boeing tankers in Iran. The Logistics Support Corporation, an affiliate of Boeing, is seeking qualified veterans or persons who are now separating from the military to service and maintain new 707 tankers in Iran. LAC is under contract to the Iranian Air Force to provide training for aerial tanker operations beginning in mid-1974. Assignment is for 3 or more years. This advertisement means a lot more than it says. Years ago it was my job to provide cover for CIA units around the world. In many cases we used the name Logistics Support Group, Logistics Support Activity etc. and, as in the well-known Cuban Bay of Pigs affair, The agency established many of these covert units as commercial arrangements even when they were going to use sheep-dipped military personnel. This would not be unusual in Iran, and there may well be such a clandestine arrangement with this Boeing Logistics Support Corporation. The CIA played the major role of overthrowing the government of Premier Mossadegh in 1953 and has been very powerful and influential in Iran ever since. Note that the former Director of Central Intelligence, Richard Helms, served as ambassador to Iran from 1973 to 1977. The CIA's not-so-secret private cover airline, Air America, was instrumental in helping the Shah set up the Iranian national airline, Air Iran, and for many years the CIA, through an affiliate of Air America, took care of maintenance for Air Iran. Now that the Shah has 300 fighter bombers, 80 of them U.S. built F-4S of an early type and 100 more on order of the most advanced model, he can use aerial refueling tankers to make it possible for him to deploy those first-line aircraft against any target in the Middle East. Not only has the Shah built up a large air force, but he now has a fleet of 700 helicopters that includes 200 gunships, 18 giant Chinooks, and 18 anti-submarine warfare models. 700 helicopters require not less than 7,000 highly skilled maintenance personnel if they are to be used effectively in any kind of operational activity, training or combat. According to the testimony of an Army expert extracted from the Congressional Record, it takes about 24 man-hours of maintenance for each hour of helicopter operations. The point is that the Shah has an American military assistance group of about 1,000 men, most of whom, it must be assumed, are performing administrative and training functions. This means that he must rely on outside covert help for his logistics and operational support. And this type of support is usually provided by the CIA. It is exactly the sort of morass that got the United States involved so heavily in Vietnam before the Congress and the general public discovered. 178. What was going on? The movement of helicopters to South Vietnam from Laos by the CIA was the first step that led to the massive American involvement in Vietnam. It is not the usual game of jockeying for position that we are witnessing in the Middle East. It is not Iraq, or the Kurds, or the Sultan of Oman, or the Sheikh of Yemen whom we are watching. Inevitably, in the words of Simon Head, in the March 21, 1977 issue of the New York Review of Books, the fragile balance is not going to survive, it has been upset, by the rising strength of two regional powers, Iran and Saudi Arabia. For both, the source of this new strength is oil. As in Southeast Asia, the new Thailand, the new base of American involvement, is Iran. The new Vietnam will be that national that breaks first and becomes threatened by subversive insurgency. With the Shah tightening the noose around both Iraq and Saudi Arabia, it will be either one of them. Then Iran, with American aid, will dash in to save them from dreaded communism and they will suffer the fate of a Vietnamese liberation. And because all of this preparation is going ahead covertly, in secrecy and by deception, we may never know how we became involved until it is too late. 179. Jim Jones and the People's Temple. By Jim Hoogan. Introduction. What follows is a work in progress about Jim Jones and the People's Temple. Insofar as it has a central thesis, it is that Jones initiated the 1978 massacre at Jonestown, Guyana, because he feared that Congressman Leo Ryan's investigation would disgrace him. Specifically, Jones was afraid that Ryan and the press would uncover evidence that the leftist founder of the People's Temple was for many years an asset of the FBI and the CIA. This fear was, I believe, mirrored in various precincts of the U.S. intelligence community, which worried that Ryan's investigation would embarrass the CIA by linking Jones to some of the agency's most volatile programs, including mind control studies and operations such as MKUltra. This is, I believe, why Jones' 201 file was purged by the CIA immediately after Jones' case officer, Dan Mitrian, was murdered in Montevideo, Uruguay. What I believe and what I can prove are, in some instances, two different things. There is no smoking gun in the pages that follow. But I think the reader will agree that there are certainly a great many empty cartridges lying about, enough, perhaps, to stimulate further investigation by others. That said, it should be added that I am hardly the first to suggest that the Jonestown massacre was the outcome of someone's secret machinations. The affair is inherently mysterious, and conspiracy theories abound, the most prominent among them that Jonestown was a CIA mind control experiment. This is a view that's been put forward in a number of venues. Congressman Ryan's close friend and chief of staff, Joe Halsinger, is persuaded of it. The respectable Edwin Mellon Press has published a book on the subject. And professional conspiracists such as John Judge have embraced the thesis wholeheartedly. I suspect they're mistaken. In some ways, the truth is even darker. 180. I.1 Ryan and the numbers. In the fall of 1978, with Thanksgiving less than 2 weeks away, Congressman Leo Ryan flew to Georgetown, Guyana, accompanied by a contingent of concerned relatives and members of the press. The purpose of the trip was at once simple and difficult: to determine whether or not American citizens were being abused or held against their will at the People's Temple agricultural settlement in Jonestown. Reports to that effect had been received from a number of sources, including former members of the temple, their relatives, and the press. Whether those reports should be believed was a separate matter. An American-based political organization that used the trappings of religion to attract members and avoid taxes, the temple was a controversial institution, a personality cult that put itself forward as a vehicle of apostolic socialism. Though its membership was predominantly black, the group was run by a white matriarchy that was, in turn, under the spell of a Bible-hating, charismatic sadist named Jim Jones. Escorted by Richard Dwyer, Deputy Chief of Mission at the U.S. Embassy, Congressman Ryan and a part of his contingent visited the remote commune on the afternoon of November 17, a Friday. Though the visit was an unwelcome one, and filled with tension, temple attorneys Charles Gary and Mark Lane arranged for the delegation to be given a tour of the settlement, food, and a place to sleep. Accordingly, members of the Ryan Party met with the temple's leader, Jim Jones, and spoke with many of the organization's rank and file. Speeches and entertainment went on until late at night. By Saturday afternoon, November 18, though Ryan himself had spoken favorably about several aspects of the settlement, a number of defectors had declared themselves, saying that they wanted to leave. It was then, as the congressman and his company were preparing to depart, that Ryan was suddenly, freakishly, attacked by a knife-wielding man. Though the scuffle was quickly broken up, and Ryan uninjured, the provocation put an end to the uneasy truce that both sides had cultivated. Driven to the airstrip at Port Kaituma, where 2 small planes waited for them, Ryan and his party were ambushed as they prepared to embark. When the shooting ended, 5 people, including the congressman, lay dead on the tarmac. Nearby, and in the surrounding jungle, survivors of the delegation, having fled from the shooting, hid from sight, tending each other's wounds. Meanwhile, as the death squad returned to Jonestown, one of the small planes, its engine damaged, took off for Georgetown, transporting both flight crews and all the bad news it could carry. As night fell, both the wounded and the well concealed themselves in a rum shop at Port Kaituma, awaiting evacuation in the morning. Meanwhile, some 5 miles away, and unknown to anyone in Port Kaituma, a Holocaust was unfolding in Jonestown. Guyanese defense forces arrived at the airstrip shortly after dawn that 181. Sunday morning. Securing the runway, the troops turned toward Jonestown, marching down the long, rough road to the commune. Arriving there at mid-morning, they were horrified to find a field of cadavers, men, women, and children lying in an arc around the settlement's central pavilion. Some 200 bodies were quickly counted, but the numbers of dead continued to climb throughout the days that followed. Revisions to the toll were continual, and sickening: 363, 405, 775, 800, 869, 910, 912, 913. To newspaper readers and watchers of the evening news, it seemed almost as if the slaughter was ongoing, rather than a fait accompli. Amid the confusion and horror, the escalating body count provoked suspicions, though explanations abounded. It was said, for example, that the count was consistently low because the bodies of children lay unseen beneath the corpses of adults. Skeptics, however, pointed out that some of the earliest reports listed 82 children among 363 dead. 5. It seemed fair to say, therefore, that the children's presence was known from the beginning, and ought to have been taken into account. Moreover, even if the dead had been counted from the air, and even if one assumed that all of the children had been hidden from sight, which, as photos attest, was not the case, the body count ought to have been more than 600 from the very first day. But it wasn't. Of course, conditions were primitive, and the circumstances ghastly. Mistakes were inevitable. Nevertheless, 789 American passports had been found at Jonestown within a few hours of the troops' arrival. 6. This discovery, coupled with the low body count, had somehow caused those at the scene to believe that hundreds of cultists were missing. Indeed, it was to find these supposedly missing Templars that military search parties were sent by foot, plane, and helicopter to comb the surrounding area. And meanwhile, incredibly, the dead lay in plain sight, more than 500 of them in an area the size of a football field. It was nearly a week, then, before the body count stabilized at 913, and, when it did, skeptics wondered how it was possible that 363 bodies had concealed 550, particularly when 82 of the 363 were said to have been small children. Even mathematically, and from its inception, Jonestown did not make sense. Something was wrong with the reports from the very first day. I point to the cause and manner of death. More than 900 men, women, and children were suddenly, violently dead under circumstances that, even at this late date, remain mind-boggling. The mounting body count, as well as the subsequent handling of the bodies, threatened to make conspiracy theorists of even the most gullible. It was alleged, of course, in newspapers and instant books, 7. that upwards of 1,000 brainwashed religious fanatics committed suicide in the jungle because their leader, Jim Jones, told them to. One by one, they'd 182 come forward without protest to drink cyanide-laced Kool-Aid from a vat. 8. It was as simple as that. Jonestown was proof positive of the effectiveness of brainwashing, and of the dangers inherent in the new religions. As it happened, however, this was only a theory and, as it turned out, an inaccurate one. Viz., 7 months after the massacre, the New England Journal of Medicine commented on the handling of the bodies at Jonestown. 9. Citing the criticisms of forensic experts and organizations, 10. The journal noted that only 1/3 of the bodies at Jonestown had been positively identified more than 6 months after the massacre, no death certificates had been obtained on any of those who died in Guyana. A medico-legal autopsy ought to have been performed on every body to establish the cause and manner of death in each case. In fact, however, only 7 autopsies were carried out among the 913 victims, an appalling figure. Even then, the autopsies that were carried out were hardly conclusive. All of the bodies had been embalmed in Guyana, using a procedure that ripped up the internal organs, almost a month before the autopsies were conducted. 11. This was unfortunate, to say the least. 12. Indeed, 6 leading medical examiners described the handling of the bodies as inept, incompetent, embarrassing, and a case of doing it backwards. 13. Dr. Rudiger Breitnecker, who assisted at the 7 autopsies, agreed. There had been a series of errors, he said. We shuddered about the degree of ineptness. 14. Despite the difficulties, probable cyanide poisoning was listed as the cause of death in 5 of the 7 autopsy reports, though, as it happened, only one of the 5 bodies, that of Maria Katsaris, showed any traces of cyanide. 15. Still, the suspicion of cyanide poisoning in the absence of cyanide itself is not as strange as it may at first seem. As one of the examining physicians pointed out, cyanide is unstable in the postmortem interval. Perhaps, then, it broke down in the victim's tissues. In any case, the relevant body fluids may have been contaminated by the embalming process itself, or, in the course of that procedure, the fluids may have been diluted or discarded. The fact that diphenhydramine was found in the stomachs of several victims and in the poison vat as well, suggested that the victims had drunk from the vat's contents. That the contents of the vat included cyanide could not, however, be proven from an examination of the vat itself, which, upon study, betrayed no traces of the poison. 16. 183. Probable cyanide poisoning was, therefore, a conclusion based upon circumstantial evidence, i.e., reports, including press reports, from the scene. These accounts noted the presence of cyanide salts in the inventory of Jonestown's medical dispensary, and, also, the discovery of cyanide in syringes and bottles in the area around the pavilion. Finally, there was the account of Dr. Leslie Mutu, chief medical examiner and senior bacteriologist for Guyana, who examined scores of bodies within a day or two of the disaster. According to Dr. Mutu, who labored long and hard taking specimens and samples from many of the dead, cyanide was present in the stomachs of most of those whom he examined. Unfortunately, evidence of his findings disappeared soon after it was collected. According to Dr. Mutu, his specimens and samples were given to a representative of the American Embassy in Georgetown, expecting that they would be forwarded to American forensic pathologists. They weren't. No one knows what happened to them. Of the two remaining bodies that were autopsied, Jim Jones was found to have been killed by a gunshot wound to the head. As for Temple Member and Moore, her death was attributed to two causes because it was impossible to say which came first. She had been shot in the head, and, unlike the others, a massive quantity of cyanide was found in her body's tissues. All in all, physicians were able to determine the cause of death in only 2 of the more than 900 cases, though Dr. Mutu's field work lent considerable weight to the conclusion that most had died of cyanide poisoning. As for the manner of death, whether suicide or homicide, the best evidence was again Dr. Mutu's. The Guyanese physician, trained in London and Vienna, concluded that more than 700 of the victims had been murdered. This conclusion was based on several observations. In the case of the 260 children, for example, they could hardly be held responsible for their own deaths. They'd been killed by others. As for the adults, Dr. Mutu reported that 83 of the 100 bodies that he examined had needle punctures on the backs of their shoulders, suggesting that they had been forcibly held down and injected against their will. 17 Moreover, Dr. Mutu noted, syringes containing cyanide, but lacking needles, lay everywhere on the ground at Jonestown, a circumstance which led him to conclude that the syringes had been used to squirt poison into the mouths of those who'd refused to drink. Still others seemed to have duped into thinking that they were taking tranquilizers. Bottles containing potassium cyanide, but labeled Valium, were scattered on the ground around the pavilion. 18 Based upon this evidence, a conservative estimate would be that as many as 700, and possibly more, of Jonestown's victims were murdered. No other conclusion seems reasonable. Once Dr. Mutu's findings are accepted with respect to the cause of death, cyanide poisoning, we have 184. Little choice than to accept his judgment upon the manner in which the vast majority of the victims died. As the only physician to gather evidence at the scene and to examine the dead where they lay, Dr. Mutu based his findings upon the best evidence that was available. An eyewitness account would help to answer many of the lingering questions, but none would appear to be forthcoming. Those who survived the massacre, Charles Gary, Mark Lane, the Carter brothers, Michael Prox, Odell Rhodes, and others, did so because they fled the scene. 19 The only exceptions to this were an elderly woman named Hyacinth Thrush, who slept through the massacre and remembered nothing of it, a man named Johnny Cobb, who hid through the night in a tree, 20 and a third person whose identity will be discussed subsequently. Just as the cause and manner of death were to be obscured by the decision to embalm the corpses before they could be autopsied, the identities of those who died were also encrypted. Why this was so is a mystery in its own right. Lots of people had identification tags on their wrists, usually their right one, said Frank Johnston, an American magazine photographer who toured the commune shortly after the massacre. 21 Some of these tags were handmade, apparently by the communards themselves, while others were issued by the medical clinic at Jonestown. Still other victims had been identified on the ground by Miss Thrush and others who'd known them. These bodies had then been tagged by the military. Relatives of the dead, including Johnny Cobb, saw the tags. So did anyone who glanced at the cover of Newsweek in which the massacre was reported. Inexplicably, however, the wrist identification bracelets and tags were removed prior to the body's return to the United States. As Dr. Muta's evidence established, most of the people at Jonestown were murdered. How is it, then, that Jonestown has become synonymous with mass suicide? An after-action report of the Joint Chiefs of Staff establishes a chronology. According to the Pentagon, which took responsibility for transporting the dead back to the United States, the National Military Command Center was first notified of a disaster in Guyana at 7:18 p.m. on Saturday, November 18. 22 This information, apparently based upon the reports brought back from Port Kaituma by the escaping small plane, was that Congressman Ryan had been shot at the Jungle airstrip. At 8:15 p.m., a Department of Defense medevac was requested by the State Department. Its mission, to evacuate the wounded from Port Kaituma, and to return the bodies of those who had been killed at the airstrip. 23 At 8:49 p.m., the State Department relayed a request from the Prime Minister of Guyana, Forbes Burnham, asking that a pathologist accompany the medevac. At 3:04 a.m. on November 19, the C-141 medevac left Charleston, NC for Guyana. 185. 25 minutes later, at 3:29 a.m., the JCS chronology indicates that CIA NOI-1 reports mass suicides at Jonestown. 24 All entries in the JCS chronology are Eastern Standard Time. In Guyana, however, it was 1 hour and 15 minutes later than it was in Washington, D.C. Which means that the CIA notified the Defense Department of the mass suicides at 4:44 a.m. This is clearly one of the most important mysteries in the entire affair. How did the CIA know that anyone was dead in Jonestown, let alone so many, as to justify the notion of mass suicides? And how could it be so mistakenly certain of the manner in which the dead had died, i.e., suicide as opposed to murder? Obviously, the CIA somehow learned of the massacre in Guyana prior to 4:44 a.m. Which is to say, while it was still dark, and hours before Guyanese defense forces arrived at the commune. So how did they know? Until very recently, the evidence pointed to Richard Dwyer, Deputy Chief of Mission at the U.S. Embassy in Georgetown. It was Dwyer who accompanied Ryan to Jonestown, and it was Dwyer who was at the congressman's side when bullets began to fly at the Port Kaituma airstrip. A Princeton graduate and Foreign Service officer, Dwyer was widely suspected of being the CIA station chief in Guyana. Having joined the State Department's Bureau of Intelligence and Research in 1959, he'd served in the fly-blown capitals of Syria, Egypt, Bulgaria, and Chad, before washing up in Guyana. In the course of his travels, he'd been identified as a CIA officer by Dr. Julius Mader, an East German academician with ties to the Stasi intelligence service. 25 In Guyana, the former Guyanese Minister of Information, Kit Nascimento, confirmed the identification, stating flat out that Dwyer was the CIA's chief of station in Georgetown. Both Mader and Nascimento were mistaken. In fact, the CIA station chief in Guyana was a colleague of Dwyer's, working under State Department cover at the embassy. This was James Adkins, who would later come a cropper in the Iran-Contra hearings, during which he was criticized for what might be characterized as overachievement on behalf of the Contras in the early 1980s. He eventually resigned from the CIA. Adkins is important to the story because it was he who first learned of the murders and suicides at Jonestown. At the Temple's residence in Georgetown, a modest house called Lamaha Gardens, a woman named Sharon Amos learned of the ambush by radio, and of Jones' decision to pull the plug on more than 900 lives. Taking her children into the bathroom, Mother Amos obediently slit her kids' throats, then took her own life in despair. News of the horror quickly got out, but nothing was heard from Jonestown. Jonestown was a black hole. When the embassy learned of the ambush at Port Kaituma, Adkins got on the radio and stayed on the radio for hours listening hard. For a long while, nothing could be heard. But in the early morning hours of November 19, the 186 voice of Odell Rhodes was suddenly heard, transmitting almost hysterically. After witnessing so many murders and suicides, Rhodes had used a pretext to get past a cordon sanitaire of temple guards armed with shotguns and crossbows. Reaching the relative safety of the surrounding jungle, he'd made his way to the little police station in nearby Matthews Ridge. It was from there that he broadcast the report that stunned Adkins. As for Dwyer, he appears to have played a courageous role at the airstrip that night, taking care of the wounded and the dead at considerable risk to himself. Even so, mysteries remain. One of them concerns the so-called last tape. This was a cassette found in a tape recorder beside Jim Jones' lifeless body. On the tape, we can hear people wailing and screaming, as Jones asks, "And what comes, folks, what comes now?" On man 26, "Everybody, hold it. Sit down right here, Jones, say peace, say peace, say peace, say peace, what comes, don't let, take Dwyer on down to the middle of the East House. Take Dwyer on down. On woman, everybody be quiet, please. On man, show you got some respect for our lives. 27 on man, let me sit down, sit down, sit down. Jones, I know. I tried so very very hard. Get Dwyer out of here before something happens to him. On man, J. Yara. Jones, I'm not talking about J. Yara, I said Dwyer. The last tape is anything but indistinct, and it would seem to suggest that Richard Dwyer returned to Jonestown after the ambush at Port Kaituma. Jones appears to be ordering his followers to protect Dwyer by taking him to East House. There is no other Dwyer associated with the People's Temple, so it would seem reasonable to conclude that it was Richard Dwyer whom Jones hoped to protect. Why he should want to do so is a mystery. According to Dwyer himself, the incident never occurred. He did not leave Port Kaituma that evening, but stayed there to take care of the wounded. If, as some have testified, he seemed to be elsewhere, that can only be because he was moving back and forth between the two locations at which the wounded were being kept. What reasons people may have had for saying these things, I don't know, Dwyer has testified. I was not present in the tavern, obviously, when I was at the tent. I wasn't present in the tent when I was in the tavern. But that's it. 28. 187. I.3 Dr. Sukadu and Dr. Hirsch. The CIA's relationship to Jim Jones and the People's Temple, and therefore to the Jonestown Massacre, is an important issue that will be discussed in subsequent pages. Here, however, we are concerned with the initial reports of the massacre. And, in particular, with those responsible for labeling the disaster a mass suicide contrary to the evidence being gathered by Dr. Mudu. And while the CIA report was undoubtedly a significant source of misinformation, an even more important source of spin was a psychiatrist named Dr. Hardat Sukhdeo. Dr. Sukhdeo is, or was then, an anti-cult activist whose principal interests are homicide, suicide, and the behavior of animals in electromagnetic fields. His arrival in Georgetown on November 27, 1978 came only 3 weeks after he had been named as a defendant in a controversial deprogramming case. 29 It is not entirely surprising, then, that within hours of his arrival in the capital, Dr. Sukhdeo began giving interviews to the press, including the New York Times, explaining what had happened. Jim Jones, he said, was a genius of mind control, a master. He knew exactly what he was doing. I have never seen anything like this, but the jungle, the isolation, gave him absolute control. Just what Dr. Sukhdev had been able to see in his few minutes in Georgetown is unclear. But his importance in shaping the story is undoubted. He was one of the few civilian professionals at the scene, and his task was, quite simply, to help the press make sense of what had happened and to console those who had survived. He was widely quoted, and what he had to say was immediately echoed by colleagues back in the States. That Sukhdev's opinions were preconceived, rather than based upon evidence, seems obvious. Nevertheless, it is clear that he was aware of the work that Dr. Muthu had done which, as we have seen, contradicted Sukhdev's statements about mass suicides. In an interview with Time, Sukhdev refers to an autopsy that had been performed on Jim Jones in Guyana. This can only have been a reference to Dr. Muthu's somewhat cursory examination, in which Jones was slit open on the ground. It is difficult to understand how Sukhdev could have been aware of that procedures having been conducted without also knowing of Muthu's finding that most of the victims had been murdered. Dr. Sukhdev was himself a native of Guyana, though a resident of the United States. He claimed at the time that he'd come to Georgetown at his own expense to counsel and study those who had survived. But that is in dispute. According to his own attorney, Robert Bockelman, the psychiatrist retained him to prevent his having to testify at the Larry Layton trial in San Francisco. Dr. Sukhdev's primary concern, according to Bockelman, was that it should not be revealed that the State Department had paid his way to 188. Guyana. You see the problem. Was Sukhdev there to help the survivors or to debrief them on behalf of some other person or agency? 30. Nor was this all. Prior to retaining counsel in San Francisco, Dr. Sukhdev had himself been retained by Larry Layton's defense attorneys and family. 31. And, during the time that he was helping Layton's defense, Dr. Sukhdev was meeting surreptitiously, according to his own lawyer, with FBI agents. Asked about this, Sukhdev says that at no time during these meetings did he disclose any confidential communications between himself and Layton. 32. The suggestion that drives Sukhdev may have secretly debriefed Jonestown survivors on behalf of the State Department may seem unduly suspicious. On the other hand, a certain amount of suspicion would seem prudent when discussing the unsolved deaths of more than 900 Americans who, in the weeks before they died, were preparing to defect en masse to the Soviet Union. The government's interest in this matter would logically have been intense. 33. It is true, of course, that not every psychiatrist agreed with Dr. Sukhdev's analysis. Dr. Stephen P. Hirsch, then Assistant Director of the National Institute of Mental Health, commented that the charges of brainwashing are clearly exaggerated. The concept of thought control by cult leaders is elusive, difficult to define and even more difficult to prove. Because cult converts adopt beliefs that seem bizarre to their families and friends, it does not follow that their choices are being dictated by cult leaders. The massacre, according to Dr. Hirsch, was an isolated thing and not something the public should fear from other groups. We have no information that are vulnerable to this type of extreme behavior, Dr. Hirsch said. 34. That said, there is more at stake here than public perceptions. Investigators of the Guyana tragedy have a responsibility to both the living and the dead, to find out what actually happened, and to make certain that it cannot happen again. 2.1 The dog that didn't bark. To understand the fate of the People's Temple, one must first understand why the intelligence community seemed to ignore the organization for so long, appearing to become interested in it only when Congressman Ryan began his investigation. Consider, the People's Temple was created in the political deep freeze of the 1950s. From its inception, it was a left-wing ally of black activist groups that were, in many cases, under FBI surveillance. 35. During the 1960s, when the Bureau and the CIA mounted operations COINTELPRO and Chaos to infiltrate and 189. disrupt black militant organizations and the left, the temple went out of its way to forge alliances with leaders of those same organizations, example with the Black Panthers' Huey Newton and with the Communist Party's Angela Davis. And yet, despite these associations, and its ultra-left orientation, we are told that the temple was not a target of investigation by either intelligence agency. In the early 1970s, suspicions began to surface in the press, implicating the People's Temple in an array of allegations including gun running, drug smuggling, kidnapping, murder, brainwashing, extortion and torture. Under attack at home, and feeling the pressure abroad, temple officials undertook secret negotiations with the Soviet embassy in Georgetown, laying the groundwork for the en masse defection of more than 1,000 poor Americans. According to the CIA, it took no interest in these discussions. Nevertheless, when Congressman Ryan began to scrutinize the temple in 1978, two things happened. First, according to his aides, he was stonewalled by the State Department. Second, upon arriving in Guyana, he was given an escort who had been identified a decade earlier as a ranking CIA officer. 36. The second fact would seem to explain how it is that the CIA was the first to learn of the deaths at Jonestown, describing them as mass suicides hours before the bodies were discovered by the Guyanese Defense Forces. Under the circumstances, only the most naive could fail to be skeptical of the disinterested stance that the FBI and the CIA claim to have taken. But what does it mean? Why would these agencies give a de facto grant of immunity to the People's Temple? And why would the CIA maneuver its chief of station into position to surveil Congressman Ryan, the co-author of legislation curtailing CIA activities abroad, on his trip to Jonestown? The answers to those questions are embedded in the contradictions of Jones' past and, in particular, in that most mysterious period in the preacherman's life, the 1960-64 interregnum that every biographer has preferred to gloss over. As I intend to show, the enigmas of Jones' beginnings do much to explain the bloodshed at the end. 2.2 Jones and Mitrian in Richmond. Jim Jones was born in Crete, Indiana in 1931. When he was 3, he moved with his family to the town of Lynn. His father was a partially disabled World War I vet. Embittered by the Depression and unable to find work, he is alleged to have been a member of the Ku Klux Klan. Jones' mother, on the other hand, was well liked, a hard-working woman who is universally credited with keeping the family together. Jones' religious upbringing took place outside his own family. Myrtle Kennedy, a friend of his mother's who lived nearby, saw to it that he went to Sunday school, and gave him instruction in the Bible. While not yet 190. A teenager, Jones began to experiment, attending the services of several churches. 37. Before long, he came under the spell of a fanatical woman evangelist, the leader of faith-healing revivals at the Gospel Tabernacle Church on the edge of town. 38. Whether there was more to their relationship than that of a priestess and her protege is unknown, but it is a fact that Jones' association with the woman coincided with the onset of nightmares. According to Jones' mother, he was terrorized by dreams in which a snake figured prominently. 39. Whatever the nature of his relationship to the lady evangelist, Jones soon found himself in the pulpit, dressed in a white sheet, thumping the Bible. The protege was a prodigy and, by all accounts, he loved the attention. In 1947, 15 years old and still a resident of Lynn, Jones began preaching in a sidewalk ministry on the wrong side of the tracks in Richmond, Indiana, 16 miles from his home. Why he traveled to Richmond to deliver his message, and why he picked a working-class black neighborhood in which to do it, is uncertain. What is certain, however, is that, while in Richmond, Jones established a relationship with a man named Dan Mitrian. Like the child evangelist, Mitrian would one day become internationally notorious and, like Jones, his violent death in South America would generate headlines around the world. As Jones told his followers in Guyana, "There was one guy that I knew growing up in Richmond, a cruel person, even as a kid, a vicious racist Dan Mitrian." 40 Myrtle Kennedy has confirmed that the two men knew one another, saying that they were friends. 41 That Jones knew Mitrian is strange coincidence, but not entirely surprising. A Navy veteran who joined the Richmond Police Department in 1945, Mitrian worked his way up through the ranks as a patrolman, a juvenile officer and, finally, chief of police. It is unlikely that he would have overlooked the strange white boy from Lynn preaching on the sidewalk to blacks in front of a working-class bar on the industrial side of town. What is surprising about Jones' statement, however, is his description of Mitrian as a vicious racist. There is nothing anywhere else to suggest that Mitrian held any particular views on the subject of race. Communism, certainly, but race. Number 42, which is to say that either Jones was wrong about the Richmond cop, or else he knew something about Dan Mitrian that other people did not. If Mitrian were to play no further part in Jones' story, there would be little reason to speculate any further about their relationship. But, as we'll see, Jones and Mitrian cross each other's paths repeatedly, and in the most unlikely places. Neither family friends nor playmates, their relationship must have been based upon something. But what? Two possibilities suggest themselves: either Mitrian was counseling Jones in the way policemen sometimes counsel children, or their relationship, 191, may have been professional. That is to say, Mitrian may have recruited Jones as an informant within the black community. This second possibility is one to which we'll have reason to return. 2.3 Jones in the 50s. Very little research seems to have been carried out by anyone with respect to Jones' early career. It is almost as if his biographers are uninterested in him until he begins to go off the deep end. This is unfortunate, particularly in light of the possibility that Jones may have been a police or FBI informant, gathering racial intelligence for the Bureau's files. What is known about his early career is, therefore, known only in outline. He graduated from Richmond High School in about January, 1949, and began attending the University of Indiana at Bloomington. 43 He was married to his high school sweetheart, Marceline Baldwin, in June of the same year. In the summer of 1951, Jones moved to Indianapolis to study law as an undergraduate. While there, he began to attend political meetings of an uncertain kind. Ronnie Baldwin, Marceline's younger cousin, was living with the Joneses at the time. And though he was only 11 years old, Baldwin recalls that Jones sometimes took him to political lectures. On one such outing, Baldwin remembers, he and Jones went to a church-like auditorium where communism was under discussion. They didn't stay long, however. Soon after they'd arrived, someone came up to Jones and whispered in his ear, whereupon Jones took his ward by the arm and exited hurriedly. Outside, Jones said good evening to a man whom Baldwin believes was an FBI agent. 44 It's a peculiar story, and Jones' biographers don't seem to know what to make of it. What sort of meeting could it have been? The assumption is made, in light of Jones' later politics, that it was a leftist soiree of some kind. After all, they were talking about communism. But that makes very little sense. Indianapolis was a very conservative city in 1951. Joe McCarthy was on the horizon, and the Korean War was beginning to take its toll. If communism was being discussed in anything other than whispers, or anywhere else than a backroom, the debate was almost certainly one-sided and thumbs down. It was at about this same time that Jones gave up the study of law and, to everyone's surprise, decided to become a minister. By 1952, he was a student pastor at the Somerset Methodist Church in Indianapolis and, in 1953, made his evangelical debut at a ministerial seminar in Detroit, Michigan. By 1954, Jones had established the Community Unity Church in Indianapolis, while preaching also at the Laurel Tabernacle. To raise money, he began selling monkeys door to door. 45 By 1956, Jones had established the Wings of Deliverance Church as a successor to Community Unity. Almost immediately, the church was christened the People's Temple. The inspiration for its new name stemmed 192. From the fact that the church was housed in what was formerly a Jewish synagogue, a temple that Jones had purchased, with little or no money down, for $50,000. Ironically, the man who gave the People's Temple its start was the Rabbi Maurice Davis. It was he who sold the synagogue to Jones on such remarkably generous terms. Today, Rabbi Davis is a prominent anti-cult activist, a sometime deprogrammer, and an associate of Dr. Hardat Sukhdeo. 2.4 Jones and Father Divine. By the late 1950s, the People's Temple was a success, with a congregation of more than 2,000 people. Still, Jones had even larger ambitions and, to accommodate them, became the improbable protege of an extremely improbable man. This was Father Divine, the Philadelphia-based Black Messiah whose peace mission movement attracted tens of thousands of Black adherents and the close attention of the FBI, while earning its founder an annual income in 7 figures. For whatever reasons, beginning in about 1956, Jones made repeated pilgrimages to the Black evangelists' headquarters, where he literally sat at the feet of the great man, professing his devotion. With the exception of Father Divine's wife, Jones may well have been the man's only white adherent. It was not entirely inconvenient. Living in Indianapolis, Jones could easily arrange to transport members of the People's Temple by bus to Philadelphia, where they were housed without charge in Father Divine's hotels, feasted at banquets called Holy Communions, and treated to endless sermons. 46 That Jones made a study of Father Divine, emulated him and hoped to succeed him, is clear. The possibility should not be ruled out, however, that Jones was also engaged in collecting racial intelligence for a third party. Whatever else Jones may have picked up from his study of Father Divine, there is reason to believe that it was in the context of his visits to Philadelphia that he was introduced to the subject of mass suicide. Among Jones' personal effects in Guyana was a book that had been checked out of the Indianapolis Public Library in the 1950s, and never returned. In the pages of Father Divine, Holy Husband, the author quotes one of the Black evangelist's followers. "If Father dies, she tells you in the calmest kind of a voice, I sure enough would never be callin' in myself to be goin' on livin' in this empty ol' world. I'd be findin' some way of gettin' rid of the life I never been wantin' before I found him." If Father Divine were to die, mass suicides among Negroes in his movement could certainly result. They would be rooted deep, not alone in Father's relationship with his followers, but also in America's relationship with its Negro citizens. This would be the shame of America. 47. 193. 2.5 Jones goes to Cuba. In January 1959, Fidel Castro overthrew the Batista dictatorship, and seized power in Cuba. Land reforms followed within a few months of the coup, alienating foreign investors and the rich. By summer, therefore, Cuba was in the midst of a low-intensity counter-revolution, with sabotage operations mounted from within and outside the country. Within a year of Castro's ascension, by January of 1960, mercenary pilots and anti-Castroites were flying bombing missions against the regime. Meanwhile, in Washington, Vice President Richard Nixon was lobbying on behalf of the military invasion that the CIA was plotting. It was against this background, in February of 1960, that Jim Jones suddenly decided to visit Havana. The news of Jones' visit to Cuba, one is tempted to write the cover story for Jones' trip to Cuba, was first published in the New York Times in March 1979. The story was based upon an interview with a naturalized American named Carlos Foster. A former Cuban cowboy, Baptist Pentecostal minister and sometime nightclub singer, Foster showed up at the New York Times 4 months after the massacre. Without being asked, he volunteered a strange story about meeting Jim Jones in Cuba during the winter of 1960. 48 Nevertheless, according to the Times story, the 29-year-old Jones traveled to Cuba to expedite plans to establish a communal organization with settlements in the U.S. and abroad. The immediate goal, Foster said, was to recruit Cuban blacks to live in Indiana. Foster told the Times that he and Jones met by chance at the Havana Hilton. That is to say, Jones gave the Cuban a big hello, and took him by the arm. He then solicited Foster's help in locating 40 families that would be willing to move to the Indianapolis area. Tim Reiterman, who repeats the Times story, adds that the two men discussed the plan in Jones' hotel room, from 7 in the morning until 8 o'clock at night, for a week. More recently, Foster has elaborated by saying that Jones offered to pay him $50,000 per year to help him establish an archipelago of offshore agricultural communes in Central and South America. Foster said that Jones was an extremely well-traveled man, who knew Latin America well. He had already been to Guyana, and wanted to start a collective there. After a month in Cuba, Jones returned to the United States. 6 months later, Foster followed, on his own initiative, but the immigration scheme went nowhere. 49 The anomalies in this story are many, and one hardly knows what to make of them. Foster's information that Jones was well-traveled in Latin America, and had already been to Guyana, comes as a shock. None of his 194 biographers mentions Jones having taken trips out of the United States prior to this time. Could Foster be mistaken? Or have Jones' biographers overlooked an important part of his life? An even greater anomaly, however, concerns language. While Reiterman reports that Foster was bilingual, and that he and Jones spoke English together, this isn't true. Foster learned English at Theodore Roosevelt High School in the Bronx after he'd emigrated to the United States. 50 Today, when Foster is asked which language was spoken, he says that he and Jones made do with the latter's broken Spanish. The issue is an important one because Foster is, in effect, Jones' alibi for whatever it was that Jones was actually doing in Cuba. That the two men did not have a language in common makes the alibi decidedly suspect. How could they converse for 13 hours at a time, day in and day out, for a week if neither man understood what the other was saying? As for Jones' own parishioners, those who've survived have only a dim recollection of the trip. According to Reiterman, back in the States, Jones revealed little of his plan, depicting his stay more as tourism than church business. This sounds like a polite way of saying that the trip served no obvious purpose. Nevertheless, he did bring back some strange souvenirs. He showed off photos of Cuba. One picture, a gruesome shot of the mangled body of a pilot in some plane wreckage, indicated that Jones witnessed the pirate bombings of the cane fields. Jones told his friends that he had met with some Cuban leaders, though the bearded man in fatigues standing beside Jones in a snapshot was too short to be Castro. 51 It would be interesting to know just what Reiterman is talking about here. The presumption must be that there is a photograph in which Jones is seen with a man who might easily be confused with Castro if it weren't for the latter's diminutive size. In fact, however, it probably was Castro. When Jones arrived in Brazil in 1962, he carried a photograph of himself and his wife Marceline, posing with the Cuban premier. Jones said that the picture was taken on a stopover in Cuba on the way to Sao Paulo. 52 That is to say, in late 1961 or early 1962. How Jones met Fidel Castro and why is an interesting question. So, too, we can only wonder at his proclivity for taking photographs of mercenary pilots in their crashed planes. Pictures of that sort could only have been of interest to Castro's enemies and the CIA. Returning to Carlos Foster, if the tale that he told to the Times was a preemptive cover story, a limited hangout of some sort, what was Jones actually doing? Why had he gone to Havana? At this late date, and in the absence of interviews with officials of the Cuban government, there is probably no way to know. What may be said, however, is this: emigration was an extremely sensitive issue in the first years of the Castro regime. The CIA and the State Department, in their determination to 195 embarrass Castro, did everything possible to encourage would-be immigrants to leave the island. As a part of this policy, U.S. government agencies and conservative Christian religious organizations collaborated to facilitate departures. 53 Jones' visit may well have been a part of this program. but there is no way to be certain of that. Cuba was in the midst of a parapolitical meltdown. While the CIA was conspiring to launch an invasion, irate mafiosi and American businessmen had joined together to finance the bombing runs of mercenary pilots. Meanwhile, the Soviets had sent their deputy premier, Anastasy Mikoyan, to Havana for the opening of the Soviet Exhibition of Science, Technology, and Culture. 54 The visit coincided with the Soviets' decision to give Cuba a long-term low-interest loan, while promising to buy 1 million tons of Cuban sugar per annum. The Hilton Hotel at which Jones was staying was the temporary home of a Sputnik satellite that the Soviets had put on display. According to former CIA officer Melvin Beck, the CIA was trying to photograph it, and the lobby was crawling with spies from as many 5 different services. 55 While one cannot say that Jones' 1960 visit to Cuba was necessarily a spying mission, the circumstantial evidence suggests that it was. That is to say, virtually every element of the trip can be shown to have been of particular interest to the CIA, encouraging Cuban emigration, documenting the destruction of aircraft piloted by mercenaries, the Sputnik at the Hilton, and, it would seem, Castro himself. 2.6 Jim Jones, his passport, and the CIA. Cuba wasn't the only country to which Jones intended to travel in 1960. On June 28 of that year, at about the same time that Foster arrived in Indianapolis from Cuba, the State Department issued a passport to Jones for a 17-day visit to Poland, Finland, the USSR, and England. The purpose of the trip, according to Jones' visa application, was sightseeing culture. Which presents us with an enigma. According to State Department records, this was Jones' first passport. How, then, did he travel to Cuba in February if he did not receive a passport until the end of June? Did he enter the country black? Was he using someone else's documents? And what about Carlos Foster's certainty that Jones had previously traveled throughout Latin America? Was Foster mistaken, or had Jones in fact visited Guyana? It is almost as if we are dealing with 2 Jim Joneses. And perhaps we are. It's a subject to which we will need to return. Here, however, I want to point out certain coincidences of timing in the lives of Jim Jones and Dan Mitrian, and to discuss Jones' own file at the CIA. Passports typically require about 4 to 6 weeks to be mailed out. Since Jones' passport was issued on June 28, 1960, his application would 196 have been filed in early May. As it happens, it was during that same month that Dan Mitrian was in Washington, D.C., being interviewed for a new job with a component of the State Department's Agency for International Development, the International Cooperation Administration. An acknowledged cover for CIA officers and contract spooks such as Watergate's E. Howard Hunt and the JFK assassination's George de Morinskilde, the ICA would become infamous during the 1960s, funding the construction of tiger cages in Vietnam, and training foreign police forces in the theory and practice of torture. A few years earlier, in 1957, Mitrian had spent 3 months at the FBI's National Academy. 56 The connections he'd made stood him in good stead. Immediately after his interview with the ICA, he was hired by the State Department as a public safety advisor. 3 months later, in September 1960, he was in Rio de Janeiro, studying Portuguese. By December, he was living with his family in Belo Horizonte, Brazil. Whether Mitrian was an undercover CIA officer in South America is disputed. The Soviets say he was. 57 Officially, however, Mitrian was an aide officer attached to the Office of Public Safety. But Ops was very much a nest of spies. In the Dominican Republic during the mid-1960s, for example, 6 out of 20 positions were CIA covers. 58 Moreover, Mitrian's partner at the time of his 1970 kidnapping in Uruguay was a public safety officer named Lee Eccles, whose previous assignment had been as a CIA officer in the Dominican Republic. 59 Whether or not Mitrian was an undercover CIA officer, it is a fact that the CIA's Office of Security opened a file on Jones, and conducted a name check on him, coincident with Mitrian's departure for Rio. Why it did so is a mystery, the agency won't say. It is speculated, of course, that the file and name check were sparked by the Soviet bloc destinations for which Jones had applied for a visa. But that could hardly have been the case. The visa requests had been made in May, and the passport issued in June. It was not until November, some 5 months later, that the Office of Security sent agents to the State Department's passport office, there to examine Jones' records, an activity that would hardly have been necessary if the passport application had stimulated the name check in the first place. Given the CIA's reluctance to clear up the matter, one can only speculate that the agency may have been vetting Jones for employment as an agent. 2 points should be made here. The first is that the CIA claimed, in the aftermath of the Jonestown massacre, that its file on the Rev. Jimmy Jones was virtually empty. According to the agency, it had never collected data, not a single piece of paper on Jones or the People's Temple. Nevertheless, CIA records indicate that Jones' file remained open for 10 years. It was finally closed, without explanation, in the wake of Dan Mitrian's assassination by Tupamaro guerrillas in Uruguay. Which is to say that the lifespan of Jones' file at the CIA coincided precisely with the dates of Dan Mitrian's rather suspect tenure at the State 197 Department. What I am suggesting, then, is that Richmond Police Chief Dan Mitrian was recruited into the CIA, under State Department cover, in May 1960, that a CIA file was opened on Jones because Mitrian intended to use him as an agent, and that Jones' file was closed and purged, 10 years later, as a direct and logical result of Mitrian's assassination in 1970. 27 Jones in South America. To understand the significance of what next occurred, one has to go back more than 100 years. It was then, in the Northwest District of Guyana, that a prophet named Smith issued a call to the country's disenfranchised Aymer Indians, summoning them to a redoubt in the Pacaraima Mountains, the land of El Dorado. Akawayos, Caribs, and Arawaks came from all around to witness what they were told would be the millennium. They would see God, Smith promised, be free from all calamities of life, and possess lands of such boundless fertility, that a crop of cassava would grow from a single stick. But Smith had lied. And when the millennium failed to materialize, the followers were told they had to die in order to be resurrected as white people. At a great camp meeting in 1845, some 400 people killed themselves. 133 years later, in the fall of 1978, at a great camp meeting in the same Northwest District of Guyana, upwards of 1,000 expatriate Americans, most of them black, and about as poor and disenfranchised as the Aymer Indians who'd preceded them, died under circumstances so similar as to be eerie. They, too, had been promised that they would be freed from the calamities of life, and that they would possess lands of boundless fertility. Like Smith, their charismatic leader had a generic sort of name, and he, too, had lied. This time, 913 people died in front of a large, hand-lettered sign that read, "Those who fail to learn from history are condemned to repeat it." The coincidence here is so dramatic that it is impossible not to wonder if Jim Jones knew of Smith's precedent. Because, if he did know, and if his politics were, as seems very likely, a fraud, then the Jonestown massacre is revealed to have been a ghastly practical joke, the ultimate psychopathic prank. According to Kathleen Adams, the anthropologist who first related the story about Smith and the Aymer Indians, Jim Jones was in fact familiar with the suicides of 1845. He had learned of them, she said, while working as a missionary in the Northwest District. Adams does not tell us when this was, but the implication is that it was long before the establishment of Jonestown. The possibilities here are two. The first is that Jones' Cuban friend, Carlos Foster, is correct when he 198 says that Jones was well-traveled and had been to Guyana prior to 1960. The difficulty with this, of course, is that Jones' biographers are ignorant of any such travels. But if Jones did not go to Guyana prior to 1960, he must have learned about Smith's precedent while doing missionary work in Guyana after his 1960 visit to Cuba. But when could that have been? The answer would appear to be at about the end of October, 1961. Arriving at that conclusion is by no means an easy matter, however, given the chronological confusion that his most responsible biographer, Tim Reiterman, relates. 61 Because this confusion raises a number of interesting questions about Jones' activities, whereabouts, and true loyalties, the matter is worth straightening out. In the fall of 1961, Jim Jones was becoming paranoid. Under treatment for stress, he was hearing extraterrestrial voices, and suffering seizures. 62 Hospitalized during most of the first week in October, he resigned his position as director of the Indianapolis Human Rights Commission. 63 It was then, according to Reiterman, that Jones confided in his ministerial assistant, Ross Case, that he'd had a vision of nuclear holocaust. A few weeks later, Jones took off alone in a plane for Hawaii, ostensibly to scout for a new site for People's Temple. On what would become a 2-year sojourn, Jones made his first stop in Honolulu, where he explored a job as a university chaplain. Though he did not like the job requirements, he decided to stay on the island for a while anyway, and sent for his family. First, his wife, his mother and the children, except for Jimmy, joined him. Then the Baldwins followed with the adopted black child. During the couple of months in the islands, Jones seemed to decide that his sabbatical would be a long one. 64 According to Reiterman's chronology, therefore, Jones left Indianapolis for Hawaii near the end of October, 1961. He then sent for his family, which joined him in what we may suppose was November. The family remained in Hawaii for a couple of months, i.e., until January or February. In January, 1962, Esquire magazine published an article listing the 9 safest places in the world to escape thermonuclear blasts and fallout. The article's advice was not lost on Jones. Soon he was heading for the southern hemisphere, which was less vulnerable to fallout because of atmospheric and political factors. The family planned to go eventually to Belo Horizonte, an inland Brazilian city of 600,000. Jones' biographer goes on to say that, after leaving Hawaii, his subject traveled to California, and then to Mexico City, before continuing on to Guyana. There, Jones' visit made page 7 of the Guyana Graphic. 65 That Jones made page 7 of the local newspaper is a matter of fact. Unfortunately for Reiterman's chronology, however, he did so on October 25. Which is to say that the head of the People's Temple is alleged to have been in 2 places at that same time, in Hawaii and Guyana during the last 199 week in October, with intervening stops in California and Mexico City. Obviously, Reiterman is mistaken, but the issue is not merely one of a confused chronology. There is evidence which strongly suggests that 2 people may have been using Jones' identity during the 1961-63 period. Because of this, rumors that Jones was hospitalized in a lunatic asylum during that time should not be dismissed out of hand. The rumors were started by a black minister in Indiana who is said to have been jealous of Jones' success among blacks at the People's Temple. While the allegation has yet to be documented, there are many other references to Jones having been under psychiatric care at one time or another. Ross Case says that Jones sometimes referred to "my psychiatrist." Others have suggested that the real reason Jones went to Hawaii was to receive psychiatric care without publicity. In later years, Temple member Loretta Cordell reported shock at seeing Jones described as a sociopath. The description was contained in a psychiatrist's report that Cordell said was in the files of Jones' San Francisco physician. In a recent interview with this author, Dr. Sukhdio confirmed that Jones had been treated at the Langley Porter Neuropsychiatric Institute in San Francisco during the 1960s and 70s. According to Sukhdio, he has repeatedly asked to see Jones' medical file from the institute, and he has been repeatedly refused permission. "I have asked Chris Hatcher to see the file several times," Sukhdio told this writer. But, each time, he has refused. I don't know why. He won't say. It's very peculiar. Jones has been dead for more than 20 years. The nation's leading center for brain research, Langley Porter is noted for its hospitality to anti-cult activists such as Dr. Margaret Singer and, also, for experiments that it conducts on behalf of the Defense Department's Advanced Research Projects Agency. While much of that research is classified, the Institute has experimented with electromagnetic effects and behavioral modification techniques involving a wide variety of stimuli including hypnosis from a distance. Some of the Institute's classified research may be inferred from quotations attributed to its director, Dr. Alan Gevins. According to Dr. Gevins, the military potential of extremely low-frequency radiation is enormous. Used as a medium for secret communications between submarines, ELF waves are 1,000 miles long, unobstructed by water, and theoretically capable of shutting off the brain, killing everyone in 10,000 square miles or larger target area. No one paid any attention to the biological effects of ELF for years, says Dr. Gevins, because the power levels are so low. Then we realized that because the power levels are so low, the brain could mistake the outside signal for its own, mimic it. 200. And respond when it changes. The process is one that would no doubt fascinate Jonestown's foremost psychiatric interpreter, Dr. Hardat Sukhdeo. Interestingly, virtually every survivor of the Jonestown massacre seems to have been treated at Langley Porter. This occurred as a result of San Francisco Mayor George Moscone's request that Dr. Hatcher undertake a study of the People's Temple while counseling its survivors. Returning to the Guyana graphic article about Jones' visit to Guyana, it is worth pointing out that the story throws a crimp in much more than Reiterman's chronology. It makes hash as well of Jones' motive for going to South America. The Esquire article, published in January 1962, could hardly have prompted Jones to go anywhere in October 1961. So, too, the story in the graphic provides clear evidence of Jones' immersion in political intrigue. At the time of his visit, the former British colony was racked by covert operations being mounted by the CIA and MI6. By way of background, the most important political group in the country was the People's Progressive Party, established by Dr. Chetty Jugun during the 1940s. A Marxist organization, the PPP's activities had caused the British to declare a crisis situation in 1953. Troops had been landed, the constitution suspended, and recent elections nullified in order to prevent communist subversion. Over the next 4 years, MI6 and the CIA established a de facto police state in Guyana. Racial tensions were exacerbated between the East Indian and black populations, with the result that the PPP was soon split. While Jugun, himself an East Indian, remained in charge of the party, another of its members, a black named Forbes Burnham, began to challenge his leadership. Despite the schism, the PPP was victorious in 1957 and, once again, in 1961, just prior to Jones' visit. Coming on the heels of Castro's embrace of the Soviets, Jugun's re-election chilled the Kennedy administration. Accordingly, the CIA intensified its operations against Jugun and the PPP, doing everything in its power to increase its support for Burnham, provoke strikes, and exacerbate racial and economic tensions. It accomplished all these goals, secretly underwriting Burnham's political campaigns, while using the American Institute for Free Labor Development as a cover for operations against local trade unions. Eventually, these operations would succeed, Jugun would be ousted, and Burnham brought to power. A decade later, that same Burnham regime would facilitate the creation of Jonestown, leasing the land to the People's Temple and approving its members' immigration. It was in this somewhat dangerous context that Jim Jones arrived in the Guyanese capital. Putting on a series of tent shows, replete with faith healings and speaking in tongues, he warned the local populace against 201. Thieving American missionaries and evangelists who, he said, were largely responsible for the spread of communism. Even Reiterman, who accepts almost everything at face value, is puzzled by this, Entering politically volatile South America, he writes, Jones seemed to want to put himself on the record as an anti-communist. 66 exactly. And how convenient for the CIA, whose activities were being hindered by reform-minded missionaries. 27 Belo Horizonte. After entering Guyana, and making anti-communist speeches, Jones seems to have dropped off the face of the earth. Following the Guyana Graphic article of October 27, he disappears from the public record for almost 6 full months. It is possible, of course, that he journeyed into the interior of that country to work among the Amur Indians, but the evidence for this is so slim as to be invisible. Indeed, it consists solely of a remark by anthropologist Kathleen Adams, who wrote that Jones had at one time worked as a missionary in Guyana. Where and when is left unstated, but it was presumably during that period that Jones learned about his homicidal predecessor, the Reverend Smith. The only disturbance in the empty field of Jones' whereabouts from 1061 until 462 is the information that passport #0111788 was issued in his name at Indianapolis on January 30, 1962. This is a considerable anomaly. As we have seen, Jones already had a passport number 22,898,751, issued to him in Chicago on June 28, 1960. This earlier passport, which he had planned to use on a trip to the Soviet Union, was still valid. Why, then, did someone make an application for a new passport, and who picked it up? Moreover, how is it possible that Jones' second passport had a lower number than the one that he'd received more than a year before? These questions cannot be answered at this time. The evidence reposes in the files of the State Department. What may be said, however, is that there is good reason to suspect that someone was impersonating Jim Jones during this period, and that, in fact, a photograph of the imposter survives. We'll return to this subject shortly. According to the Brazilian Federal Police, Jim Jones arrived by plane in Sao Paulo on April 11, 1962. There does not seem to be any surviving record of his point of embarkation, but it may well have been Havana. According to Bonnie Thielman, who met Jones at about this time, there was a picture of him and Marceline standing on either side of Fidel Castro, whom they had met during a Cuban stopover en route to Brazil. 67 An American family, making a Cuban stopover, 7 to 11 months after the Bay of Pigs. Physically, transportation would not have been difficult. 202. To arrange, both Mexico City and Georgetown were transit points for Havana. But Cuban visas were by no means issued automatically, especially to Americans making well-publicized, anti-communist speeches in Guyana. How much harder it must have been for Jones to arrange to have a photo taken of himself with Castro. It's a peculiar, even eerie, business. I'm reminded of the man who impersonated Lee Harvey Oswald while applying for a visa at the Cuban embassy in Mexico City during 1963. 68 Whatever his reason for visiting Cuba during the winter of 1961-62, and whatever the reasons he was permitted to enter the country, Jones had no trouble entering Brazil that April. Given a visa that was valid for 11 months, he and his family traveled to Belo Horizonte where, as we have seen, Dan Mitrian had settled in as an ops advisor at the U.S. consulate. Jones took rooms in the first-class Hotel Financial until he and his family were able to move to a house at 203 Rua Muraba. 69 This is a pretty street in an attractive neighborhood on a hill in one of the best parts of town. Accordingly, his new neighbors were almost all professionals, doctors, lawyers, teachers, engineers, and journalists. It was not the sort of place from which one could easily minister to the poor. Not that it mattered. Jones' stay in Belo Horizonte had little or nothing to do with alleviating poverty. According to his neighbors, Jones would leave his house early each morning, as if going to work, and return very late at night. Sebastião Carlos Rocha, an engineer who lived nearby, noted that Jones usually left home carrying a big leather briefcase. On a number of occasions, Rocha said, he saw Jones walking in Badim, a neighboring town. 70 Elza Rocha, a lawyer who lived across the street and who sometimes interpreted for Jones, says that her neighbor told her that he had a job in Belo Horizonte proper, at Eureka Laundries. 71 This is a huge dry cleaning and laundry chain, a quasi-monopoly whose central plant is serviced by more than a score of pickup points throughout the city. In essence, a customer delivers his laundry to one of the stores, where it is later collected by a delivery truck. The truck takes the dirty clothes to the central plant, where they're cleaned, and then returns them to the store from which they came. It's a big business. But it's not one in which Jim Jones ever worked. According to Sebastião Dias de Magalhães, who was head of industrial relations for Eureka during 1962, Jones' claim to have been an employee of the laundry was false. 72 Senor de Magalhães and 2 other Eureka workers have told the press that Jones lied in order to conceal what they believe was his work for the CIA. 73 Still, if you didn't know better, Jones' cover story served 3 purposes. First, it explained where he went during the day to work. Second, it offered a theoretically visible means of support, he had a check from Eureka. And third, it gave Jones an alibi for a mysterious period during which he'd vanished from Belo Horizonte. According to Elza 203. Rocha, when Jones returned, he told her that he had been sent to the United States for special training in connection with the machinery used by Eureka. Where Jones actually went, and why, is unknown. 74 Eureka wasn't Jones' only cover, however. He didn't mention Eureka to Sebastião Rocha. Instead, he claimed to be a retired captain in the U.S. Navy. He said that he had suffered a great deal in the war, and that he received a monthly pension from the armed services. The implication was that he had been wounded in the Korean conflict. According to Senor Rocha, Jim Jones was always mysterious and would never talk about his work here in Brazil. 75 Yet another Rocha, Marco Aurelio, was absolutely certain that Jones was a spy. At the time, Marco was dating a young girl who was living in the Jones household. 76 Because of this, and because Rua Muraba is a narrow street on which parked cars are conspicuous, he noticed that a car from the American consulate was often parked outside Jones' house. According to Marco, the car's driver sometimes brought groceries to the Joneses, which, if true, was definitely not standard consular procedure. Marco Rocha's interest in Jones was more than idle, however. According to him, he was keeping a loose surveillance on the American preacher at the request of a friend, a detective in the ID4 section of the local police department. The detective was convinced that Jones was a CIA agent, and was trying to prove it with his young friend's help. Unfortunately, the policeman died before his investigation could be completed, and Jones moved shortly thereafter. 77 Gleaning the purpose behind Jones' residency in Belo Horizonte is anything but easy. He is reported to have been fascinated by the magical rites of Macumba and Umbanda, and to have studied the practices of Brazilian faith healers. He was extremely interested in the works of David Miranda, and is said to have conducted a study of extrasensory perception. These were subjects of interest to the CIA in connection with its MK-Ultra program. So, also, were the mass conversion techniques at which Jones' Pentecostal training had made him an expert. Whether these investigations were idle pastimes or Jones' actual raison d'etre in Belo Horizonte is unknown. Neither is there hard evidence that Jones' presence was related to Dan Mitrian's work at the consulate, though Jones was certainly aware of Mitrian's post. According to an autobiographical fragment that was found at Jonestown, Mitrian was known in Belo Horizonte by everybody to be something other than a mere traffic advisor. There were rumors that he participated with the military even then, doing strange things to dissenters. Mitrian's name would come up frequently. Subsequently, according to that same fragment, Jones went out of his way to socialize with the Mitrian family. I'd heard of his nefarious activities in Belo Horizonte, and I thought, I'll case this man out. I wasn't really inclined to do him in, not me personally, but I certainly was inclined to inform on his activities to everybody on the left. But he wouldn't see me. I saw his family and they were arrogantly anti-Brazilian, because Jim Jones was a sociopath, a suspected agent of the police. 204. Intelligence community, and a man whose historical stature was intimately entwined with his false public identity as an apostle of socialism. There is good reason to be skeptical of the sincerity of his pronouncements about Dan Mitrian and his family. If Mitrian was, as seems likely, Jones' first control, then Jones would obviously fear the revelation of that fact. In particular, he would fear the chance discovery of their past association, and the questions such a discovery would raise. To allay such suspicions, Jones may well have acted to co-opt the discovery, explaining it away in advance. Thus, he tells us that he knew Dan Mitrian as a child, and that, in Brazil, he wanted to inform on his activities to everybody on the left. So it was, we're told, that he decided to case this man out, and came to know his family. This may explain the presence of a consular car outside Jones' house. If Jones was socializing with the Mitrian family, the consular car was probably theirs. But who are the people on the left to whom Jones refers? Whom was he going to tell about Dan Mitrian? So far as anyone knows, Jones' acquaintances in Brazil were all conservatives. Indeed, like Bonnie Thielman's father, the Rev. Edward Mahlman, they should more accurately be described as right-wingers. And, as such, they would undoubtedly have approved of Mitrian's work. Nevertheless, while there is every reason to be skeptical of Jones' memoir, it is interesting that he characterizes his relationship to the Mitrians as that of an informant, or spy. Given Jones' sociopathic personality, it is very likely that Jones was working for Mitrian rather than against him. While Jones is said to have gone to the U.S. consulate often, the only person whom he is known to have seen there was John Lodison. 78. On October 18, 1962, Vice Consul Lodison wrote a peculiar letter to Jones on Foreign Service stationery. The letter reads: Dear Mr. Jones, we received a communication and we believe it's your interest to come at the consulate at your earliest convenience. Signed by Lodison. There is a redundant postscript to the letter, requesting that Jones please see me. While the letter itself is entirely opaque, an attachment to it is not. This is a passport-type photograph of a man who, despite his mustache and receding hairline, looks remarkably like Jim Jones, or, more accurately perhaps, like Jim Jones in disguise. While one cannot be certain, it may well be that the photo is related to the peculiar circumstances under which a second passport was issued to Jones while the first passport was still valid. 79. That it was John Lodison who contacted Jones is significant in its own right. This is so because Lodison has been a spy for much of his life. According to Soviet intelligence officers, he is a CIA agent who taught at the U.S. intelligence school in Garmisch-Partenkirchen, West Germany. Sword. 205. Of West Point for spooks. Subsequently, he worked at the U.S. Embassy in Moscow until he was declared persona non grata for suspected espionage activities. Kicked out of the Soviet Union, he went to work for Radio Liberty, a CIA-created and financed propaganda network based in Munich. There, he was deputy director of the Soviet Analysis and Broadcasting Section. 80. More recently, Lodison was recommended for work with a CIA cover in Hawaii. 81. In a letter to the proprietor of the cover, Lodison was described as fluent in the principal Russian tongues and an expert on Soviet double agents, dissidents, and escapees. Just the man, in other words, to handle the passport problems of an American psychopath who'd applied for a visa to visit the Soviet Union, who'd made repeated trips to Castro's Cuba, who had 2 valid passports at the same time, and who seems to have been the victim of, or a party to, an impersonation. 2.8. Jones in Rio. Friends of the Jones family in Belo Horizonte are agreed that he lived in the city for a period of 8 months, beginning in the spring of 1962. He then moved to Rio de Janeiro. Once again, Jones seems to have been following Dan Mitrian's lead. In mid-December, as the Jones family packed for the move to Rio, Mitrian left Belo Horizonte for a 2-month vacation in the U.S. At the beginning of March, he returned to Brazil but not to Belo Horizonte. Instead, he found an apartment in the posh Botafogo section of Rio de Janeiro. There, he was not far from Jim Jones, who was recumbent in equally elegant surroundings, having found an expensive flat in the Flamengo neighborhood. 82 According to Brazilian immigration authorities, who are said to keep meticulous records, the Jones family left Rio for an unknown country at the end of March. And they did not return. According to Jones, however, he and his family lived in Rio until December of 1963. The assassination of President John F. Kennedy was the stimulus for their return to Indiana. There is, in other words, a 9-month period in which Jones' whereabouts are at least somewhat questionable. One would think, of course, that there would be a great many records and witnesses to the matter. Unfortunately, that isn't the case. Those members of Jones' family, and his associates, who might have seen him in Rio either died at Jonestown or were too young at the time to be certain where they were in 1963. 83 The issue should have been settled, of course, by the newspaper articles that appeared in Brazil after the Jonestown massacre. These were stories with local angles, describing Jones' life in Brazil. Curiously, however, none of the articles originating in Rio quote identifiable sources. This is quite unlike 206 counterpart articles written about Jones' stay in Belo Horizonte. In the latter, almost everyone seems delighted to get his name in the paper. In Rio, nobody wants to be identified. By far the most extensive account of Jones' stay in Rio de Janeiro was published in a newspaper that is thought by many to have been owned, or secretly supported, by the CIA. This was the English-language Brazil Herald. 84 According to the article, it was through a friend in Belo Horizonte that Jones found a job as a salesman of investments in Rio. The source for this information is unstated, as is the identity of Jones' friend in Belo Horizonte. The company for which Jones is said to have worked was Invesco, S.A., which had offices in the Edifício Central in downtown Rio. 85 At least it did until the firm went bankrupt, under scandalous circumstances, in 1967. Though this occurred more than 10 years before, Invesco's former assistant manager Jim Jones' boss was still in Rio at the time of the Jonestown massacre. An American who'd come to Brazil in the late 1940s, and stayed, he was willing to confirm Jones' employment at Invesco but not much more. And he did not want his name used. As a salesman with us, he told the Herald, didn't make it. He was too shy and I don't remember him selling anything. Applied to Jim Jones, this is a remarkable statement. Is it possible that someone who sold monkeys door-to-door in Indianapolis during the 50s could be too timid to sell mutual funds in Rio de Janeiro during the bull markets of the 60s? The mind boggles. Here is a man who is said to have talked 900 people into killing themselves for what he hoped would be his greater glory, and he was too shy. We hired him on a strictly commission basis and as far as I know he didn't sell anything in the 3 months that he worked for us, the former assistant manager said. This, too, is an interesting remark because it implies that, while Jones worked for Invesco, there would be no record of the fact as a consequence of his failure to record any sales. Without putting too much of a point on it, the reader should know that commission-only sales jobs are favorite covers for CIA agents in foreign countries. This is so because the agent is not required to produce any cover-related work product for his civilian boss because he's working strictly on commission. At the same time, salesmen working on commission are expected to travel, and to cultivate a broad spectrum of acquaintances. Thus, whether Jones was working for Invesco or not, it served as a good cover for whatever else he might have been doing. Still, if the sales job which Jones is supposed to have held down produced no income at all, how did he support himself? According to the Brazil Herald, he was receiving donations of checks sent by his followers in the U.S. His ex-boss notes having seen Jones' briefcase filled with checks. This is possible, of course, but extremely unlikely. Membership in the People's Temple had plummeted during Jones' absence, dwindling from 207 2,000 members in 1961 to fewer than 100 parishioners at the time of the Kennedy assassination. By the end of 1963, the electric and telephone bills had gone unpaid, and disconnection threatened. The idea that parishioners were supporting Jones in high style, by sending him personal checks, is ludicrous. Not only did they not have money, but Jones would probably have starved had he depended upon cashing small personal checks, written on Indianapolis bank accounts, in Rio de Janeiro. Elsewhere in the Brazil Herald story, the December 4, 1978 article in Time magazine is cited. According to Time, Jones spent a part of 1963 working at the American School of Rio. Asked about this, the American school issued the following statement: neither the salary records maintained in the business office nor the personnel records maintained in the headmaster's office reflect this name as having been connected with our school as an employee. Jones' former boss at Invesco was not the only source for the article in the Herald. A second source was a Cariocan who claimed to be a Jones' closest friend in Rio. In the article, she is identified only as Madam X. After leaving Invesco, Madam X said, Jones went to work at the Escola São Fernando, while his son, Stefan, attended the British school. As it happens, however, there is no Escola São Fernando in Rio, and the British school denies that Stefan Jones was ever one of its students. Elsewhere, Madam X says that Jones decided to return to the U.S. upon hearing of President John F. Kennedy's assassination. The trip to the States was supposed to be a temporary visit. Jones intended to straighten out the problems that the People's Temple was experiencing in his absence and then to return to Brazil. Accordingly, Madam X added, a friend of the family continued paying Jones rent on the apartment in Rio. Eventually, when it became clear that the Joneses would not return, Madam X sold their furniture and other goods, and donated the money to charitable causes. The friend of the family is, like Madam X and Jones' boss at Invesco, never identified. So who is Madam X? The author of the Brazil Herald article, Harold Emmert, doesn't know. The reason he doesn't know is that he himself never spoke to her. Jim Bruce did. Who, then, is Jim Bruce? According to Emmert, Jim Bruce was at that time an American freelancer based in Brazil. It was he who inspired the Jim Johnson Rio story and he who provided the sources, i.e., the Invesco executive and Madam X. Why Bruce failed to write the story himself is unclear. 86. 2.9 Invesco. There have been persistent rumors that Jim Jones worked for a CIA cover during his stay in Rio. The cover is said to have been an advertising agency. 208. But no one can say why they think so. The Washington Post's Charles Krause and then New York Times reporter John Crutzen each pursued the story, but neither was able to track it down. Clearly, Invesco was at the heart of the matter, though its connection to Jones cannot have been more than a faded memory when Crutzen and Krause were looking into it. The only public reference to Jones' association with the firm was in the weekend edition of a small, almost ephemeral, newspaper. The sources for the story were anonymous, and the newspaper itself no longer existed, having long since been swallowed up by a rival. As for Invesco, its 1967 bankruptcy had taken place under military rule amid strict censorship of the press. Because bankruptcies reflected poorly on the economy, and therefore on the ruling junta, their occurrence however scandalous often went unreported. For these reasons, then, Invesco has remained almost entirely unknown. Here, it needs to be emphasized that, for whatever reason, Jim Jones felt the need for some sort of cover in Brazil. That's why he lied to his neighbors in Belo Horizonte, telling some that he was employed by the Eureka Laundries and others that he was a retired Navy captain living on a pension. In Rio, which has a small and gossipy expatriate community, the need for a cover would have been even more strongly felt. And for Jones' purposes, Invesco was ideal. In essence, the company was an offshore analog of Bernie Kornfeld's Investors Overseas Services. In South America, at least, it pioneered the practice of selling shares in mutual funds. Created as a venture capital firm in 1951, its original name was Expanseo Técnico Industrial, S.A. It was a subsidiary of Victor Holt, S.A. Industria y Comercio, whose president was Louis Holt Ruffin. According to an old Rio hand, ETIN was set up by employees of Price Waterhouse, including a man who was reputed to have been a German spy during World War II. While ETIN/Invesco has always had Brazilian investors, its affairs have tended to be dominated by the participation of Rio-based Americans, English, Germans, and Swiss. This last contingent includes a number of individuals who arrived in Brazil in the mid to late 1940s. While they claim to be Swiss, they are thought to have been Germans. Sources in Rio say that several of Invesco's principals are associates of a former owner of the Brazil Herald, Gilbert Huber, Jr. 87. Among other business activities, Huber is a part owner of American Light and Power, and publishes the Rio de Janeiro Yellow Pages. 88. Huber is credited by many Brazilians with helping to pave the way for the reign of terror that followed the 1964 coup d'état. By this is meant that Huber was one of two people credited with founding the Instituto de Pesquisas e Estudos Sociais. Known in English as the Institute for Social Research Studies, IPES was established in 1961 by conservatives who were alarmed by the Cuban Revolution and the leftward drift of the Brazilian government. Similar in many ways to the John Birch Society, IPES was almost certainly funded by covered American sources. 89. 209. Initially, IPES was an instrument of propaganda, saturating the country with films, books, pamphlets, and lectures attacking communism and the threat from within, but propaganda was only a part of its strategy. Within a year of its founding, the institute had begun to organize armed, paramilitary cells. It had also established a clandestine hand grenade factory, and developed plans for a civil war. At the same time, it had hired a network of retired military officers to exert influence on those on active duty. 91 of those retired officers was General Galbari do Couto e Silva. His job was to compile 40,000 dossiers on Brazilians whose loyalties were considered suspect. When the coup succeeded, Galbari came out of retirement at IPES. Moving to Brasilia with hundreds of thousands of files, he established Brazil's first intelligence service, the SNI, a South American fusion of its counterpart services in the United States, the FBI and the CIA. Many of the men and women in Galbari's political dossiers suffered mightily under the junta. Some were placed under house arrest or imprisoned, while others were tortured. Still others fell prey to the Esquadras de Mortes. While Gilbert Huber's connection to Invesco is merely rumored, another Huber's is not. This is Joyce Huber Bloomer, who owned 55,000 shares in the firm. 91. British by birth, she has attracted a certain amount of attention in the Brazilian press for what has been characterized as a baby-selling enterprise. Two other owners of Invesco were a Swiss or German national named Werner Bloomer, and an American named Scott Macaulay Johnson. Bloomer owns an art gallery in Rio, while Johnson is described by various sources as a mystery man of independent means. 2.10 The Train Robbers. Which brings us to an interesting story. In the same year that Jones went to work for Invesco, a British hoodlum named Ronald Biggs participated in what came to be called the Great Train Robbery, sharing more than $7 million in cash and valuables stolen from a Glasgow to London mail train. Apprehended, and sentenced to 30 years, Biggs escaped from prison in 1965. Fleeing to France, he relied upon an international criminal network to obtain plastic surgery and passage to Australia. Tracked by the police as the most wanted man in the world, Biggs subsequently found his way to Rio de Janeiro. According to a reporter who was ultimately instrumental in revealing Biggs' whereabouts, the fugitive's patrons in Rio were the same people who owned Invesco: Joyce Huber, Werner Bloomer, Scott Johnson, and others. How Biggs, while hiding out in Rio, came to live at Scott Johnson's apartment, where he was patronized and protected by Huber and the others, is an important question. 92. Among other things, it suggests the possibility that the firm which provided cover for 210. Jim Jones' activities in Rio was part of the so-called Odessa network. 93. In this connection, Piers Paul Reed's The Train Robbers is of interest. 94. Reed undertook to write the book more than a decade after the robbery, and long after several other books had already been published on the subject. What made these unpromising circumstances augur well, according to Reed, were two things. First, he had the cooperation of most of the men who'd pulled off the robbery. Previously, only Ronald Biggs had given an account, and Biggs was considered an outsider by those who'd conceived and executed the plan. Second, and even more importantly, the gang confided important new information to Reed. This was that the train robbery, and several of the subsequent escapes, had been financed and finessed by Gen. Otto Skorzeny. Among other things, this explained why it had never been possible to account for more than half of the money stolen in the robbery. An unrepentant Nazi, Skorzeny had been Hitler's favorite commando. After the war, he'd re-established himself in Madrid as an arms dealer and, with even greater secrecy, as the mastermind behind Die Spinne, the underground railroad that obtained forged documents and plastic surgery for war criminals and others requiring safe havens in South America and the Middle East. As the proprietor of a de facto intelligence agency with connections throughout the world, Skorzeny made millions as a consultant to countries and organizations whose politics were compatible with his own. Train robber Buster Edwards and his wife gave Reed a detailed description, names, dates, and places of how Die Spinne had smuggled him from England to Germany to Mexico. 95. A woman named Hannah Schmid, 96, whose father had served with Skorzeny in the Second World War, saw to it that he received plastic surgery and the documents necessary to travel. Edwards recuperated for nearly a month in the home of a Prussian aristocrat, Anneliese von Lutzeburg, 97, and was then sent on his way to Mexico, but not before he'd purchased shares in a business that Skorzeny owned. 98. While in Mexico, Edwards and two of the other train robbers reunited with Schmid, who proposed that they should run guns to the Peronists in Argentina, or train troops for a planned putsch in Panama. 99. Edwards and his friends declined, it just wasn't their scene. In checking Edwards' story, and the stories of the other robbers, Reed found that every verifiable detail was confirmed. Before finishing his book, however, it was left to him to interview Ronald Biggs in Rio. Accordingly, he got on a plane. Finding Biggs was not that difficult. He was living at Scott Johnson's apartment. What he had to say, however, was in flat contradiction to the accounts of everyone else. According to Biggs, there were no Germans. Reed was flabbergasted. Had he been hoaxed? Or was Biggs lying on behalf of what Reed suspected were his Nazi protectors? Reed couldn't be sure. At best wished me to disbelieve the Skorzeny connection, so 211. That he himself could break it to the world and reap the benefit. At worst he was still in the care of Skorzeny's organization and had been told to persuade me that it did not exist. The more I pondered this last possibility, the more convinced I became that this was the explanation, for it still seemed inconceivable to me that June had invented her meeting with Skorzeny in Madrid, or could have discovered that he was a friend of the Reader's Digest editor who spoke 14 Chinese dialects. I suddenly realized how thoughtless and foolhardy I had been to come to a country known to be a nest of ex-Nazis. Clearly Biggs had been saved from extradition not because of his child, but because of neo-Nazi influence in government circles. The woman who had been with him at the airport, Ulla Soffer, a German-Argentinian with blonde hair and blue eyes, was part of their network. All the strands of the story came together to form a noose around my neck. 100. And yet, despite this cogent explanation for what had happened, and despite the evidence that Edwards and the others had provided, Reed demurred. Over drinks in a sidewalk cafe, I began to believe that Biggs was telling the truth. A bizarre turnabout that occurs at the very end of the book. Reed's conversion to Biggs' account makes no sense at all. Biggs' own fugitivity, which was facilitated by plastic surgery and forged documents provided by an unnamed criminal syndicate, is the best argument against the story he tells. One wonders if Reed would have ended his book differently if he had known about Jim Jones, Scott Johnson, and Invesco. Not that Reed didn't have clues to the fact that Biggs was living in the parapolitical twilight, a world defined by the interpenetration of criminal syndicates and the intelligence community. One such clue pertained to Biggs' son, Mike Zinho, who was born while his father was a fugitive in Rio. Little Mikey had a very interesting godfather, a man with powerful European connections and who, like Werner Blumer, was in the business of selling art. This was Fernand Legros, who concerns us here only because his association with Biggs, and Biggs' friends in Rio, adds perspective to what might be called the Invesco circle. Legros has been described as a playboy, millionaire, art dealer, and CIA agent, 101 a native Egyptian, with apartments in Switzerland, France, and Spain. He was a homosexual whose lovers included the Secretary General of the United Nations and members of the French cabinet. 102 a naturalized American, Legros resorted to at least 4 passports, French, American, Canadian and British. It is alleged that Legros played a lethal role in the mysterious kidnapping and murder of the Moroccan dissident, Ben Barka, who disappeared from the streets of Paris in October, 1965. According to Kruger, Legros had been in contact with Ben Barka in Geneva, where the Art. 212 dealer had a second gallery and both men had apartments. Lured to France, Ben Barka was kidnapped, tortured, and killed. While his disappearance remains unsolved, the operation has often been attributed to French gangsters acting on Legros' orders. Legros himself is believed to have been working at the time for either the CIA or France's STAS. In 1967, Legros fled to Brazil upon being implicated in the authentication and sale of forgeries attributed to modern masters. Sold for millions to gullible investors around the world, the forgeries are believed to have been painted by Elmer DeHory, Clifford Irving's friend and neighbor on Ibiza. But Legros' influence seems not to have been much diminished by the notoriety surrounding the forgeries. According to Kruger, the art dealer was a personal friend of Henry Kissinger's, the man the CIA assigned to snoop on UN Secretary-General Dag Hammarskjöld. Legros helped the CIA kidnap the African leader Moïse Tshombe. Not finally, Legros became an associate of the legendary French gangster Christian David. While in Rio and Sao Paulo, David established a Brazilian-based narcotics syndicate to fill the vacuum created when the so-called French connection was broken. 103 in this task, he was abetted by fugitive French collaborators and war criminals living in Argentina, Paraguay, Chile, and Brazil. Arrested by the Brazilian authorities in 1972, David was eventually deported to the United States, and then extradited to France where he was sentenced to death. 104 Meanwhile, David's pal, Fernand Legros, was himself in a Rio prison occupying the cell next to Ronald Biggs. The circumstances of Legros' imprisonment are murky, but it has been suggested that he was locked up as an exercise in protective custody, supposedly for having helped the CIA to arrange David's arrest. While that allegation is unproven, it is certainly true that Legros had a rather easy time of it behind bars. Each day, he was brought lavish meals including lobster, champagne, cognac and fat Havana cigars. 105 all of which is to say, what? That Jim Jones was somehow involved in the 1963 Great Train robbery, or in the 1965 murder of Ben Barka? Hardly. Do I mean, then, to suggest that Jones was a party to the making and breaking of the Brazilian connection, or that he was implicated in the wave of forgeries that culminated in Clifford Irving's autobiography of Howard Hughes? Of course not. My intention has only been to demonstrate that the milieu in which Jones found himself in 1963, the Invesco milieu, revolving around Scott Johnson, et al., was anything but banal. A suspected CIA conduit, Invesco was owned and operated by men and women whose connections to criminals such as Ronald Biggs and spooks like Fernand Legros and to gangster spooks such as Christian David deserve scrutiny. The coalescence of organized crime and the CIA during the early 1960s was responsible for parapolitical enormities which continued to resonate beneath the surface of American politics and culture for the remainder of the century. 213. Jones' connections to Dan Mitrian and John Lodison, his resort to cover stories, his use of multiple passports, and his strange involvement with the Invesco Circle, strongly suggests that the 1978 tragedy in Guyana was set in motion in Cuba and Brazil some 15 years earlier. Exposing the Nazi International, an analysis. By Joseph P. Farrell. Many years before I had begun my own researches into the post-war wheeling and dealing of Nazis, and of course years before my own books on the subject were published, I ran across the initial edition of the book which you now have in your hands, Secret and Suppressed Too. As World War II was a subject of fascination with me since my youth, one was naturally intrigued by the article exposing the Nazi International. I read the piece with some interest, since, of course, I was by then familiar with the work of Lottie S. Las Farago and Paul Manning on Martin Bormann's post-war survival in South America, and the article did not disappoint. The problem, however, like all such articles, was that it was purely anecdotal. While it made a number of intriguing observations about the nature of post-war Nazi business practices, little of it could be corroborated by other sources, or by reasoned argument and extrapolation from its own internal logic and allegations. All that has changed in the 15 or so years that have passed since Fearlhouse first published Secret and Suppressed. When the article first appeared in that book, Germany had just had its Wiedervereinigung, and was once more just beginning to flex its economic and military muscle on the European and world stage, so little of the archival material that became available as a result of that reunification had yet been plumbed by researchers. Prior to the book's first printing we had, of course, been made dimly aware by various researchers that something was afoot in the post-war Nazi International. Christopher Simpson's Blowback and similar books pulled the veil back on the secret deal between future CIA chief Allen Dulles and German military intelligence, headed by Wehrmacht General Reinhard Gehlen. The deal effectively turned over Gehlen's spy network lock, stock, and Nazi in Eastern Europe over to the nominal control of the Americans while leaving Gehlen in de facto day-to-day operational control, thus severely compromising the CIA civilian charter long before the ink was dry on President Truman's signature of the national security. 219. Act of 1947, which brought the CIA and NSA into existence. According to Simpson and others, Gehlen's deliberate misinformation and exaggeration of Soviet military strength and intentions contributed greatly to the formation of American foreign, military, and economic policy and contributed no small amount to the Cold War stalemate that followed. Within a few short years, Russ Bellant, Linda Hunt and others followed up with an examination of how Eastern European émigré organizations, many of them fronts for Gehlen's spy organization which had since become West Germany's version of the CIA, the BND, or Bundesnachrichtendienst, had infiltrated the right wing of the Republican Party and were prominent financial contributors to Presidents Ronald Reagan's and George H.W. Bush's election campaigns in 1980, 1984, and 1988. And for those old enough to remember, early conspiracy theorist and Warren Commission critic Mae Brussell minced no words that there was a Nazi connection to the JFK assassination. She was followed in this assertion by an obscure book called The Assassination Chain by Bert Sugar and Sybil Leek, with a foreword by famous columnist Jack Anderson that exposed the little-known fact that Lee Harvey Oswald's notebook contained the address of none other than American Nazi Party leader George Lincoln Rockwell. And most of us were dimly aware of the fact that NASA's moon rockets and indeed the whole American nuclear missile arsenal simply would not have existed without the participation and collusion of Nazi rocket scientists von Braun, Rudolf, Dornberger, et al. But all this was a far cry from there actually being a Nazi international, i.e., a covered independent organization of Nazis infiltrating corporations and governments and manipulating them for its own sinister purposes. With the passage of time, however, we are now in a position to verify at least in a general fashion some of the article's astonishing allegations. The article's allegations, an analysis. But what are those allegations? Let us look closely at what K actually states at the very beginning of the article. My name is K, and for the past 10 years I have served with the International Nazi Party organization as Inspector General or liaison between central headquarters and operatives in the field. I would report on actions underway, supply data, information for possible actions in the future, and financial and personal data on individuals in different parts of the world. The Nazi Party organization is composed in two basic parts: the working organization, made up of former SS military officers, former members of the Nazi Party, and the second section of German industrialists and businessmen who financially support and provide the logistics support for operations. 220 of this organization. They have been involved with and responsible for a number of operations in the past years, among them the DC-10, the problems it has had, recent fires and calamities in Nevada. They have set up and provided logistic and financial support for organizations such as the Irish Republican Army and the Palestine Liberation Organization. They have and currently are involved with top-level individuals in the Reagan administration. This requires careful unpacking, for there are a number of specific implications that emerge from this short paragraph. 1. The post-war Nazi Party is international in extent. 2. It has a definite organization implying a hierarchy and normalized chain of command, as evident in K's reference to himself as an Inspector General. This organization is moreover split into two components: the operational component composed of former SS and military officers, and the financial component who support the organization logistically and financially. 3. It has a central headquarters, which, as is evident throughout the rest of the article, K connects to Scorzeni's home in Madrid, though he also implies a remoter, more high-ranking headquarters, somewhere in South America. 4. It conducts active operations directly, as in the case of the DC-10 disasters, which forms a central component in the article. These operations include but are not limited to: a. Sponsoring natural calamities such as wildfires in Nevada and other calamities; b. Sponsorship, support, and use of front terrorist organizations to further its own agenda. 5. It actively gathers intelligence on a. Personal data of individuals, presumably for blackmailed coercion and other purposes, and b. Financial data on persons and corporations, again, presumably for blackmailed coercion and corporate and organizational infiltration and penetration. By implication, one may assume that this organization also conducts more hardcore intelligence gathering on the military organization of various countries in which it operates. Let us briefly analyze each of these general points seriatim, before exploring in more depth K's assertions regarding the DC-10 and Nazi corporate and investment practices. Regarding the international extension of the Nazi International, this is entirely consistent with known facts. As already mentioned, the Nazis were successful in penetrating and exercising significant influence in post-war America's space program and intelligence gathering and analysis. 221. Via the Gehlen Organization. Additionally, German technicians aided the Soviet space program, and NKVD KGB double agents acted inside Gehlen's organization, raising the possibility that they could also have been triple agents, working at one level for the Americans, at a deeper level for the Soviets, but at the deepest level for the organization itself. We need look no farther than the Internet to learn of the wartime Nazi association with radical Islam in the form of the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem II and Nazi sponsorship of the notorious radical Egyptian Muslin, Banna, III, as well as of the post-war efforts of Dr. Wilhelm Voss, civilian head of the Skoda Munitions Works Engineering Division and an intimate of SS Obergruppenführer Hans Kammler's super-secret black projects think tank, the Kammlerstab of Hitler's Reichsbank president Hjalmar Schacht, and of Skorzeny himself, in behalf of supplying advanced rocket technology to Gamal Abdul Nasser's regime in Egypt. Skorzeny was instrumental in helping Nasser's junta establish and organize their intelligence services and training the Egyptian army in modern weapons and combat tactics. As for Nazi connections to the PLO and the IRA, these two are now a matter beyond dispute. 5. Additionally, actual Nazi liaison with post-war neo-Nazi organizations in America, France, the former eastern and western zones of Germany, Eastern Europe, and Russia is also no longer in dispute. 6K's allegations of the international extent of the organization, in other words, are entirely consistent with known facts and data. That said, it is another matter entirely if this international extent is backed up by an actual organization with one or more headquarters. Once again, however, recent research permits a rational speculation on where this was, and how it relates to Otto Skorzeny headquarters in Madrid. As the recent and meticulous research of Carter P. Heydrich indicates, one may reasonably and safely assume that Martin Bormann and his close friend and associate, Heinrich Gestapo Müller, the actual head of Hitler's notorious Gestapo, escaped to South America. 7. Heydrich's thesis is stunningly simple even though the scenario he paints is extraordinarily complex, but the bottom line is that Bormann and most likely Müller negotiated the covert surrender of highly enriched U-235 to the USA in return for America turning a blind eye to their escape and existence in South America. In this, Heydrich corroborates from yet another quarter, and with meticulous documentation and argument, the thesis of Lottie Sla's Farago and Paul Manning that Martin Bormann was alive and well, and functioning, as the de facto Führer of a post-war Nazi international in South America. And with Heinrich Gestapo Müller's probable survival as well, an interesting picture begins to emerge. As I mentioned in my own books Reich of the Black Sun, Nazi Secret Weapons and the Cold War Allied Legend, the SS Brotherhood of the Bell, NASA's Nazis, JFK, and Magic 12 and Secrets of the Unified Field, the Philadelphia Experiment, the Nazi Bell, and the Discarded Theory. 8. There is a third high-ranking Nazi who also most likely escaped Europe, along with the super-secret technology and science represented by the Nazi Bell device, and this is SS Obergruppenführer Hans Kammler. Kammler, 222. Was by the war's end the absolute head of all of Nazi Germany's many exotic secret weapons projects, and an administrative genius thoroughly familiar with the management and coordination of advanced research projects. 9. With the escape of these three we have the clear outlines of the emerging Nazi international. As I put it in my most recent book, Bormann, Müller, and Kammler, it is an interesting and unholy trinity to contemplate, for in it, one discerns the outlines of a very sinister shadow, the shadow of a post-war Nazi international, beginning to emerge. Consider, if there was to be a post-war Nazi international continuing to develop its own secret projects, it would need lots of money and someone who knew how to handle it, Bormann. It would need lots of security and someone who knew how to run it, Müller, and lots of engineering expertise and management experience in coordinating large projects and keeping them secret, Kammler. And they would need a suitably advanced project to work on within the limits imposed by post-war circumstances. Large uranium enrichment plants for A-bombs were out, as were large, and very visible rocket Gantt rise. Something truly sensational, which would not require large physical plants, and which could pay much larger dividends than any other of the above alternatives, was needed, the Bell. 10. If this be true, then the clear lineaments of Skorzeny's headquarters, as outlined by K, are discerned, for any such headquarters in Madrid would be answerable to a higher authority in South America, which Bormann, Müller, and Kammler would certainly constitute, either together or separately. Skorzeny was but the European branch office of something much larger. But again, the allegations of K insofar as they go fit the overall pattern of known facts. Skorzeny, as an SS colonel, would certainly be answerable to any of these three men, all of whom held rank in the SS as general officers. As far as this organization's ability to conduct active operations, either directly or through proxies, we have already pointed out the known involvement of Skorzeny and former Kammler Stab member Dr. Wilhelm Voss in training and equipping Nasser's Egyptian armed forces and intelligence services. And as we have also noted, Nazi penetration and liaison of terrorist organizations such as the IRA and PLO is now a matter of record. So once again, K's allegations fit the overall pattern of known facts consistently. What is interesting to note here is K's allegation that there is a Nazi connection to wildfires and other natural calamities in the American Southwest. It is worth recalling that in the post-9/11 environment, the American media has pointed to the possibility of the involvement of radical Muslim terrorist cells in setting some of these fires. Again, K's allegations fit a wider pattern of speculative possibilities, and point the finger to an even deeper and more covered layer of responsibility for such operations. 223. And given the now well-known and documented connection of Nazism to radical Muslims before and during the war, it is again not beyond the bounds of possibility. As K's interviewer puts it, then you're saying that Arab control, where it shows up, is German control? That Otto and his people are behind that? K's answer is succinct, and points to this wartime connection: yes, and it has been German control since before the war, even. With point 5, above, however, we are in the realm of the specifics of K's allegations, and to his specific assertions of Nazi involvement in the problems associated with the McDonnell Douglas DC-10 jumbo jet we must now turn. The DC-10 and the Nazi International. With respect to conducting active intelligence gathering and covert operations, K is unusually clear and precise for someone offering merely anecdotal information. For example, one unique operation that K indicates the Nazi International was involved in was extracting files from the National Archives, and most of what the National Archives had was not even catalogued, so virtually anything could be missing and no one would know it was missing. 11. I cannot help but let my mind run with this one a bit, for as someone interested in almost all aspects of alternative research, I cannot resist the idea that of all the missing files, ufologists, researchers of alternative technologies and experiments like Tesla's Colorado Springs experiments or the Philadelphia experiment and so on have encountered over the years, how ironic it would be if some post-war Nazi International was not only removing incriminating files about the Nazi regime and its own post-war activities from American archives, but anything else of technical, historical, or financial interest to it as well. The activity and the target, in this case the National Archives, are consistent with the presumed agenda of such an organization. Just imagine the goldmine of potential blackmailing opportunities this would give such an organization if, say, some of these files concern the degree and detailed financial dealings of major American corporations, families, or political figures with the Nazi Reich. What sort of leverage would, say, the complete file on the financial dealings of Prescott Bush with the Nazi regime give to such an organization? After all, he was father to U.S. President G.H.W. Bush and grandfather to President G.W. Bush. 12. Whatever one makes of the almost endless implications of post-war Nazis pilfering files from the American, K does not consider them. Rather, he presses on to the most specific and central of his allegations: the deliberate Nazi sabotage of the DC-10 jumbo jet and its extortion of McDonnell Douglas, a major American aerospace and defense contractor of the 1960s and 1970s. 224. K begins by mentioning that the source of his information comes from Skorzeny himself. 13. And that behind the organization, the economic interests of Messerschmitt-Volkow-Blum was involved, since it was the German firm represented in the European consortium developing the A300 Airbus, Europe's only competitor to the emerging jumbo jet market dominated by the three main American contenders, the Boeing 747, the McDonnell Douglas DC-10, and the graceful Lockheed Martin L-1011 TriStar. 14. As K's allegations are here quite specific, it is best to recall what exactly they are. The interviewer begins by asking the obvious question. Could you elaborate on the specifics of the extortion of McDonnell Douglas prior to this event and, specifically, how it was done, for how long and payments and amounts? You had mentioned that there was an Airbus which was competing. Could you explain the whole groundwork on that? The Airbus was developed and sold through a consortium of French and German manufacturers. They perceived the new generation of aircraft to be middle-range and still large-bodied aircraft, an improvement on the Boeing. They were aware that Lockheed and also Boeing and McDonnell Douglas were also developing that. However, the costs were deemed too heavy for a single European interest to go it alone, and consequently this association was developed. I use this word developed, and it certainly was encouraged by the German side, who because of the DC-10, which will be explained, wished to profit from this and did not wish to tie up a great deal of their own capital in it. 15. At this juncture it is important to recall the historical fact that of the three main American jumbo contenders, McDonnell Douglas DC-10 was the first out of the gate, and thus for a period of time, until its numerous accidents began to happen, was the earliest contender for the market. Continuing. When you say German side, who are you referring to? Messerschmitt Volkau Bloom. At what point was the decision made and how was it made to extort or coerce McDonnell Douglas? In the embryonic stages of this, in 71, the German interests did see that the DC-10, the L-1011, the other possible competitors were far advanced, would be direct competition, and they could not go it alone, could not be the first of the new generation of aircraft, and it was decided there were two options. Either through extortion or, if necessary, through the accidents that took place. The accidents as they developed were not known in 71, but they 225 were developing some ideas. The biggest problem in developing an accident is the accident must not appear to be the work of a terrorist, because that would not show on the integrity of the aircraft. The accidents were to discredit the aircraft itself, yes. So the crash in Paris in 74 was a test to see if they had the ability to bring the plane down, yes. 16. In other words, the Nazi International basically threatened McDonnell Douglas with the deliberate and targeted destruction of DC-10s in commercial use at great loss of life in such a way that it would reflect poorly on the aircraft, people would refuse to fly on it, and airlines would refuse to buy it as a result. McDonnell Douglas, which had invested millions in its development, would take a financial beating. The alternative was for McDonnell Douglas to pay a considerable percentage on each DC-10 sold to the organization, via arranged money drops in Switzerland and elsewhere, money which in turn was used to fund the development of the Airbus. 17. Then, because of American government investigation of kickbacks in the aerospace industry, McDonnell Douglas payments suddenly ceased, and this is where the organization got serious and brutal, and where K's allegations become even more sensational, and paradoxically, provide the one clue that can indeed corroborate his allegations by connecting them to a piece of little-known Nazi secret weapons research and technology. The organization couldn't care less why it happened. The payments had stopped and they wouldn't resume. After that, the accidents were in earnest, the arranged accidents. S had corrected some problems that had developed in the ultrasonics system and could be very reliable in arranging that structural failures or cracks could be arranged at any point. They could have it where a crack could be found, reflecting on the aircraft itself, or in the extreme example of the case of the DC-10 in Chicago, they could raise the ultrasonic to such a level that they knew that the natural vibration of the aircraft would complete the work. Whether it be the DC-10 out of Paris with the problem regarding the cargo door, whether it was the Air New Zealand DC-10, whether it was the Western Airlines DC-10 that crashed on landing in Mexico City, whether it was the DC-10 that crashed at O'Hara Field in Chicago, the one constant that was used in all cases was ultrasonics, leaving no trace. It would be attributed to structural failure of one type or another. On board the DC-10 out of Chicago, it was learned at the airport. 226. That two couriers, members of the organization, were to be on that flight and were to meet with a member of MI5, British intelligence, in Los Angeles, by the name of T, whose front is as a representative of a London newspaper. When they were noticed, immediate action was taken to develop the structural crack to such an extent that at certain sound and vibration levels consistent with take-off of the aircraft, vibrations necessary to complete structural failure of the aircraft would take place. The two men on the aircraft, part of the organization, 1K of Austria and S, were subsequently killed in the crash. 18. In other words, the Nazi International had access to some sophisticated ultrasonics equipment, which was fixed by S, to the point structural failures could be induced in aircraft at will. In the case of the American Airlines DC-10 that crashed in Chicago, the public was subsequently told that the engine mounting had been improperly serviced on the aircraft when it was last in Tulsa, Oklahoma, which, at that time, coincidentally, was home to a large McDonnell Douglas facility on the east edge of Tulsa International Airport. In the light of Kay's revelations, whether this story was in fact true, or spin control to prevent further damage to the aircraft's reputation, will never be known. That being said, however, this is precisely where we find the one piece of data that might serve to corroborate Kay's extraordinary allegations. The ultrasonics equipment. Could you explain what this is, a possible description of the equipment, how it was used? I have never seen the equipment, but from the conversations that I have developed, the equipment sounds a bit like it's compact. It could be in the seat of a pickup truck or service truck, which indeed it was in the Chicago example, and the actual device that delivered these highly directed waves is through an arrangement where you can direct it, point it, like they have these guns you can direct for sound. Now for the Siemens Company. Their main work is more than just fortunate. A principal facility of Siemens, a facility dealing in the ultrasonics, is located very close to the O'Hare Airport. 19. With this, we have the connection and the lone existing piece of data that tenuously corroborates Kay's assertions. 1. Ultrasonic equipment capable of inducing metal fatigue or fracture in specific areas of a target, and 2. A famous and quite large German firm Siemens dealing in sophisticated electronic technology. 20. German interest in the ultra-technological use of sound waves for a variety of purposes does indeed spring from World War II. For example, 227. According to one post-war source interrogated by the British, the Germans had adapted sonic technology for the distillation of oil. 21. In my book Reich of the Black Sun, Nazi Secret Weapons and the Cold War Allied Legend, however, I reported on a little-known German secret weapon project called the Kraftstrahlkanone or strong ray gun, an L-shaped gun-like weapon employing a crystal as an energy source and a long projection consisting of various hollow tubes of varying length, like a pipe organ, arranged in circular fashion around the central, and longest, tube. Crystals when subjected to stress are known not only to emit electricity and light, but bundles of sound called phonons, a play on the packets of light called photons. 22. Research into directed energy weapons and sonic weapons was, indeed, carried out in Nazi Germany by the Siemens und Halske and other German electrical combines. And one of the purposes of such research was, precisely, to bring down Allied aircraft. It would seem, then, that if Kay's allegations are indeed true, that such research was quietly continued and perfected long after the war was over, and by some of the same firms involved. While a tenuous corroboration at best, it is nonetheless corroboration, for such precise, detailed knowledge of Nazi secret weapons was not known on a widespread basis prior to the appearance of Kay's extraordinary allegations when they first came out in secret and suppressed. In all likelihood, Kay's knowledge came from where he said it did, by actually seeing the device, and learning about it through his contacts in the Nazi International. Contemplate that, the next time you step onto an airplane, not knowing if any of the other passengers might be special targets of that or any other such organization with access to such technology. Lingering questions about 9/11. By Harry Helms. Many questions linger, of course, concerning the infamous plane disasters of September 11, 2001, almost none of them having to do with the absence of a plane striking the Pentagon or the projection of holographic images of airliners on the trade towers as they were being demolished by explosive charges. It took 3 years for a head of steam to build up about the JFK assassination. It took only hours after the 9/11 crashes for a plethora of competing and often inane conspiracy theories to emerge on the internet. Just as Bill Cooper's well-known driver-did-it theory of JFK faded away after attracting a large audience to the topic, so too have the 9/11 truthers, the self-named truth movement that posits so many demonstrably false 9/11 theories, begun to recede from limelight, leaving behind many still wondering exactly what did happen that day. If it's too much to suggest that Dick Cheney ordered a shoot-down of Flight 77, might he have ordered a stand-down, going with the flow of horrific events? If the whole thing wasn't personally bankrolled by George Bush, could one lower-level Western intelligence payoff have led both to the resignation of the chief of Pakistan's covert police and the tragic beheading of journalist Danny Pearl? Like the Warren Commission, the government's Blue Ribbon 9/11 Commission provided little and false information. JFK assassination researchers have been filling in the gaps for 45 years, the effort to really figure out this tragedy remains in its infancy. The following excerpts a coming book from author Harry Helms. Ken Thomas. Did Vice President Cheney order American Airlines 77 shot down before it hit the Pentagon? According to then Secretary of Transportation Norman Mineta, he did. 230. Mineta testified before the 9/11 Commission that he arrived at the White House at approximately 9:20 a.m., about 15 minutes after the South Tower of the World Trade Center was hit. He was taken immediately to the Presidential Emergency Operations Center, a reinforced bunker under the White House. Mineta said Vice President Cheney and National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice were already in the center. Mineta further testified that he learned an unidentified plane had been detected headed toward Washington. A young man Mineta could not identify entered the bunker and said to Cheney, "The plane is 50 miles out." Mineta conferred by phone with acting FAA Deputy Administrator Monty Belger, who was at FAA's Washington headquarters. Mineta said Belger told him the transponder of the plane had been turned off but they were able to track it on radar. After speaking with Belger, Mineta said the young man returned to the bunker and told Cheney, "The plane is 30 miles out." The young man left, but quickly returned and said to Cheney, "The plane is 10 miles out. Do the orders still stand?" Mineta testified that Cheney, in his words, whipped his neck around, and said to the young man, "Of course the orders still stand, have you heard anything to the contrary?" Mineta told the 9/11 Commission he inferred from the situation that the orders being referred to were shoot-down orders against the incoming plane. American 77 crashed into the Pentagon at 9:37 a.m. However, the 9/11 Commission concluded that the timeline of Mineta's account was wrong, that Cheney didn't arrive at the Presidential Emergency Operations Center until 9:58 a.m. Roughly 20 minutes after American 77 crashed, and therefore the discussion Mineta witnessed concerned United 93, not American 77. But the 9/11 Commission did qualify its conclusion by saying there was conflicting evidence as to when the Vice President arrived in the shelter conference room. There was a lot of that conflicting evidence. Richard Clark, counterterrorism coordinator for President Clinton and then President Bush, claimed he saw Vice President Cheney leave for the Presidential Emergency Operations Center around 9:10 a.m. He later speaks to Cheney before 10 a.m. by telephone, and says he learned Cheney had already issued a shoot-down order, thus partially corroborating Mineta's account. David Bower, an official White House photographer, said Cheney left just after 9 a.m. But the 9/11 Commission claimed Cheney did not leave for the center until after 9:30 a.m. and then was almost carried there by Secret Service agents who entered his office, lifted him up by his arms, and took him to the bunker. Cheney repeated this account in television interviews. In putting together the timeline of Cheney's actions and whereabouts on September 11, the 9/11 Commission apparently put greater emphasis on Cheney's account than the eyewitness testimony of Mineta, Clark, and Bower when evaluating the conflicting evidence. Mineta, Clark, and Bower were disinterested observers, while Cheney could have had numerous reasons such as concern over political repercussions over a failure to stop American 77 before it hit the Pentagon to claim he arrived at the center later. 231. The question of exactly when Vice President Cheney arrived at the Presidential Emergency Operations Center is still open and may never be resolved. Why did the hijackers make at least 6 trips to Las Vegas in the months before the attacks? Las Vegas likes to use the slogan "What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas" to promote tourism. Ironically, that same slogan could be used to describe our knowledge of what the 9/11 hijackers were up to in Las Vegas in the months preceding their attacks. The FBI pursued over 3,000 leads concerning the hijackers' activities in Las Vegas but came up empty. As the 9/11 Commission was forced to conclude, beyond Las Vegas' reputation for welcoming tourists, we have seen no credible evidence explaining why, on this occasion and others, the operatives flew to or met in Las Vegas. But the hijackers were definitely in Las Vegas several times and were busy doing something. For example, Mohammed Atta made his first trip to Las Vegas on June 29, 2001, arriving from Boston via a connection in San Francisco. He rented a car, and put 110 miles on the car in the 2 days he was there. Where he went and what he did and who, if anyone, he met with while there is unknown. What we do know is that none of the hijackers apparently spent time in any of the casinos, either on the Strip or elsewhere. When it became known shortly after the hijackings that the perpetrators had made several trips to Las Vegas prior to September 11, the FBI requested security camera videos from all casinos in the Las Vegas area for the dates of the hijackers' known visits. Despite intensive analysis, the FBI was unable to find any of the hijackers on the security videos. The first hijackers known to have visited Las Vegas were Nawaf al-Hajmi and Khalid al-Madar, who drove there several times in 2000 during the period they lived in San Diego. Beginning in late May of 2001, the hijackers began traveling to Las Vegas regularly, both individually and in groups. For example, Marwan al-Shahai was in Las Vegas May 24 to 27, as was Jihad Jarrah on June 7 to 10. Jarrah is known to have rented a car while in Las Vegas. The activities of the hijackers during their visits are unknown. In all, investigators have been able to identify at least 6 visits to Las Vegas by the hijackers in 2001, there may have been additional ones that investigators are unaware of. The most significant visit was apparently on August 13 and 14. Mohammed Atta arrived in Las Vegas from Reagan National Airport in Washington and Hani Hanjour and Nawaf al-Hajmi arrived from Dulles Airport in Washington via a connection in Los Angeles. Atta checked into the Econo Lodge at the north end of Las Vegas Boulevard, an area populated by strip clubs and cheap souvenir shops instead of the glamorous casinos found on 232. The South End. Al-Hajmi is known to have stayed at a Days Inn in Las Vegas. According to a hotel employee, his manner was cold and abrupt. Al-Hajmi told the employee he was in Las Vegas on important business and asked for a list of Days Inns in the Los Angeles area, although he declined an offer by the employee to make a reservation for him in Los Angeles. Many investigators believe the August 13 to 14 meeting was the final planning session for the 9/11 attacks and Las Vegas was selected because persons of all nationalities and ethnicities freely travel and mix there. A group of Arab men would not have warranted a second glance in August 2001. However, some believe the hijackers were considering Las Vegas as a possible target. The 109-story Stratosphere Casino Tower would have made a tempting target, and so would any of the glitzy strip casinos. Certainly Las Vegas represents all the decadence and hedonism of Western culture that Islamic fundamentalists are supposed to hate. Jerry Keller, the former sheriff of Clark County, said, "We had to be a collateral target or they wouldn't have been here." In the aftermath of the attacks, the FBI vigorously pursued a flood of tips concerning the hijackers' activities in Las Vegas. There were numerous reports that some of the hijackers patronized various strip clubs, where the dancers remembered them as quiet, well-groomed, and poor tippers. Employees at a Starbucks said they remembered serving the hijackers coffee. Librarians say they recall them using computers for internet access. Some of the reports were ridiculous on their face, such as Mohammed Atta being spotted driving a cab, while others, such as the hijackers requesting that ham be removed from slices at a pizza parlor, had the ring of truth. However, the FBI was unable to establish exactly what the hijackers were doing in Las Vegas or why they made so many visits there in the months just before the hijackings. It now seems unlikely that we will ever resolve those mysteries. Did actor James Woods try to alert the US government about the planned hijackings? Yes, he did. The mystery is what happened to his information. Woods took a non-stop flight from Boston to Los Angeles sometime around August 1, 2001. He was one of 5 passengers in the first-class section. The other 4 were well-dressed young men who appeared to be Middle Eastern and were obviously traveling together. As he later told Seymour Hersh for an article in the June 3, 2002 of The New Yorker, "I watch people like a movie maker. I thought these guys were either terrorists or FBI guys. The guys were in sync, dressed alike. They didn't have a drink and were not talking to the stewardess. None of them had a carry-on or a newspaper. Nothing." Woods told Hersh he felt the men were casing the plane, like crooks casing a bank before a robbery, and he was so unnerved by them that he kept his cutlery after lunch was served. 233. In a February 2002 Fox TV interview with Bill O'Reilly on The O'Reilly Factor, Woods elaborated on his suspicions. "I was on a flight, without going into the details of what made me suspicious of these 4 men, although it would have been blatantly obvious to the most casual observer. I took it upon myself to go the flight attendant and ask to speak to the pilot of the plane. The first officer came out. I said, 'Can you look over my shoulder and see who I'm talking about?' And he said, 'Yeah.' I said, 'I think they're going to hijack this plane. I mean, everything they're doing,' and I explained to him these details, which I've been asked to keep private, until whatever jurisdiction, whatever trials may take place, their behavior was such that I felt that they were going to hijack the plane. I also said I'm very much aware of how serious it is to say on an American aircraft in flight the word hijack.' Upon landing, a flight attendant told him that a report of the incident would be filed with the FAA. When his agent later asked him how his flight went, Woods jokingly replied, 'Aside from the terrorists and turbulence, it was fine.' Woods telephoned the Los Angeles FBI office on the afternoon of September 11 and told an agent about his experience on the August 1 flight. The next morning, he received a phone call at 6:45 a.m. from the agent he had spoken to the previous day. The agent said the FBI urgently wanted to speak to him. Woods replied that he would come down to the FBI office as soon as possible. The agent replied that wouldn't be necessary. He and another FBI agent were waiting outside Woods' home. Woods told the agents he couldn't recall the exact date of his flight, but he could clearly remember the men and their actions. Agents showed him various photographs, and Woods recognized Hamza Al-Ghamdi and Khalid Al-Madar. As Woods told O'Reilly, "I said, 'Look, I'm dying to know, were these the guys?' And he said, 'Well, we've had 36,000 tips in one day. And there's 2 of us and we're going to be at your house all this morning. So you can do the math, but we can't tell you. So since then, I have identified for sure 2 of them as 2 of the terrorists.'" Woods paused, and continued, "Who actually were not on Flight 11, but one was on Flight 175 and one was on Flight 77. And I've been told unofficially, not by the FBI, but by someone else in actually a higher level of government, believe it or not, just through a coincidence, through a mutual friend, that all 4 of them were terrorists involved." Later in the interview, Woods told O'Reilly, "But what's significant about this is that it was a rehearsal with 4 men. And I can't say it as a fact that they were the 4, but I've been led to believe without going into the details of how, that they were on different flights." Later in 2005, author Annie Jacobson said a FBI agent told her one of the passengers observed by Woods was Mohammed Atta. However, Seymour Hersh reported in his New Yorker article that a senior FBI official told him the FBI had not been able to confirm any hijackers were on the flight Woods had taken. "We don't know for sure," said the unnamed official. 234. If the flight crew did file a report as they promised Woods, what happened to it? Prior to September 11, reports of suspicious passengers did not raise many alarms at the FAA, and the report, if actually filed, triggered no action. The FAA did issue 4 information circulars between June 22 and July 31, 2001, warning of possible aviation-based terrorism, but these were only vague warnings. The FAA could have issued higher priority warnings, known as security directives, which would have forced the airlines to take additional precautions, but the FAA apparently did not consider the threat serious enough to justify the stronger warnings. The totality of the evidence strongly indicates that James Woods indeed witnessed a dry run for the September 11 attacks. The September 11 hijackers took numerous airplane trips in the months before the attacks, and it is likely that many, if not all, of them were also reconnaissance flights. The big remaining question is whether the crew of Woods' flight filed a report and, if they did, what happened to it? Another troubling question is why Hersh's senior FBI official was so equivocal about Woods' report. Did George W. Bush really watch American Airlines Flight 11 hit the World Trade Center on live television? On December 4, 2001, President George W. Bush held a town meeting in Orlando, Florida. The event was televised live nationally by CNN. One of the attendees, named Jordan, asked Bush how he felt when he learned of the attacks on the World Trade Center. He replied as follows. "Well, Jordan, you're not going to believe what state I was in when I heard about the terrorist attack. I was in Florida. And my chief of staff, Andy Card, actually I was in a classroom talking about a reading program that works. And I was sitting outside the classroom waiting to go in, and I saw an airplane hit the tower. The TV was obviously on, and I used to fly myself, and I said, there's one terrible pilot. And I said, it must have been a horrible accident. But I was whisked off there. I didn't have much time to think about it, and I was sitting in the classroom, and Andy Card, my chief who was sitting over here, walked in and said, a second plane has hit the tower. America's under attack." On January 5, 2001, Bush participated in another town meeting, this time in Ontario, California. He was asked a question similar to the one he was asked in Orlando about his reactions to learning of the September 11 attacks, and his reply was also similar. According to the official White House press office transcript of the event, Bush replied, 235. Anyway, I was sitting there, and my chief of staff, well, first of all, when we walked into the classroom, I had seen this plane fly into the first building. There was a TV set on. And you know, I thought it was pilot error, and I was amazed that anybody could make such a terrible mistake. And something was wrong with the plane, or, anyway, I'm sitting there, listening to the briefing, and Andy Card came and said, America is under attack. But there is a big problem with President Bush's answers in Orlando and Ontario. He didn't see, as he phrased it in Ontario, a plane fly into the first building on television. Neither did anyone else, for that matter. Television coverage of the World Trade Center attacks began after the first building was struck by American Flight 11, not before. The only video of American 11 striking the World Trade Center taken by a film crew making a documentary about a New York Fire Department company did not surface until later in the evening on September 11. In addition, the first plane struck the World Trade Center at 8:46 a.m. At that time, President Bush was in a limousine traveling from the Colony Beach and Tennis Resort to Booker Elementary School in Sarasota, Florida. He was not, as he claimed in his Orlando and Ontario statements, outside the classroom. In other words, there is no way Bush could have observed the first strike against the World Trade Center on September 11, as he claimed, and the statements he made in Orlando and Ontario had no basis whatsoever in reality. Some supporters of President Bush later claimed he became confused and inadvertently confabulated a memory based upon later seeing the Second World Trade Center attack on television. But this explanation seems extremely unlikely, for reasons obvious to anyone who has seen footage of the second attack. The upper reaches of the North Tower are in flames with large quantities of black smoke before the second airplane hits the South Tower. The damage can't be overlooked or ignored, It's painfully clear the North Tower has suffered catastrophic damage long before the second airplane hits the South Tower. And Bush himself has made other, contradictory accounts of how he learned of the first attack. For example, he told the Washington Post in its January 27, 2002 issue that he learned about the first crash from his advisor Karl Rove, and Rove had told him a small airplane, not a jet airliner, had hit the North Tower. The real mystery here is why President Bush twice made a preposterous claim that could so easily be totally debunked. 236. Who funded the 9/11 plot and supported the hijackers financially? The 9/11 Commission report states, to date, the U.S. government has not been able to determine the origin of the money used for the 9/11 attacks. Compelling evidence traces the bulk of the funds directly back to KSM, but from where KSM obtained the money remains unknown at this time. The report further states, no credible evidence exists that the operatives received substantial funding from any person in the United States. Specifically, there is no evidence that Madar and Hashmi received funding from Saudi citizens Omar al-Bayoumi and Osama Basnan, or that Saudi Princess Haifa al-Faisal provided any funds to the conspiracy either directly or indirectly. The first statement that the United States government has been unable to determine the origin of the money used to finance the attacks is true. But there is considerable evidence the 9/11 hijackers did receive financial and other support from persons in the United States as well as persons with connections to the government of Saudi Arabia and the Saudi royal family. The exact amount of money spent to carry out the attacks is not known, although the 9/11 Commission estimated the total cost as from $400,000 to $500,000. The FBI determined that $303,481.63 was deposited into American checking accounts in the names of the hijackers. But only $193,200 of that was in the form of wire transfers from Middle Eastern banks. The remainder was in travelers' checks, third-party checks, and cash, all ideal vehicles for money laundering. There is dispute over how many bank accounts the hijackers had in the United States. In the July 10, 2002 issue of the New York Times, Dennis Lormel, part of the FBI unit investigating the hijackers' finances, stated the hijackers had 35 different accounts, including 14 with SunTrust Bank. But on September 26, 2002, FBI Director Robert Mueller told Congress, in total, the hijackers opened 24 bank accounts at 4 different U.S. banks. On July 31, 2006, the FBI revised its estimates again and stated the hijackers had opened at least 25 accounts with 6 different banks. The 9/11 Commission report did not state how many bank accounts the hijackers used. Further complicating matters is the possibility the hijackers and their associates may have opened accounts using forged identification and stolen social security numbers. Despite the 9/11 Commission's conclusion that the hijackers received no direct or indirect financial assistance from persons in the United States or representatives of the Saudi Arabian government, there is abundant evidence that is not true. Senator Bob Graham, the former chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee and co-chair of the Congressional 9/11 Inquiry, told reporters on September 7, 2004, I find that the actions in San Diego present a compelling case that there was Saudi assistance. Senator Graham was referring to the activities of Omar al-Bayoumi and Osama Basnan, both of whom he said were linked to the Saudi government. 237. Omar al-Bayoumi helped hijackers Nawaf al-Hashmi and Khalid al-Mihdhar get settled in the San Diego area and provided them with financial assistance. According to al-Bayoumi, he overheard the 2 hijackers conversing in Arabic in a restaurant at the Los Angeles International Airport and quickly befriended them. He drove them to San Diego, found them an apartment and paid the first 2 months of rent for them, introduced them to local Muslims, helped them get social security cards and open bank accounts, and assisted them in enrolling at local flight schools. While he did all this, al-Bayoumi was employed by Dalla Avco, a firm having numerous contacts with the Saudi Ministry of Defense and Aviation. The ministry was headed by Saudi Prince Sultan, the father-in-law of Princess Haifa al-Faisal, the wife of the Saudi ambassador to the United States and daughter of King Faisal. Beginning in January 1999, Princess Al Faisal began sending a series of cashier's checks for $2,000 to a San Diego woman named Majida Ibrahim Dwicott, a Saudi national. The checks were supposedly to help her pay for medical treatments for a thyroid condition. But in early 2000 Dwicott began endorsing those checks over to a woman named Manal Ahmed Bagader. Bagader is the wife of Omar al-Bayoumi. They left San Diego for England in July 2001. After their departure, the FBI examined their San Diego telephone records and found al-Bayoumi made frequent telephone calls to the Islamic Affairs Department at the Saudi Embassy in Washington. The Islamic Affairs Department regularly provides financial support to radical mosques and madrasas in the United States, including several attended by the 9/11 hijackers and otherwise linked to terrorist activities. According to Senator Graham, al-Bayoumi used those extra funds to assist and support al-Hajmi and al-Mitter. From these two sources, al-Bayoumi was funneled in excess of $40,000 above his usual salary, somewhere between 1/6 and 1/12 the estimated total amount needed to fund the September 11 attacks. Princess Al Faisal issued a statement saying, "I find that the accusations that I contributed funds to terrorists outrageous and completely irresponsible." And on August 27, 2002, Princess Al Faisal and her husband were guests of President George W. Bush at his ranch in Crawford, Texas. Maybe Princess Al Faisal was telling the truth, and she had no idea Dwicott was redirecting her checks to Bagader. Maybe al-Bayoumi had no idea what al-Hajmi and al-Mitter were up to, and he spent so much time, and money, to assist them out of nothing more than simple kindness toward strangers. Maybe al-Bayoumi's repeated calls to the Saudi embassy were innocent, and the departure of he and his wife to England 2 months before the attacks was just a coincidence. Maybe. But to assume all the activities of al-Bayoumi and those linked to him were nothing more than mere coincidences takes a lot of assuming. There is still much unknown about how the 9/11 plot was financed, who financed it, and how the routes by which the funds made their way to the hijackers. 238. How did Hani Hanjour suddenly become such a good pilot? According to the 9/11 Commission report, among the 5 hijackers aboard American Airlines Flight 77, Hani Hanjour was the sole individual who FAA records show completed flight training and received FAA pilot certification. Hanjour received his commercial multi-engine pilot certificate from the FAA in March 1999. He received extensive flight training in the United States, including flight simulator training, and was perhaps the most experienced and highly trained pilot among the 9/11 hijackers. Most observers consider Hanjour's flying on September 11 to have been the most impressive of any of the hijackers' pilots. Hanjour's American 77 was 5 miles west-southwest of the Pentagon when it initiated a 330-degree turn in which it descended 2,200 feet. This was a maneuver that required a high degree of pilot skill. When it had been completed, Hanjour then pointed American 77 toward downtown Washington and the Pentagon, opened the throttle to maximum, and plunged the jet into the Pentagon. Unlike the World Trade Center towers, the Pentagon was not an easy target. While easy to spot from the air, it was not very tall, and the pilot of American 77 had to carefully bring in the jet at the proper angle to strike the building. Film of the crash from Pentagon security cameras show American 77 coming in like a well-executed runway landing, albeit at a very high rate of speed. Flying at such speed at low altitudes also takes an uncommon degree of pilot skill. But there's a problem. According to many who observed Hanjour when he was undergoing pilot training in the United States, Hanjour wasn't a very good pilot at all. According to the May 4, 2002 New York Times, a Phoenix area flight school called Jet Tech contacted the Federal Aviation Administration in January 2001 about Hanjour. Hanjour held a FAA commercial pilot's license since 1999 but, according to the Jet Tech staff, did not have the flying skills or English language proficiency required for the license. One Jet Tech employee was quoted as saying, I'm still to this day amazed that he could have flown into the Pentagon. He could not fly at all. JetTech employees remembered that when he tried to use a flight simulator, he had little understanding of the cockpit instruments and what they were used for. Other JetTech employees remembered Hanjour as a weak student, who was wasting our resources. CBS News reported on May 10, 2002 that how Hanjour managed to get a commercial pilot's license remains a lingering question that FAA officials refuse to discuss. While the 9/11 Commission report termed Hanjour perhaps the most experienced and highly trained pilot among the 9/11 hijackers in one section, it seemed to contradict itself in another section when it noted about 239. His time at JetTech. By early 2001, he was using a Boeing 737 simulator. Because his performance struck his flight instructors as substandard, they discouraged Hanjour from continuing, but he persisted. Examinations for pilot licenses are not conducted by FAA employees but instead by private contractors authorized by the FAA to test prospective pilots. The private contractor gives a written test using questions provided by the FAA and sits next to the examinee during the flight check. The fee for the examination when Hanjour took it in 1999 was around $300, and the examiner who administered the test to Hanjour had a reputation for being an easy grader who passed many marginal students. After the 9/11 attacks, both the FAA and FBI investigated the examiner, including a polygraph test, but were unable to uncover any evidence of deliberate fraud on the examiner's part. Regardless of whether or not he obtained his commercial pilot license legitimately, it is clear that Hanjour was not an accomplished pilot in early 2001. So how did his skills become so much better in just a few months? One possibility is that Hanjour was pretending, for some reason, to have less flying and English proficiency than was the case. Concerning the latter, Hanjour was the first hijacker to visit the United States, in 1991, and spent substantially more time in the country than any other hijacker. He also took English as a second language classes at the University of Arizona. However, it is hard to understand why Hanjour would feign a lack of flying or English capability, as this only attracted suspicion of the JetTech employees and endangered his mission. Another possibility is that Hanjour received additional flight training that investigators have not uncovered. As the 9/11 Commission report notes, the FBI's Phoenix office believes it is plausible that Hanjour returned to Arizona for additional training in June and August of 2001. However, there was only one flight school witness who claims to have remembered seeing Hanjour at that time, and she was only fairly certain it was Hanjour. No record has been discovered indicating Hanjour ever enrolled in a flight school or used a flight simulator in Arizona during the summer of 2001. If he did, his flying and English skills did not attract attention from flight school employees. While it may initially seem far-fetched, there is the possibility that the Hani Hanjour who crashed American 77 into the Pentagon was not the same Hani Hanjour who demonstrated poor flying and English skills a few months earlier. The September 27, 2001 Los Angeles Times reported that during the second week of August 2001, Hani Hanjour attempted on 3 separate occasions to rent an airplane at Freeway Airport in Bowie, Maryland. Each time, a flight instructor took Hanjour on a brief check flight and deemed him too incompetent to fly solo and the rental was denied. Yet a month later, Hani Hanjour demonstrated considerable flying skills when he hit the Pentagon with American 77. Hani Hanjour was a Saudi national, and, as the 9/11 Commission report notes, there were significant security weaknesses in the Saudi governments. 240. Issuance of Saudi passports in the period when the visas to the hijackers were issued. 2 of the Saudi 9/11 hijackers may have obtained their passports legitimately or illegitimately with the help of a family member who worked in the passport office. The possibility of irregularities in the issuance of a passport to Hani Hanjour cannot be discounted. We do know there were irregularities in the issuance of U.S. visas to Hanjour. Again quoting the 9/11 Commission report, the applications of Hani Hanjour, Saeed Al-Ghamdi, and Khalid al-Madar stated that they had not previously applied for a US visa when, in fact, they had. In Hanjour's case, the false statement was made in an earlier application for a visit, in 1997, not his final visa application in 2000. Hanjour and Madar also made false statements about whether they had previously traveled to the United States. Once in the United States, Hanjour obtained a Virginia's driver's license on August 2, 2001, an odd behavior for someone who was planning to die in less than 6 weeks. Making this behavior even odder, Hanjour had previously held other driver's licenses in the United States. It is very tempting to jump to the conclusion that there were 2 or more persons using the name Hani Hanjour in 2001 and that the pilot of American 77 and the inept pilot recalled by jet tech instructors were 2 different people. The evidence currently available does not conclusively prove that, but it does indicate a big discrepancy between the skills Hanjour demonstrated to flight instructors and those he exhibited on September 11. The reason for that difference is unknown. 241. Paranotes. By Al-Haidel. Ohio vote rigging convictions. On January 5, 2007, the Associated Press reported that 2 Ohio election workers were convicted of rigging a recount of the 2004 presidential election. You may recall that Ohio gave President Bush the electoral votes he needed to defeat John Kerry. The rigging took place in Cuyahoga County, Ohio's most populous county. Apparently willing to let bygones be bygones, U.S. media virtually ignored the news. Elections coordinator Jacqueline Maiden and ballot manager Kathleen Dreamer were each convicted of a felony count of negligent misconduct of an elections employee. Prosecutors accused Maiden and Dreamer of secretly reviewing ballots before the public recount, and screening out any ballots that might be questionable. Prosecutor Kevin Baxter was careful to downplay any political ramifications, portraying the women as bureaucrats trying to avoid the work of a long drawn-out recount. Disturbingly, given the many credible allegations of 2004 election improprieties throughout Ohio, defense attorney Roger Sinnenberg said the election workers did nothing out of the ordinary. They just were doing it the way they were always doing it. The Green Scare. On November 9, 2006, 4 environmental activists facing up to life in prison negotiated non-cooperating plea agreements which reduced their recommended sentences to 5 to 8 years. After a 10-year FBI investigation known as Operation Backfire, these individuals, along with 11 others, were indicted in several arson fires for which the Earth Liberation Front or the Animal Liberation Front claimed responsibility. The fires damaged property, but no one was hurt. The FBI defined the activists as terrorists, and clearly sought the draconian prison sentences to send a 242. Message to domestic dissenters: crimes based on a strong political or social viewpoint, even nonviolent crimes, are terrorism, and will be treated accordingly. After all, life in prison is unheard of for arsons in which no one is hurt, and arsonists in the U.S. generally face 5 years in prison from the get-go. Thought crime and punishment. Sometimes an idea or viewpoint will get you locked up, even if all you do is express it. Until recently, America's relatively free society has provided refuge for historians and researchers who question aspects of the official history of the Holocaust. During 2006, however, 3 of the most prominent revisionists, each of whom was at least partly resident in the U.S., found themselves imprisoned in European jails. The best known is British historian David Irving, who spends part of each year in Florida and organizes real history conferences in Ohio. Irving was released from an Austrian prison in January 2007 after serving 1 year of a 3-year sentence. On February 15, 2007, another key revisionist, Ernst Zundel, was sentenced to 5 years in prison by a German court for his nonviolent thought crime. Zundel, who is married to an American, has already spent 4 years in a German jail, ever since he was arrested and deported by U.S. authorities in 2003. Lastly, Germer Rudolph, an associate of David Irving, was seized by U.S. authorities on November 14, 2005 and deported to Germany, where he was imprisoned and placed in solitary confinement. Prior to his arrest, Rudolph, who has an American wife and child, had unsuccessfully applied for U.S. political asylum. The criminalization of the nonviolent expression of ideas is unjust, no matter how unpopular or offensive the ideas may be. It is nothing more than a club wielded by those in power to beat people whose beliefs are judged too extreme and too dangerous. A similar club was used against the victims of Operation Backfire. Whether dealing with environmental terrorism or hate crimes, governments should stick to punishing actions fairly and stay out of the business of policing our thoughts. This apple isn't green. Despite its cachet among hip and progressive consumers, Apple's environmental policies are surprisingly lackluster. So says Greenpeace in a December 2006 report, which ranked the iPod gurus dead last when it evaluated the overall environmental policies of America's high-tech companies. In a January 30, 2007 article on the Greenpeace ranking, Jess Hemerly took Apple to task. Companies like Dell and Nokia have made great strides to eliminate the most toxic chemicals from their products and offer strong recycling programs, while Apple has not. Responding to its low ranking, Apple spokesperson Kristen Huguet stated, "We disagree with Greenpeace's rating and the criteria they chose. Apple has a strong environmental track record and has led the industry in restricting and banning toxic substances such as mercury, cadmium, hexavalent chromium, as well as many bromine and flame retardants." She also cited the fact that several Apple products scored best in class in a new EPA ranking system known as APEAT. In addition, she proclaimed Apple had completely eliminated CRT monitors, which contain lead, from its product line. Responding to similar criticism from the Silicon Valley Toxic Coalition in 2005, Apple CEO Steve Jobs was more succinct. He said Apple was being singled out and called the charges bullshit. "Big iPod is tracking you." Speaking of iPods, if you're a runner who uses the cool new Nike Plus iPod Sport Kit, you may be making it easier for people to track your movements. The high-tech pedometer uses Nikes with RFID capability and a small receiver that plugs into an iPod to give runners real-time updates of their workouts. Citing the work of 4 University of Washington researchers, Annalee Newitz of Wired.com reported that security flaws in the kit make it easy for tech-savvy stalkers, thieves, and corporations to track your movements. Omion could even plot your running routes on a Google map without your knowledge. Essentially, the kit turns your running shoe into a beacon that transmits your whereabouts up to 60 feet away. The University of Washington researchers proved the signal, which is unique for each kit, can be recorded by a small $79 device, and also transmitted to a nearby Wi-Fi access point. Attorney Li Tian of the Electronic Frontier Foundation warns, "We're going to see more devices like this in the next few years," though he believes the surveillance capability of the Nike/iPod combo was unintentional. Tougher nuke plant security standards next. In this post-9/11 world, one would assume that security standards for nuclear power plants have been enhanced, right? Well, in December 2006. 244. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission decided not to institute tougher requirements on new nuke plants. The rule that's been in place for decades that plants should be able to withstand a well-armed attack by 3 people and a plant insider seems rather quaint these days. Yet the NRC apparently thinks the scenario is still the most dangerous threat a nuclear plant might face. The NRC's December action came despite an April 2006 Government Accountability Office report that criticized the Commission for its lax attitude toward security standards. Indeed, the report essentially accused the NRC of being a bunch of lackeys for the nuclear power industry. As an April 4, 2006 Christian Science Monitor article by Alexandra Marks put it, the GAO found the NRC not increase standards enough to ensure plants are genuinely secure, but only as much as industry officials believed was necessary. The industry's response to the GAO report was strangely refreshing due to its lack of PR spin. According to the Monitor, industry officials complained that plant security requirements were already too burdensome. As for the possibility of terrorists plowing a commercial jet into a nuclear plant, the industry appears to be placing its faith in Uncle Sam. Through the FAA and the North American Defense Command, they do have procedures and protocols in place now for interdicting flights much better than they did prior to 9/11, noted Stephen Floyd of the industry's Nuclear Energy Institute. There's a fair amount of increased protection there. Floyd acknowledged that nuke plants were potential targets, but suggested there are lots of other, less fortified, targets available, such as chemical plants. There's nobody who's stronger than we are, Floyd declared. The rest of the nation's critical infrastructure, he explained, hasn't done a tenth of what we have done. Bloggers behind bars. Reuters, citing the Committee to Protect Journalists, reports that the number of jailed journalists worldwide rose from 9 in 2005 to 134 in 2006, with internet bloggers and online reporters now constituting one-third of those incarcerated. American freelance journalist and blogger Joshua Wolf is one of them. He videotaped a San Francisco protest rally in July 2005 and posted excerpts on his weblog. In January 2006, the Federal Joint Terrorism Task Force issued a subpoena ordering him to testify before a federal grand jury investigating the protest. The subpoena also ordered him to hand over his unused video footage. Wolf refused, and was jailed by Judge William Alsup for contempt of court August 1, 2006. This great country which has allowed you to be a journalist, sometimes your country asks for something back, the judge bellowed. As Josh Wolf's father commented, aside from its fragmentary grammar, it's an interesting statement with a 245 flawed, if commonly accepted, premise, that the U.S. allows the existence of the press. It doesn't. Freedom of speech and press is not a right granted by the state, but rather an inalienable right. Perhaps Judge Alsup missed that lecture during law school. Cell phone genocide. Much has been written about the role oil plays in the violence of the Middle East. When it comes to other natural resources and regions, though, decision-makers in both government and the media are often silent. It's as if there is a tacit agreement that discussion of naked greed and aggression on the part of corporations and governments starts and stops at the gas pump. Case in point, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where the humanitarian aid organization International Rescue Committee estimates 3.9 million people have died since 1998 as a direct or indirect result of that nation's brutal civil war. Most died from easily treated diseases. The violence and chaos has caused a breakdown of the healthcare infrastructure and made it extremely difficult for aid workers to reach the sick and dying. While the IRC's work in the region is laudable, its characterization of the problem as a humanitarian crisis caused by civil war obscures a key fact: the violence in the DRC has been the result of coups, invasions, and wars sponsored by Washington, London, and Tel Aviv, and has involved up to 9 African nations at various times. At stake is control of the region's mineral wealth: diamonds, tin, copper, gold, uranium, cobalt, coltan, and niobium. Coltan, in particular, is vital for the manufacture of cell phones and other electronic gadgets, and the DRC is home to 80% of the world's supply, as well as 60% of the world's cobalt. Needless to say, when U.S.-sponsored Rwandan and Ugandan forces entered the DRC in 1996, gaining control of the mineral mines was a top priority. 2 years earlier, the Rwandan Patriotic Front had destabilized and then taken over Rwanda, in a U.S.-backed regime change that was largely overlooked in coverage of the Rwanda genocide. Keith Harmon Snow, a journalist cited by Project Censored for his work covering the DRC, has stated, "What played out in Rwanda in 1994 is now playing out in Darfur, Sudan. Regime change is the goal, genocide is the tool of propaganda used to manipulate and disinform." Indeed, Africa's problems are almost always presented as inexplicable humanitarian tragedies, while the political and economic forces behind them remain in the shadows. Conversely, the politics and economics behind the Iraqi conflict are widely discussed, while the humanitarian crisis receives scant attention. It's time to bring both issues out from behind their respective curtains. 246. Timothy McVeigh, lost and found. A video has emerged that appears to show alleged Oklahoma City bomber Timothy McVeigh at a U.S. military base over a year after the government says he was discharged from the military. The footage was released in 2006 by Bill Bean, a film producer who toured Camp Grafton, North Dakota on August 3, 1993. According to Paul Joseph Watson and Alex Jones of PrisonPlanet.com, Bean has suffered intense surveillance and harassment since the taking of the footage. The FBI states the only time they lose track of McVeigh, in his entire life, is the late summer of 1993, Bean explains. They think he was probably, at gun shows, meeting anti-government right-wing militia types. But he wasn't, he was at Camp Grafton, in uniform, learning explosives and demolition. The North Dakota National Guard denies that McVeigh was ever at Camp Grafton. Lobbying reform sham. Cynics don't put much faith in the periodic efforts to clean up Congress. Lobbying money, like water, always seems to find a way around new obstacles. Even some cynics, though, were likely surprised by the speed with which Congress's latest reform effort fizzled. In a February 11, 2007 New York Times article, David D. Kirkpatrick reported the sweeping new rules intended to curb the influence of lobbyists, passed with much fanfare the previous month, had already been bypassed. Yes, the lobbyists are still helping to pay for such things as lawmaker birthday parties, California wine tasting tours, hunting and fishing trips, and even tickets to concerts by The Who and Bob Seger. Instead of picking up the tab directly, Kirkpatrick wrote, lobbyists pay a political fundraising committee created by an individual politician and, in turn, the committee pays the lawmakers' way. Turns out the ethics rules ban personal gifts and restrict lawmakers' use of money donated to their re-election campaigns. Tellingly, only about one-third of the money raised by lawmaker PACs in the past 2 years was used to make campaign contributions, the ostensible purpose of the PACs. The rest was spent on travel and miscellaneous expenses. So, did the new ethics rules change anything? Kind of. According to Kirkpatrick, the rules now bar lobbyists from treating lawmakers to less expensive amusements like meals. This will, presumably, result in lobbyists treating lawmakers to more expensive amusements. 247. The real U.S. Attorney scandal. A man suing Novation, LLC, a company connected to both Attorney General Alberto Gonzales and Jeb Bush, has raised suspicions about the deaths and firings of federal prosecutors involved in cases against the firm. In 2004, Thelma Quince Colbert, Fort Worth's lead assistant U.S. attorney for civil enforcement, was found floating face down in her swimming pool. She had been investigating Medicare fraud and money laundering cases involving Novation and others. 2 months later, Dallas Assistant U.S. Attorney Shannon K. Ross was found dead in her home. She had issued subpoenas to Novation as part of a criminal investigation of the medical supply industry, according to the New York Times. Samuel Lipari is president of Missouri Company Medical Supply Chain, which is suing Texas-based Novation for alleged anti-competitive practices and Medicare fraud. Novation is the nation's largest medical supply broker. The president's brother Jeb Bush serves on the board of its subsidiary Tenet Healthcare, though he was not associated with the firm at the time of the U.S. attorney deaths. In addition, prior to becoming U.S. Attorney General, Alberto Gonzales was a partner with the law firm of Vinson and Elkins LLP, which counted Novation among its clients. More significantly, the first prosecutor fired by the Office of the Attorney General in December 2006 was Carol Lam of San Diego. She had been prosecuting Medicare fraud at Tenet Healthcare's Alvarado Hospital. In April 2007, Lipari told investigative reporter Tom Flacco, "The news blackout and lack of a public investigation regarding 2 dead senior assistant U.S. attorneys leads me to believe that foul play was involved." Referring to additional personnel changes at Attorney Ross' office 1 month after her death, he added, 2 attorneys just don't turn up dead and 3 more in the same unit either resign or get fired all at once. Coroners ruled the deaths of Ross and Colbert by natural causes and accident, though Flaco disputes this. Lipari's factual assertions were confirmed in a November 2005 article in the Fort Worth Weekly. Reporter Pablo Lastra wrote Novation was a target of a Dallas-based investigation by the U.S. Attorney's Office into massive allegations of Medicare fraud, a probe that has been hampered by the deaths, within the last 18 months, of two of the prosecutors involved in it. 248. TB-infected lawyer evaded Homeland Security. The case of Andrew Speaker, an Atlanta personal injury lawyer infected with an often fatal form of tuberculosis, has raised concerns about the effectiveness of the government's multi-billion-dollar effort to protect the homeland. Speaker knew he had multiple drug-resistant TB before he flew to Europe for his wedding in May 2007, but doctors said he wasn't contagious. After he arrived in Europe, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention told him he had extensively drug-resistant TB, a much deadlier strain. CDC officials told him not to fly commercial aircraft home and to check into a Rome treatment center. In fact, a no-fly order was issued, according to CNN. Nevertheless, Speaker was able to board a flight to Montreal. He admitted to ABC News he flew to Canada to sidestep the no-fly order, which apparently pertained only to direct flights to the United States. At the border crossing, Speaker's passport produced an alert including instructions to don a protective mask, detain him, isolate him, and call health authorities. Nevertheless, Speaker was allowed through. According to a Department of Homeland Security official quoted by the Associated Press, the border agent thought the warning was discretionary. So much for Homeland Security. Furthermore, Speaker's new father-in-law is a CDC microbiologist and TB researcher. At this time, it appears to be a coincidence. As part of my job, I am regularly tested for TB. I do not have TB, nor have I ever had TB, Dr. Robert Cooksey said in a statement released by his employer. My son-in-law's TB did not originate from myself or the CDC's labs. On June 1, 2007, federal health officials said Dr. Cooksey had helped to find Speaker and diagnose his condition, and that his role in the matter was under investigation. Is there more to the case? Dr. Cooksey himself told reporters the situation was complex, but provided no details. As MSNBC anchor Alison Stewart said in her intro to the story, conspiracy theorists, start your engines, commenting on this case, Drs. Lawrence Broxmire and Alan Cantwell told Paranoia that cases of MDR-TB and XDR-TB have been increasing for the past several decades worldwide, with little media attention. Many people carry TB bacteria, they warn, and TB bacteria mutate, and with bacterial mutations comes inevitable drug resistance. Homeland Insecurity, Part 2. Okay, so they dropped the ball on Andrew Speaker, but the Department of Homeland Security is catching lots of terrorists, right? In actuality, terrorism. 249. Charges represented only 0.0015% of charges filed in immigration courts by the DHS, according to May 2007 report by a government watchdog group. The Transactional Records Action Clearinghouse said that of the 814,073 people charged by DHS in immigration courts during the past 3 years, 12 faced charges of terrorism. The DHS claims it is focused on terrorism. Well, that's just not true, said David Burnham, a track spokesman. Either there's no terrorism, or they're terrible at catching them. Either way, it's bad for all of us. In response, Russ Knock of the DHS said the agency's general immigration enforcement efforts have made it difficult for terrorists to come to the United States. Brits caught up in shadowy war. Iran's March 2007 capture of 15 British sailors was widely condemned, while U.S. detentions and kidnappings of Iranian officials in the months before received scant attention. Richard Walker of the American Free Press believes the Iranian action was a tit-for-tat in a shadowy war being waged by the United States against Iran. On December 20, 2006, U.S. soldiers in Iraq stopped a car and arrested its 4 occupants, 3 Iranians and 1 Iraqi. 2 of the Iranians were diplomats who were in Iraq at the invitation of Iraqi President Jalal Talibani. The next day, U.S. forces arrested 2 senior Iranian military officials in the home of Hadi al-Ameri, chairman of the Iraqi Parliament's Security Committee. Similarly, on January 11, 2007, American Special Forces raided a de facto Iranian consulate in Abril, Kurdistan, and seized 5 low-level officials. The previous captures were based on assertions that the Iranians were directly involved in support for the insurgency. This time, in a relatively tentative allegation, U.S. officials said the Iranians were suspected of being closely tied to anti-coalition activities. In the April 3, 2007 London Independent, Patrick Coburn suggested the January 11 operation was actually a botched attempt to hook much bigger fish. Coburn quoted a high-level official of the Kurdistan government as saying, "They were after Jafari. Americans thought he was there." Jafari is the deputy head of Iran's National Security Council. At the time of the raid, Jafari and General Minojahar Frouzanda, intelligence chief of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, were in Kurdistan for an official meeting with Iraqi President Jalal Talibani. Coburn likened the planned capture of Jafari to Iran kidnapping a high-level U.S. official during an Iraqi visit. 250. Walmart paid me to be paranoid. A Walmart security worker has revealed a sophisticated surveillance operation that targeted Walmart employees, critics, and stockholders. Bruce Gabbard, who worked for Walmart's Threat Research and Analysis Group, was fired in March 2007 for intercepting phone calls to a news reporter. Gabbard told the Wall Street Journal he recorded the calls on his own, but that most of his spying activities were sanctioned by corporate management. "I used to joke that Walmart paid me to be paranoid, and they got their money's worth," Gabbard said. However, it wasn't just paranoia that motivated company spying. Gabbard says Walmart increased its surveillance of employee phone calls as part of the battle against terrorism. Citing Gabbard, the Journal reported the company increased such surveillance after September 11 in response to government requests to employers in general to help find terrorist cells. Indeed, the TRAG operation sounds like something out of the NSA playbook. Group members enter a separate glass-enclosed structure by holding the palm of their hand to a biometric reader that grants them access to a dimly lit work area known among employees as the Batcave. In a 2006 covered op, the TRAG selected a male long-haired employee to infiltrate an anti-Walmart group, which suggests the Walmart's activism mindset is stuck in the 1960s. In addition, Walmart security teams were asked to assess the potential threat posed by shareholders whose resolutions the company was trying to block. The list included an 85-year-old retired teacher and his 93-year-old sister. The threat was unfounded, as it appears the pair did not cause a ruckus at the company's annual shareholders meeting. Global pedophile ring broken. British and US authorities have rescued 31 children, some only a few months old, from an international pedophile ring. The investigation netted over 700 suspects, and involved agencies from 35 countries. The ring's hub, an internet chat room called Kids the Light of Our Lives, featured images and live videos of children being subjected to horrific sexual abuse, according to an Associated Press report. Investigators found 75,960 child porn images on the computer of the alleged ringleader, known online as the Son of God. They also found evidence he distributed 11,491 images to other site users. In such cases, the suspected pedophiles are rarely identified. The arrest of The Who's Pete Townsend in 2003 was a notable exception. Were any powerful or famous people involved this time? If so, 251. They likely used their influence to avoid arrest or gave in to blackmail. Washington pedophile ring intact. Investigative reporter Tom Flacco and others believe elite involvement in the sexualization of children goes far beyond internet downloads. On October 6, 2006, he reported allegations by an unnamed senior intelligence agent and national security expert that Washington, D.C. hotels were recently being used to compromise House and Senate members who had sex with children at the hotels. Flacco says the operation was organized by convicted Republican lobbyist Jack Abramoff. As with the U.S. attorney firings, official scandals in this instance, the 2006 Rep. Mark Foley page scandal and 2007 D.C. Madam story might be what intelligence agents call a limited hangout. That is, relatively minor scandals revealed in order to satisfy investigators and the public while the real scandals remain obscured. Apparently, the Abramoff sex ring took on all comers. Flacco says male and female heterosexuals, homosexuals, lesbians, bisexuals, and underage children provided sexual services to numerous congressmen, senators, national media hosts, top military officers and other federal officials who were compromised and made susceptible to blackmail. The price of loyalty. Even if you're not the subject of an NSA wiretap, you probably have one of the lesser-known threats to your privacy in your wallet or purse. It can involve chips. Increasingly, stores and supermarkets are offering customers discounts in exchange for using a plastic card when they make a purchase. These so-called loyalty cards, which are generally linked to the customer's name and address, enable marketers and retailers to keep a detailed record of your purchases, what, when, how much, and how you paid for it. The fact is, most consumers appear willing to give up some privacy in order to save money. In and of itself, it seems relatively benign. However, as with other privacy issues, it is the potential use of our personal data that is raising concerns. Writing in New York Magazine, Reed Tucker suggests loyalty card data could be used to do more than make you a marketing target. He cites a court case where such data was used as evidence, and raises the specter of insurance companies buying the data to learn more. 252. About a person's health and lifestyle. In February 2007, a bill was introduced in the Maryland legislature to prohibit retailers from sharing or selling the information gleaned from the cards. At this writing, no action had been taken on the bill. However, if it passes, Maryland will join California and Connecticut as states that have acted to restrict the use of loyalty card consumer data. The gay bomb. Did the Pentagon consider developing a gay bomb that would turn enemy soldiers into sex-crazed homosexuals? The charge, dismissed as an internet hoax a couple of years ago, has proven to be true. In June 2007, Pentagon officials confirmed to a California news channel that military leaders had considered developing a so-called gay bomb. According to a 1994 Air Force proposal on non-lethal weaponry, one distasteful example would be strong aphrodisiacs, especially if the chemical also caused homosexual behavior. Edward Hammond, a bioweapon activist group the Sunshine Project, used the Freedom of Information Act to obtain a copy of the proposal. The Ohio Air Force Lab proposed that a bomb be developed that contained a chemical that would cause enemy soldiers to become gay, and to have their units break down because all their soldiers became irresistibly attractive to one another. The Pentagon apparently decided not to make love, not war, and the $7.5 million proposal was ultimately rejected. Subprime scapegoats. Subprime mortgages, housing loans made to borrowers with poor credit, don't have much to do with the current economic downturn, at least not directly. As of September 2007, only about 5% of U.S. mortgages were subprime, and only a fifth of those were at risk of default. Defaulting middle-class U.S. homeowners are blamed, but they are merely a pawn in the game, derivatives expert Satyajit Das told financial writer John D. Markman. Derivatives financial schemes that transfer the risks of investments from one entity to another are the key to understanding the so-called subprime mess. Markman says we need to think about mortgages not as a loan to buy 253 a house, but rather as a way for lenders to make money. Essentially, the bankers made money up front by making risky loans, packaged them into derivatives, and sold them to pension funds, insurance companies, and hedge funds. Enticed by record low interest rates, many of these buyers purchased the derivatives with borrowed funds and in turn used them as collateral to obtain new loans. In other words, it was an old-fashioned Ponzi scheme. Much of that money fueled the stock market boom, and now it's time for the bust. Das predicts a stock market collapse that could last for 10 years or more. Indeed, finance author Robert Kuttner warned Congress in October 2007 that the market crash of 1929 was caused by, you guessed it, banks making, repackaging, and selling highly speculative loans. And we all know what happened after that speculation shuffle came to an end. Fuzzy math. Talk about burying the news. A major September 15, 2007 anti-war rally in Washington, D.C. produced this New York Times website headline. Dozens arrested in anti-war protest near Capitol. The subheadline transformed dozens into at least 150 people. Finally, the article itself provided the number given by Capitol Police, 189 arrests. Likewise, when it came to the head count, the Times only managed a vague thousands. The Answer Coalition, which organized the rally, estimates that 100,000 people participated. Even if the organizers' estimates err on the high side, it's clear the supposedly liberal New York Times downplayed a major expression of anti-war sentiment. More fuzzy math. Another figure that's been underreported, 1.2 million. That's the latest estimate of how many Iraqis have died violently since the 2003 invasion. Nonviolent deaths such as those due to the decimation of Iraq's healthcare system weren't included. The estimate comes from British pollster Orb, which surveyed over 1,700 Iraqi adults in 15 of Iraq's 18 provinces. Previously, the highest estimate of Iraqi deaths from all causes had been 650,000, based on a peer-reviewed Johns Hopkins study. Meanwhile, most mainstream media sources still place the total at 70,000 to 80,000. Even so, the most disturbing number may be much smaller, 9,890. That's the median. 254. Answer given by Americans when asked in an AP poll how many Iraqi civilians had been killed as a result of the invasion and occupation. Dollar collapse danger. Over the past few years, Iran has been quietly selling more of its oil in euros and yens. According to Reuters, as of October 2007, about 85% of Iran's oil exports were in non-dollar currencies. The move is part political and part practical. Indeed, Iraq's Saddam Hussein had planned doing likewise before he was deposed. It's not just America's enemies who are abandoning the greenback. In April 2007, the Gulf nation of Qatar announced it had cut the dollar holdings of its key $50 billion investment fund from 99% to 40%. Ambrose Evans Pritchard of The Telegraph described the shift as a warning that petrodollar powers may pull the plug on the heavily indebted U.S. economy. More significantly, China recently threatened what state media termed the nuclear option, a major sell-off of its hundreds of billions of U.S. dollar currency reserves. The ominous words came amid increasing U.S. pressure to allow the free market to determine the price of its currency, the yuan. Why should we care? OPEC and Asia have been the two blocs funding the U.S. current account deficit, Hans Redeker, currency chief at BNP Paribas, told The Telegraph. In other words, the world has been bankrolling Washington's profligate spending, and the spigot is starting to tighten. Matters weren't helped when former Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan told Germany's Stern magazine that the euro could replace the US dollar as the reserve currency of choice because the dollar doesn't have all that much of an advantage anymore. Despite all this, the Bush administration has never intervened in the currency markets to support the dollar, preferring to let the free market determine its value. Chinese embrace conspiracy. A recent book has made conspiracy theory fashionable in Beijing. The author of Currency Wars, Song Hongbing, claims many world events from 255. The deaths of 6 U.S. presidents to the 1997 to 1998 Asian financial crisis can be traced back to the Rothschild international banking dynasty. The tome is being read at senior levels of government and business, according to a report in the UK's Financial Times. I never imagined it could be so hot and that top leaders would be reading it, Hongbing said during a book tour in Shanghai. People in China are nervous about what's going on in financial markets. This book gives them some ideas. America has been pressuring China to open its financial system, i.e., give Western banks greater power and influence. Currency wars issued by a state-owned publisher may be part of a high-stakes government PR campaign to maintain control of its banking system. On the other hand, it may be an effort by pro-Western Chinese officials to portray their opponents as anti-Semitic conspiracy kooks. John Benjamin, chief executive of the Board of Deputies of British Jews, told the Financial Times the book played to discredited anti-Semitic canards. Meyer Emschel Rothschild himself may have had the last word on the subject. "Give me control of a nation's money," he declared in the 18th century, "and I care not who makes her laws." Subliminal science. Until recently, evidence for the influence of subliminal messages has been largely circumstantial. For example, in 2006 researchers at the University of Nijmegen found that thirsty people subliminally exposed to the phrase Lipton Ice were more likely to choose Lipton iced tea. Now, University College London researchers have produced the first physiological evidence that the brain perceives subliminal images. Researchers found that images caused activity in the visual cortex of subjects' brains, even when they were not conscious of having seen them. Dr. Bahadur Baramai of the UCL Institute of Cognitive Neuroscience concluded that your brain does log things that you aren't even aware of and can't ever become aware of. The findings did not prove subliminal messages influences decision-making, but Baramai speculates such influence is likely. The study also suggests the brain does not pick up subliminal stimuli if occupied by a complex task. This may explain the prevalence of dumb TV shows. Air Force official found dead. In October 2007, Charles Reachers, the Air Force's principal deputy assistant secretary for acquisition, was found dead at his home in an apparent 256. Suicide. The branch's number 2 procurement official, he had been working on the Air Force's highest priority weapons projects, according to a Reuters report. Reachers' predecessor did jail time in 2005 for taking a job with Boeing while still overseeing its Air Force contracts, prompting Congress to end a $23.5 billion tanker deal with the firm. At the time of Reachers' death, the service had still not decided who would be awarded the new contract. Whatever the reason for the suicide, this is going to contribute to a widespread perception that something is not right about the Air Force acquisition system, said Lauren Thompson of the Lexington Institute, a military policy think tank. While Reachers had been the subject of a relatively minor Washington Post expose on October 1, Thompson believes that it certainly didn't rise to the level of a serious scandal, so his apparent suicide is hard to explain. A billion here, a billion there. Of the $12 billion delivered to Iraq in 2003 and 2004, at least $9 billion cannot be accounted for. The 360 tons of cash was dispensed by Paul Bremer's Coalition Provisional Authority, as Donald L. Bartlett and James B. Steele of Vanity Fair magazine put it. The entire nation of Iraq needed walking around money, and Washington mobilized to provide it. What did not do was mobilize to keep track of it. Wasn't anyone keeping tabs? On October 25, 2003, the CPA did award a $1.4 million contract to a company called Northstar Consultants to provide accountant and audit services for its giant ATM. Northstar President Thomas Howell told Vanity Fair he discovered the opportunity while browsing the web. According to California Business Records, Howell wore 2 other hats: business consultant and home remodeling contractor. One thing he is not is a certified public accountant. Nor is anyone else employed by Northstar, which is based out of a private home in San Diego. The CPA, it seems, could not find any C.P.A.S to audit Bremer's billions. Microchip health hazard. Even if you're not concerned about mind control issues, you might want to think twice before hosting a microchip. A series of mid-1990s studies found chip implants induced malignant tumors in some lab mice. THIRD-WORLDISM of the Associated Press uncovered the research, never made public. 257. In September 2007. Cancer specialists interviewed by AP cautioned that animal results don't necessarily apply to humans. Still, some said they would not allow family members to receive implants, and all urged further research. Since FDA approval, some 2,000 radiofrequency identification devices have been implanted in humans, according to RFID manufacturer VeriChip Corp. Company CEO Scott Silverman notes that millions of pets also have been implanted with microchips. Further, he assured AP that VeriChip had received no complaints regarding malignant tumors caused by our product. Welcome to Islamburg. Is there a jihadist training camp in upstate New York? It sounds far-fetched, but some people living on the western edge of the Catskill Mountains, near Hancock, New York, say it's true. There you'll find a sign welcoming you to Islamburg, a 70-acre community run by Muslims of the Americas, a tax-exempt organization the feds say is linked to the Sufi Islamic sect Jamaat ul-Fuqra. Several sources say both groups were founded by Pakistani cleric Sheikh Mubarak Ali Shah Jilani, though the Sheikh has denied any association with JF, as well as its existence. After committing a series firebombings and murders of rival religious figures in the 1980s, JF appears to have ended its violent ways after the conviction of a member in the 1993 WTC bombing. Nevertheless, at a 2001 bond hearing for a different JF member, BATF Special Agent Thomas Gallagher testified that JF members are trained in Hancock, New York, and if they pass the training in Hancock they are then sent to Pakistan for training. In 2006, Douglas J. Hagman, director of the Northeast Intelligence Network, released the results of an in-field investigation of the Hancock site. Investigators observed a weapons firing range and a military-style training area including ropes hanging from trees and an obstacle course. Certainly, Islamburg are a potential security threat, but this threat has been greatly overstated. First of all, residents of Islamburg say they are not members of JF, and none have ever been arrested for or charged with terrorist activities. In addition, the State Department removed JF from its list of foreign terrorist organizations in 2000. What about the gunfire and explosions reported by local residents? As a June 12, 2007 Fox News report noted, the region is a hunter's paradise, practice shooting is a nearly universal hobby in the area, and the sounds of explosions most likely come from a very nearby quarry. 258. Even Hagman's NIN report says that, with the exception of armed sentries guarding the perimeter of the facility, no activity of extreme significance was observed. Still, Hagman and area residents are concerned about the seeming indifference of law enforcement, and have urged further investigation of the Hancock site. Circumstantial evidence, however, suggests the group has been sufficiently investigated. A New York State police official told Fox News that they had a file on the Hancock group. In addition, the feds have pursued cases against Muslims of the Americas members in other states. Lastly, there is Sheikh Jilani's own statement that many individuals from both the FBI and CIA, over the last 10 years have kept open relations with the Muslim of the Americas. Indeed, it's possible the feds have infiltrated the organization with informers and agent provocateurs, which would explain why no attempts have been made to shut down its alleged terrorist training camps. Or perhaps the Sheikh is correct when he says allegations against himself and Muslims of the Americas are more smoke than fire. McCain and Hillary's occult connections. While all five-pointed stars are technically pentagrams, it is the inversion that is considered satanic. What does this have to do with John McCain and Hillary Clinton? Well, the official symbol of the Republican Party contains inverted pentagrams/stars, as opposed to the much more common single point-up depiction. Meanwhile, Hillary Clinton chose a large American flag with the unusual inverted pentagram/stars as a backdrop for a major campaign rally prior to her must-win 2008 New Hampshire primary. The Republican nominee and former Democratic candidate have also been linked to another occult symbol, the phoenix. Since 1999, Hillary Clinton and her supporters have worn unusual lapel pins depicting a phoenix. Occultist Manly Hall has written, "The phoenix is one sign of the secret orders of the ancient world, and of the initiate of those orders." In addition, most occultists believe that the phoenix is a symbol of Lucifer, who was cast down in flames and who they think will one day rise triumphant. This, of course, also relates to the rising of Hiram Abiff, the Masonic Christ. Oddly, despite the phoenix pin's association with Hillary Clinton, John McCain's wife Cindy has worn the same pin, most notably after her husband's must-win New Hampshire primary victory in 2000. More recently, in February 2008, Time magazine did a cover story on McCain headlined, "The Phoenix, Can McCain Keep Rising?" Around that time, CBS News anchor 259 Katie Couric likewise described McCain as having risen like a phoenix against his Republican rivals. Between the inverted pentagrams and phoenix pins, McCain seemed to have all his occult bases covered. This may all be coincidental. However, it is interesting to note that although Barack Obama, like McCain, overcame long odds and early setbacks to become his party's nominee, he was not described as a phoenix by the corporate media. Obama's cousin accused of ethnic cleansing. If Barack Obama loses the November election, let's hope he doesn't turn to his cousin for advice. Kenyan officials have charged opposition leader Raila Odinga, who claims to be Obama's cousin, with ethnic cleansing following his loss of that nation's December 2007 presidential election. Justice Minister Martha Karua told the BBC that the government had suspected Odinga's ODM party was planning mayhem if they lost, but they had not expected the magnitude and for it to be ethnic cleansing. More than 600 people have died in unrest since the disputed election, including up to 50 men, women, and children who were burned alive in a church. Another 250,000 have been driven from their homes. The victims have mostly been members of President Mwai Kibaki's tribe, while those committing the atrocities have mostly been supporters of Mr. Odinga. He told the BBC he had done everything he could to prevent the violence, and characterized it as a response to attacks by Kenyan police on his supporters. However, another Obama relation, a distant eighth cousin, is responsible for death on a scale that dwarfs the Kenyan violence. He is Vice President Dick Cheney. Mr. Obama's spokesman, Bill Burton, responded to this genealogical shocker by saying, "Every family has a black sheep." The next bubble. The record surge in the prices of oil, foodstuffs, and other commodities has little to do with supply and demand. So says commentator Mike Whitney, who says investment banks and hedge funds are using billions in subprime mortgage bailouts to create the commodities boom. Oil is just another mega-inflated equity bubble like housing, corporate bonds, and dot-com stocks that is about to crash to earth as soon as the big players grab a parachute, he explains. There are three things that are driving up the price of oil: the falling dollar. 260. Speculation and buying on margin. These factors, not the so-called law of supply and demand, are the real reason oil has rocketed from roughly $30 per barrel in 2001 to $128 today. Whitney quotes author F. William Engdahl, "A conservative calculation is that at least 60% of today's $128 per barrel price of crude oil comes from unregulated futures speculation by hedge funds, banks, and financial groups. This is encouraged by the U.S. Commodity Futures Trading Commission, which allows speculators to buy crude oil futures contracts by paying only 6% of the value of the contract and borrowing the other 94%. These sweet terms encourage speculation and keep the prices rising, just as the easy availability of no money down and low interest loans inflated housing prices. And we all know what happened after that. The Doomsday Seed Vault. In February 2008, the Norwegian government opened the Svalbard Global Seed Vault in a mountain on Spitsbergen, a remote Arctic island. Operational costs are being funded by, among others, Bill Gates and agribusiness giant Monsanto Corporation. Behind its blast-proof doors and steel-reinforced concrete walls, it will hold approximately 4.5 million seed samples from around the world. It's scary enough to think that we need to protect existing crop lines in the event of nuclear war or catastrophic climate change, but is there more to the story? Monsanto is a leading promoter of genetically modified crop farming, as are two other Doomsday Vault sponsors, DuPont/Hybrid and Swiss-based Syngenta, two of the largest owners of patented GMO seeds and related agri-chemicals. Could these seeds be used for GMO or even biowarfare research, as some fear? For its part, the Norwegian Ministry of Agriculture and Food has stated, each country or institution will still own and control access to the seed they have deposited. On the question of whether GMO seeds will be stored in the vault, the ministry's rather cryptic answer leaves open the possibility. Import and storage of GMO seeds according to Norwegian legislation will require advance approval. Certain other criteria will apply to sealed internal use for research purposes. Ironically, while the Global Seed Vault project purports to protect and preserve crop seeds for future generations, Monsanto's so-called Terminator technology causes seeds to commit suicide after one harvest, forcing farmers to buy new seeds each year. Perhaps that's the point. Even if the seed vault's contents are never used for GMO or biowarfare research, it will still serve its agribusiness backers as a public relations offensive to divert attention from their more nefarious endeavors. 261. Smiley face serial killings. At least 40 young men found drowned may have actually been victims of a national gang that has left smiley face markings at the scenes, a team of retired New York City police detectives and criminal justice investigators stated in April 2008. In what may be a chilling true case of revenge of the nerds, the task force believes the gang has killed popular college students, often with high grades and impressive athletic records, in about 10 different states. The team investigated 89 separate cases dating back a decade and said it had connected 40 of them through a variety of evidence, aside from the smiley faces. The death of University of Minnesota student Chris Jenkins in 2003 was particularly suspicious. According to Fox News, his body was found encased in ice in the Mississippi, his hands folded across his chest in an odd pose that was inconsistent with a chance drowning. Investigators believe the killers have been roaming interstates from New York to Wisconsin, staging the drownings. They suspect the men were drugged and possibly tortured, then tossed into the water to make it appear as if they'd drowned. The FBI and most local police authorities do not see a connection among the deaths. Deaths of tens of thousands covered up. When it comes to conspiracy theories, one will often hear that a cover-up is impossible because someone would have said something. Apparently, this wasn't the case with the mass slaughter of Korean civilians in the summer of 1950. As reported by the Associated Press, with U.S. military officers sometimes present, the Southern Army and police emptied South Korean prisons, lined up detainees and shot them in the head, dumping the bodies into hastily dug trenches. Others were thrown into abandoned mines or into the sea. Women and children were among those killed. Many victims never faced charges or trial. The mass killings of potential supporters of communist North Korea were carried out over mere weeks and were largely hidden from history for a half-century. A South Korean commission estimates at least 100,000 people were executed, but one official said the estimate is very conservative and could be over 200,000. American military reports of the South Korean slaughter were simply stamped secret and filed in Washington. Meanwhile, communist accounts of the atrocities were always dismissed as lies and propaganda. 262. Iraq commander details Bush rant. A Washington Post article about former White House Press Secretary Scott McClellan's tell-all book discussed a lesser-known Bush administration exposé. A new autobiography by retired Lt. Gen. Ricardo S. Sanchez, former commander of U.S. troops in Iraq, charges that George Bush led America into a strategic blunder of historic proportions. In Wiser in Battle, A Soldier's Story, Sanchez relates the response of an apparently out-of-control Bush to the killings of 4 U.S. contractors in Fallujah in 2004. During a video conference, Sanchez writes, Bush launched into a disturbing rant, what Sanchez charitably describes as a confused pep talk. Kick ass. He quotes the president as saying, "If somebody tries to stop the march to democracy, we will seek them out and kill them. We must be tougher than hell. This Vietnam stuff, this is not even close. It is a mindset. We can't send that message. It's an excuse to prepare us for withdrawal. There is a series of moments and this is one of them. Our will is being tested, but we are resolute. We have a better way. Stay strong. Stay the course. Kill them. Be confident. Prevail. We are going to wipe them out. We are not blinking." 263. Electronic Vote Scam. By Robert Sterling. It doesn't matter who casts the ballots. What matters is who counts the ballots. Joseph Stalin. Say what you will about the 2000 election, but at least we have a paper trail proving that George W. Bush swindled the election. That may no longer be the case. Where to begin? Start in Nebraska. In 1996, Chuck Hagel, a Republican, won the race for the U.S. Senate, the first Republican Senate victory in the state in 24 years. The Washington Post declared his victory against an incumbent Democratic governor was the major Republican upset in the November election. His stunning win included many black communities that had never before voted Republican, made more remarkable by Hagel's right-wing political views. In 2002, he won by an astounding 83% of the vote. Hagel is the former chairman and chief executive of ES&S, the company that made all the vote-counting equipment in the state of Nebraska during both elections. ES&S is a heavy contributor to the Republican Party. Hagel failed to disclose his relationship to and continuing ownership of the company on his FEC disclosure statements and Senate ethics investigators. In 2002, Republican Saxby Chambliss upset incumbent Max Cleland in the Georgia Senate race by a 53 to 46% margin. Polls showed Cleland leading 49 to 44%, understandable after Chambliss attacked the war hero on his supposed lack of patriotism. Republican Sonny Perdue also defeated incumbent Roy Barnes in the governor's race by a margin of 52 to 45%. The most recent poll showed Perdue trailing by 9 points. In January 2003, a folder cleverly named Rob Georgia was discovered at Diebold Election Systems, the company which built and programmed all of the Peach State's voting machines. There were 3 more folders inside it. One had instructions to place new files in the election management folder, the second had files which were to replace existing ones in the management folder, and the third instructed users to replace Windows. 264. With its contents and run a program. The Georgia Secretary of State's office admits a patch was administered to all 22,000 voting machines in the state before the election. Diebold is the main competitor of ES&S in the electronic voting field, and is also a heavy contributor to the Republican Party. Diebold's then CEO Walden Odell was a major fundraiser for the Bush 2004 election campaign. In 2003, he wrote a letter declaring he was committed to helping Ohio deliver its electoral votes for the president next year. When a controversy ensued in the Buckeye State over his statement, he explained he wasn't talking about rigging the state's machines. For some reason, his explanation didn't sound particularly reassuring, especially after Diebold's home state became ground zero for the 2004 election battle. Back in Florida, some voters who pressed the touchscreen button for Jebb's opponent in the 2002 election noticed something strange: their vote was registered for Bush. Meanwhile, in Texas, Jeff Wentworth won his state Senate seat, Carter Castile her state House seat, and Judge Danny Scheel won re-election. Nothing necessarily suspicious about that, except they all won with exactly 18,181 votes. All 3 are from Comal County, and both Wentworth and Castile are Republicans while Scheel is a conservative. That 2 of the most predominant electronic voting machine makers are heavily tied to the GOP is a pretty disturbing fact. Adding to the disturbing facts, A chief financial backer of both companies was California multimillionaire Howard Amundsen Jr. Amundsen is a Christian Reconstructionist, the ultra-right religious movement to remake the U.S.A. into an Old Testament-based religious theocracy, complete with a return of public stonings for adultery and sodomy. There is usually no paper trail left by electronic machines, and they use source codes which are proprietary, which means they're the corporation's private property unavailable for public inspection, including losing candidates. Dan Spillane was a software engineer for Vote Here, an electronic machine company that included former CIA Director Robert Gates and Dick Cheney's former assistant as directors. After uncovering holes in their security system, he was fired, and he filed a whistleblower lawsuit. He described their vote integrity program very much like Arthur Andersen in the Enron case. On the subject of Arthur Andersen, they changed the name of Andersen Consulting to Accenture, and incorporated offshore in Bermuda. Besides other schemes, Accenture landed the fat contract for a new Pentagon online voting system in the 2004 presidential election to help American soldiers vote. Now that's supporting our troops. Even without these blatantly dubious examples, voting with no paper trail is a terrible idea. So is privatizing the power to count votes. Even if 265 the companies involved in these activities weren't corrupt, the influence they would have on democracy would likely turn them corrupt quickly. Electronic voting is what is known as a bad idea. The controversy surrounding electronic voting slowly started receiving mainstream coverage in 2004. However, even then establishment mouthpieces tried desperately to minimize the dangers involved, all in a predictable attempt to sanction a potential criminal reign as legitimate. Courts followed in kind. In late October 2003, a federal appeals court dismissed a suit over electronic voting machines, bizarrely justifying the machines by stating that electoral fraud can never be completely eliminated no matter which type of ballot is used. Left unmentioned by the judges was why it would then be okay to use a system that seems to maximize the potential for abuse and fraud. The one public official who did the most to battle electronic voting was Kevin Shelley, elected California's Secretary of State in 2002. On March 2005, Shelley resigned from office under threats of criminal investigation and a cloud of supposed scandal. 3 years later, he still hasn't been charged with a single crime, which supports the belief he was hounded from office in a politically motivated vendetta. Shelley, a Democrat, decertified the usage of certain machines, demanded a verifiable paper trail for all electronic machines in use, and launched an investigation of machine manufacturer Diebold for criminal prosecution. His replacement, appointed by the specially elected Governor Schwarzenegger after the ouster of Gray Davis, is Arnold's fellow Republican Bruce McPherson, who unsurprisingly recertified the Diebold machines, publicly opposed a paper trail for electronic machines, and launched a computerized voter registration database for new voters that rejected 43% of all Los Angeles County applicants through March 15 of this year. Meanwhile, temp worker Stephen Heller leaked to reporters transcripts of audio tapes he received from Diebold lawyers, in which they admitted the company violated a $12 million contract with the state by changing its voting machine software. His reward: prosecution by right-wing Republican Los Angeles District Attorney Steve Cooley for theft and violation of attorney-client privilege. As for Diebold itself, it has yet to be prosecuted, though it did pay $2.6 million to settle the lawsuit charging it had given false information to the state about the security and reliability of its machines. The end results: in 2004, Democratic candidate John Kerry won the exit polling in both Ohio and nationally, but lost the actual official voting to 266. Bush. Exit polls are the most accurate kind, and any results which don't match their results should logically be met with suspicions of fraud. With the mainstream press, public courts and politicians of both stripes avoiding the disturbing evidence of malfeasance already involving electronic voting, the future of so-called democracy in America doesn't look too promising. Already, with the perversion of money and media access controlling the terms of debate in mainstream politics to a tight margin, there is reason to suspect even this controlled charade won't be decided by the American public. Robert Sterling is the editor of The Conformist at conformist.com. The Culling: A Speculative Look into the Global Apocalypse. By J. Widener. I've seen the future, it is murder. The future, Leonard Cohen. There is a plan. It's been operational for decades and possibly for over 100 years. I call it the culling, and its final stages are upon us. The plan was born long ago, signaled by the writings of Thomas Malthus that were eagerly taken up by the British aristocratic class. In his travels for the East India Trading Company in the early 1800s, Malthus examined savage populations and population growth. According to his calculations, too many people on Earth would trigger massive famines wiping out most of the Earth's inhabitants. This wasn't prophecy, this was science. One of the biggest bestsellers of the 60s was the nonfiction scare The Population Bomb, by Paul Ehrlich. Due primarily to the book's influence, many people voluntarily agreed to have fewer or no children. The population bomb predicted that overpopulation would bring on a famine that would bring down the world. This famine would start, said Ehrlich, in the late 1970s, and by the late 1980s, there would be hardly anyone left. In 1980, a strange granite monument, the Georgia Guidestans, was built in the small town of Elberton, Georgia that addressed some of the same issues that Ehrlich touched upon in his book. Financed by an anonymous gentleman who called himself R.C. Christian, the Georgia Guidestans seem to have been created to give people of the future a new set of rules for proper government. Mr. Christian gave the owner of a local granite company a large sum of money and a blueprint for the granite monument. Mr. Christian also instructed the builder as to what the words chiseled into the monument would say. These commandments were written in 8 different languages. Moving clockwise around the structure from due north, are sayings in 269. English, Spanish, Swahili, Hindi, Hebrew, Arabic, Chinese, and Russian. The message in English reads: * maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. * guide reproduction wisely improving fitness and diversity. * unite humanity with a living new language. * rule passion faith tradition and all things with tempered reason. * protect people and nations with fair laws and just courts. * let all nations rule internally resolving external disputes in a one-world court. * avoid petty laws and useless officials. * balance personal rights with social duties. * prize truth beauty love seeking harmony with the infinite. * be not a cancer on the earth leave room for nature. As in the 10 Bill of Rights to the U.S. Constitution and the 10 Commandments of the Old Testament, the first commandment is the most important of the 10. The other rights back that very important initial right. With the Georgia Guidestans the same rule applies. The last 9 commandments would only go into effect after commandment number 1 is followed. With Guidestans, the last 9 commandments could only occur when world's population is reduced from the current 6 billion to 500 million. When I was producing the feature documentary 2012, The Odyssey, we interviewed Gary Jones, editor of the Elberton Star, the local newspaper in the town near the Guidestans. Mr. Jones informed us that local Masons were behind the Guidestans. Yoko Ono, Ted Turner, Mikhail Gorbachev, and many others have commented about how much they admire the Georgia Guidestans and their message. During the shooting of the 2012 film we also explored the strange murals, plagues, and rumors that surrounded Denver Airport. Begun in the late 80s and finished in the mid-90s, the Denver Airport was the top project for Denver Mayor Federico Pina and other civic leaders from the Rocky Mountains. The strangeness begins with the notion that a new airport in Denver was actually necessary. The old airport, Stapleton, was a perfectly adequate international facility. The new airport took years longer than expected to be finished, going more than $1 billion over budget. During the new airport's lengthy construction, rumors arose about a purported secret military base also being built beneath the new Denver airport. Locals reported hearing deep underground noises. Thousands of truckloads of dirt were removed from the area over the years, according to nearby neighbors. Painters and drywall installers talked of elevators that go down 30 to 40 stories, and ex-intelligence spooks spoke of underground 270 trains traveling into the bowels of the Rockies. Other stories were getting around, some concerned with a secret government plan to avert the government's destruction in the advent of a disaster, either man-made or natural. This plan was called COG, for Continuity of Government. We know COG exists in part due to Richard Cheney's report to the press that his odd actions during September 11 were due to following COG rules. President Bush's flight to Offutt Air Base in Omaha on that day may also have been part of the COG plan. Is it possible that the rumored underground base built under the Denver airport was part of COG operations? With its high altitude and proximity to the center of the country, could serve Denver as a last-ditch escape hatch for the elites of our country. Since it would take just about the same time to get to Denver from the farthest reaches of the 48 contiguous states, and because there were already underground bunkers under Pikes Peak at NORAD, the choice of Denver and the nearby Rockies would be an obvious choice for COG headquarters. There are other odd things about the new Denver airport that merit examination. The first is the odd plaque and monument that sits at the south end of the airport. This stone monument capstone has a dedication to the airport from the Grand Master of the Freemasons and thanks Colorado luminaries like Federico Pina and others. The artist Leo Tangama, who painted the strange airport monuments, has changed his story. His first story was that the murals were commissioned and he was told exactly what to paint, but according to Westward magazine, he now claims that he simply decided what to paint. Does it sound like normal operating procedure to just pay an artist to paint what he likes in a public airport, an airport that has a Masonic influence? There are 4 murals located between the baggage claims area and the center under the giant towering tent that makes up the central building of the airport. The first mural has the children of the world beating a sword into a plowshare. The second mural depicts the children of the world surrounding a psychedelic cactus of some kind, and their faces are filled with jubilation. The third mural shows 3 people, 2 children and a Native American woman lying in coffins. Behind these 3 dead people are animals that have gone extinct in the past few hundred years. Behind the extinct animals is an immense forest fire which appears to be burning up the world. The mural also shows a Nazi-like figure wearing a gas mask and carrying a huge rifle. He walks down the streets of a haunted, deserted town apparently looking for victims. Hiding in the floors and walls of the town are poor people who are frightened and crying. The Nazi-like figure is piercing the breast of a white dove with the bayonet on his rifle. Why does this disturbing mural sits prominently in a major airport? The Denver airport murals seem to tell us that if we go one way, all the 271 children of the world will be united. But if we go the other way, Nazis will exterminate us. The Georgia GUID-Estons and the Denver airport are both recent creations and both possess a deep Masonic influence. Both are concerned with overpopulation. Both project a message of what we can expect to come. By looking at the 2 monuments together, we can see an opening into the plan. And they seem to do it in a symbolic language that is obvious to brothers on the inside and obscure to Cowans on the outside. If we become a world of only 500 million people, as the first commandment of the Georgia GUID-Estons tells us, then the children of the world will beat their swords into plowshares, and live in peace, with no war. On the other hand, if the population is properly culled, then we face certain extinction, or Nazis in the street killing us one by one. We can see that these 2 monuments both helped in their construction by Freemasons, but it's likely that only the upper rank of the Freemasonic order dreams of a world with a substantial population loss. Population reduction appears to have been a major preoccupation of the ruling elite for quite a while. Elite groups have been pursuing the problem of overpopulation for decades. Club of Rome, the Trilateralists, the Crown. George Soros, Karl Popper, and others were part of a research group devoted to examining methods of depopulation. The Rockefellers were also heavily involved with financing the eugenics movements of the early 20th century. The Bush family has always been interested in population control, abortion, and eugenics. Some conspiracy theorists on both the left and right believe that population control is the #1 concern of the elites. It is as if the elites, sometime after Darwin published his book on evolution, began designing philosophies based on a warped version of Darwinism. Perhaps the most famous social Darwinist was Adolf Hitler, who rose to power riding a wave of racial Darwinist concepts. A major driving factor of this emerging evolutionary meme was that, once the rules of Darwinian evolution were properly understood, the real truth of nature is that only one group can be at the top. This emerging new philosophy believed that survival of the fittest is the only rule of nature. This new polity served to destroy the last vestiges of the ancient values of the old initiatory bodies of Europe and America. Traditional beliefs in liberty, fraternity, and equality gave way to a more selfishly derived ethos. Ideas like freedom and equality were quaint but had no place in a world ruled by dominance and by the fierce reality born out of a superficial understanding of evolution. Darwinism gave rise, inadvertently, to a self-centered philosophy that professed that it was in one's interest to wipe out everyone who is not of your kind. This line of reasoning also held that you and your race must pursue its own survival interests as completely as possible, or else another race or culture will remove your kind as part of the war of the selfish gene. In a Darwinist sense, moral values and ethics had become antiquated. 272. Artifacts that inhibit the natural racial desire to conquer and become the dominant species, culture, or race. The idea of racial superiority had been around a long time before Darwin, but Darwinian thought empowered the elites with an intellectual reason to spring into action. It is within this idea of racial and cultural superiority, carried out with technology, that the culling was born. The eugenics movement, the large world wars, the spread of disease, the destruction of the environment, some theorists argue, is the elites attempting to curtail population growth. If this is true, why is the population fast approaching 7 billion people? Here, the theories of Malthus and Ehrlich appear to be wrong. It is easy to see that the world did not disappear from famines brought on by overpopulation. Many historians, and others, will tell you that advancements in farming techniques have created a vast food supply. These experts argue that man's ingenuity has steadily kept the food supply rising with the growing population. Financed by the Rockefellers, the Green Revolution was put into place by the United Nations to teach the farmers of the Third World modern agricultural methods. These farmers, who in many cases had been tilling the same soil as their fathers and grandfathers, were encouraged to exchange their ancient farming practices for modern methods. The peasant farmer, with his animal-driven plows, was replaced by gigantic machines and combines that vastly increased food production all over the world. Always an easy target for conspiracy buffs, the Rockefellers were one of the major financiers of the Green Revolution that fed millions of hungry people every day. Didn't this prove that the elites were actually assisting the world in finding new ways to grow food and feed themselves? The elites talk of free trade, globalization, and the spreading of democracy. Have the aristocratic classes changed their minds about Malthus? Is that why they were encouraging the poor of the world to abandon ancient farming methods in favor of the modern methods? Why would these same elites, who only a few years ago were openly talking of plans for depopulation, have now changed their minds? Why would these wealthy people now also be spreading the idea of a green revolution, a global economy, free trade, essentially a world government some have called the New World Order? Why bother going on with the pretense that they are going to create a great future for all of humanity if the ultimate game plan is the opposite? There is one thing that the creators of the Green Revolution have seemed to overlook. It will only work if the farmers have access to cheap oil. The same thing can be said about the advocates of free trade. The only way that the global economy can work, and power the processing and shipping of goods and services, is by having endless amounts of cheap oil. Is there a disconnect among the elites? Is it one side against another? 273. Have they stopped their grandiose ideas concerning depopulation of the earth? Did they grow benevolent somehow in the last 30 years? The answer to that important question is that the two memes are working together to achieve the real goal. The central idea is this: globalization will lead to depopulation. The elites have funded studies examining the population explosion. Many have argued that war, AIDS, drugs, easy access to weapons are all policies that governments are implementing to reduce certain undesirable populations. But given the notion that depopulation is the desired goal, it's still not working, even after 100 years of wars, famines, and diseases. The elites have discovered that people are tenacious. An answer to the dilemma had to be found. The plan would have to be twofold: it had to kill those they wanted to die, and there had to be insurance that the elite would survive whatever occurred. We know from congressional testimony in the 1970s that biological solutions were tried and discarded. AIDS, which may have come out of this research at Fort Detrick, was devastating but proved to be difficult to spread. The problem with viruses and other biological attack schemes was the possibility that they could backfire and spread into the very populations that they wished to survive. That path was deemed too risky for the elites. I believe the final plan was hatched in the mid-1970s. With the first oil shock from OPEC tripling the price of gas in a few weeks' time, the leaders of the world began to consider what the world would look like without cheap oil. The leaders came to the startling conclusion that it would be the industrialized North, the United States, Canada, and Europe, that would be the most devastated by the end of cheap oil. Because these countries were considered advanced economies, they had an overdependence on cheap oil. These men realized that the entire economy would fail if there were no more cheap oil. But they also saw that the third world countries, where they still farmed like they had done for millennia, would survive. These countries, mostly non-white, might even thrive in the event of an oil shortage. They saw that abundant supplies of oil had caused the people of the Western world to forget how to grow their own food without oil. It was with this realization that they began to hatch the plan. The people involved were all in the oil business, and they knew where and how much oil lay in the ground for the most part. There were a few renegade countries that produced oil, but they would all be targeted for control. If they could control the world's oil supply, then the final plan could work. But first they had to do something that would ensure that the culling would happen on schedule, and with all of the possible problems solved. This is the true reason for the mad rush toward globalization in the last 20 years. A key part of the plan was to globalize the economies of the world and shove NAFTA and GATT down our throats. 274. With this particular plan, they would be able to finish off the flotsam and survive themselves. A great Darwinian finish would then be at hand, and the elite would win in the end. But first, flood cheap oil onto the world's population for several decades, and after addicting the world to petroleum, take it away, leaving everything to fall into chaos. The most damaging part of the plan to the third world was to use oil and mass chemical fertilizer to seduce it into forgetting how to grow food without oil, without chemicals, and without huge machinery. When the Rockefellers and the Trilateralists financed the Green Revolution, people throughout the world started to abandon old farming practices. Is the peak oil scenario a scam? Since the Rockefellers made their billions owning Standard Oil, and Bush and Cheney are both oil men, a scam would not be beyond the imagination. If Dr. Thomas Gould's abiogenic petroleum origin theory can be believed, then oil is formed from deep carbon deposits, and supplies are continuously replenishing themselves. But even if oil is not a fossil fuel, it's going to get more and more difficult to capture it. Looking at most of the available data on oil, it does appear that we are running out of sweet crude. The Saudis will not let anyone audit their fields, and we do know that they are pumping 10 million gallons of seawater a day into their biggest fields. That tells us that they have used up the light crude and are now hitting the bottom of the barrel where the oil is like tar, and they need the seawater to loosen it up to be able to pump it out. The first thing the US did when it got Marines into Iraq was to audit the fields and find out how much crude was down there. I have heard that they were shocked at how much Saddam had pumped out. There was only one other country that had a lot of oil and was not allowing an audit, Iran. If there is a plan, then it would be logical that the next place of tension will be Iran. For the plan to work, the playmakers must be in control of the oil. The argument here is not whether there is a peak oil scam or not. The argument is whether this entire ordeal is being put into place to create a situation of sudden population reduction. But what is the plan? Industrious countries like the US had to lose their ability to do everything for themselves. The world must become interdependent. The leaders of the World Trade Commission, the trilateralists, and others told us this was being done to help create a more neighborly world, a place where we would know each other better because we now traded freely. Considering the character of the men who devised the plan, it all sounds rather dubious. The hidden agenda of globalization is to weaken the strong so that they would not be able to save themselves. Advocates of globalization, the World Trade Commission, the Council on Foreign Relations, argued that the new economy's products would be created in a multinational environment relying on plastics and cheap transportation. Once cheap oil is removed from the transaction, the entire apparatus 275 will crumble. And it will be a spectacular failure. An all fall down that takes everything, or almost everything, with it. It will start with the advent of expensive gasoline, which will lead to huge losses in the food supply. China and India will be the first to get hit. The US, Argentina, and Europe will send rice and food there and to other famine-racked countries, but soon they will discover their own supplies beginning to run down. With much of the valuable farming land now going to grow corn for ethanol, coupled with the increase in gas prices, food prices are going to skyrocket. When gas hits $10 a gallon, or more, the food supply chain will probably fall completely apart. You will only be able to get what you eat locally. The entire world economy, now knitted together by the New World Order, will also all fall together. The first signs of real danger will be when the people in the inner cities figure out that there is no work, no jobs. Mass transit systems will begin to fail as they have to keep raising their prices because of increasing energy costs. This will freeze out the poorer, who will no longer be able to afford bus fare. Simple maintenance of roads and infrastructures will soon become so costly that they will simply not be done. Roads and highways will fall apart soon after the maintenance stops. The cities will explode when the food supply chain is so disrupted that the food is too expensive to transport from the country to the cities. Many factions, mostly of an ethnic nature, will explode, warring against each other as the fight for survival begins. Those with the most guns and best organization will win. Those who are not prepared will face an endless series of disasters. Warlords will emerge from the cities and break out into the countryside where there will still be food. The people in the country will have to prepare for attacks from the city folk, who will be desperate, hungry, and pissed. Those in the country, especially those who have land and animals, will be better off than their cousins in the cities. But still there will be huge problems. Due to globalization, we face the uneasy dilemma that few today knows how to successfully feed themselves. How many of us know how to raise chickens, milk a goat or a cow, or even plant a big enough garden just to feed ourselves? We have been cut off from the knowledge that our ancestors had from a couple generations ago. We have forgotten how to feed ourselves. In their citadels, inside their underground bunkers, the chosen ones will wait it out. Each person who has a seat on these modern Noah's Arks will have done something to deserve being saved. Perhaps they owned a bank, or a newspaper, or a television network. Perhaps they sold their soul in some other way. This is the plan. This is how the future happens. I've seen the future, it is murder. 276. About the authors. Mike Barra is, with Richard Hoagland, a co-author of the book, Dark Mission, The Secret History of NASA. His blogs can be read at www.darkmission.net. Mark Brubeck, also known as Sir Mark the Poet, is a Seattle resident, videographer, painter, and member of the Knight Templar Brotherhood. His website is www.sirmarkthepoet.com. May Brussels' prodigious research on political conspiracies found radio broadcast through KLRB and Kazoo California FM radio stations. Material and photos of Brussels can be found online at www.maybrussel.com, www.pirudi.org/Brussels, and www.newsmakingnews.com/mblinks.htm, a site curated by Virginia McCullough. May Brussels died on October 3, 1988. Joan Dark is the publisher of Hunter-Gatherers Journal and the co-publisher of Paranoia, The Conspiracy and Paranormal Reader. She is the author of Space Travelers and the Genesis of the Human Form, and Phenomenal World, both published by the Book Tree. Joan also founded Biped, Beings for Intelligent Purpose in Evolutionary Design, the website of Darwinian descent about the separation of science and state. Joseph P. Farrell is the author of the Giza Death Star, Reich of the Black Sun, Nazi Secret Weapons and the Cold War Allied Legend, the SS Brotherhood of the Bell, NASA's Nazis, JFK and Magic 12, the Cosmic War, Interplanetary Warfare, Modern Physics and Ancient Tests, and the forthcoming The Philosopher's Stone from Feral House. William W. Flint is a physics professor and researcher on innovative forms of energy. He lives in Port Angeles, Washington. Adam Gorightly is the author of books on Kerry Thornley and Charles Manson. His website is www.adamgorightly.com. Douglas Hawes is a resident of Santa Cruz, ground zero of the Tuesday Weld Pagan movement. Craig Heimbichner is the author of Blood on the Altar, a book about the occult fraternity, the Oto. His work can be seen on www.heimbichner.tripod.com. Harry Helms is the author of Top Secret Tourism and the Shadow Government. Al Heidel is co-founder of Paranoia magazine. Jim Hoogan is the author of Spooks, about the private use of secret agents by multinational corporations and the rich, and Secret Agenda, Watergate, Deep Throat and the CIA. Mr. Hoogan has also worked for 60 Minutes and under the pseudonym John Case published 6 thriller novels. 277. Paul Krasner is the publisher of the famed Freethought magazine, The Realist, and the author of a dozen books. Jim Marrs is the author of 8 books about fraternal orders, UFOs, 9/11, intelligence agencies, and the assassination of John F. Kennedy, which was used as the basis of the Oliver Stone film, JFK. Mr. Marrs' website is www.jimmars.com. David Martin also goes by the sobriquet DC Dave and his website is www.dcdave.com. Adam Parfrey is publisher of Feral House, and co-publisher, with Jody Willa, of Process Media. He is also the author of Cult Rapture, co-author of The Secret Source, Extreme Islam, It's a Man's World, and editor of the 2 volumes of Apocalypse Culture. Fletcher L. Prouty was a colonel in the United States Air Force and the author of books critical of American intelligence agencies, including The Secret Team, the CIA and its allies in control of the United States and the world, and JFK, the CIA, Vietnam, and the plot to assassinate John F. Kennedy. Lady Queenborough, also known as Edith Starr Miller, was the daughter of the New York industrialist, William Starr Miller. Though accused of relying on anti-Masonic material of dubious validity, Occult Theocracy also contained copies of actual correspondence between occultists Theodore Royce, Aleister Crowley, William Wynne Westcott and John Yarker. Occult Theocracy was Lady Queenborough's primary life's work, and is often quoted as the source for material of both pro- and anti-Masonic perspectives. Richard Sauder is the author of Underground Bases and Tunnels, Kundalini Tales and Underwater and Underground Bases. Sauder's interviews on radio program can be heard here, www.redikicreations.com/special reports or sauder.html. Jerry E. Smith is the author of 3 books, including Harp, The Ultimate Weapon of the Conspiracy, Spear of Destiny, and Weather Warfare. His website is www.jerrysmith.com. Robert Sterling is the author of 50 Reasons Not to Re-elect George Bush and the founder of The Conformist at www.conformist.com. Ken Thomas publishes Steam Shovel Press, a magazine with the motto All Conspiracy, No Theory. His most recent books include Conspiracy Files and Parapolitics. Thomas's previous work includes NASA, Nazis and JFK, Maury Island UFO about possible JFK assassin Fred Crisman, and The Octopus, Secret Government and the Death of Danny Casolaro, about the Inslaw affair, updated in a new edition by Feral House in 2004. A sample copy of Steam Shovel costs $10, from POG 210,553, St. Louis, Missouri 63,121. Jay Weidner is a filmmaker, and with Sharon Rose runs the production company Sacred Mysteries. His websites can be found here, www.jweidner.com, and here, www.sacredmysteries.com. Robert Anton Wilson, who died in January 2007, wrote 35 books, including the Illuminatus trilogy, and Cosmic Trigger. Ra also contributed an introduction to the Feral House book, Sex and Rockets, The Occult World of Jack Parsons. A website of Robert Anton Wilson's ideas can be seen at www.maybelogic.com.